Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake out the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies, knowing that the way is right, guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carrying silent goodbye, diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies, knowing that the way is right, guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carry silent goodbye, diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing and nothing to lose. Have you felt a human grow? Open up and step right out of the shadow. Wondering what is left inside. Some may say, oh they say, it's mystery of life. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing and nothing to lose. Bright light feels right. I can't lie. I'm sky high. It feels like lightning, burning it up in the sky, bright as the sun in your eyes. Feeling alright, I can't shine. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies, knowing that the way is right, guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carry silent goodbye, diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose.
from the WCS Philippines. We are on day 2, and we saw some interesting debuts yesterday. We saw some spicy matches and literally spicy predictions. We're going to explain that in just a bit. And we are bound to have even more spiciness with our second day Mika Fabs here leading the panel desk with Otalus and Infi. I forgot which way I'm supposed to point with this whole like weird webcam thing, but yes, Infi, we missed you over here on the panel, but I'm sure you were watching all of the amazing matches yesterday. Just, really quickly sum it up for us. What did you think?
Well, it was ecstatic to see so much team, so much improvement, and so much changes for every single team in the lineup that we have for WCS Philippines. And I am expecting a lot more things coming up for day number 2 in the following weeks.
Oh, yes, we have only just begun, but of course, this event would not be possible without PPGL, the largest multi esports league in the country, together with Riot Games. Otalus,
We
who else
would
do we have?
also like to acknowledge our official mobile partner, Xiaomi. The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to experience powerful and responsive gaming. Less waiting time with 33 watts pro fast charging enabled by the all new double MT technology and a 6 nanometer Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information about the Redmi Note 11 at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page.
And of course, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board. Now, as we were saying, let's take a look back at what happened yesterday. We had a lot of revelations. We are just about to go into our series highlights for the day, but Otalus, I think, these teams, we keep saying that it's just the first day, so it's not exactly a
Yeah.
good basis, but I think there are a lot of big surprises, and I think revelations that kind of set the tone for the WCS Philippines.
Yeah, good statement for the winning teams, right? Especially for RRQ. Going against the hottest teams that we have here in 2022, we know the history of Oasis being our heralded national team, basically national team pool. They are on fire recently at the start of 2022. They offered cheese picks, they offered strategies that were controlled by RRQ by game number 2 and game number 3. Following that up, game number 2 or series number 2 and series number 3 were pretty one-sided, but on series number 4, the heavyweight matchup, Infinity. What can you say about the classic matchup between Team Secret and Team Underground?
Well, the viewers doesn't know this, but yesterday we were having a watch party. We were looking at those matches. We were looking at those series, and we were shouting on top of our lungs. This was the highlight match from Team Underground, Team Secret. It was a vengeance matchup, and we saw such a devastating match for the side of Team Secret. We've known them to represent the Philippines in Southeast Asia in the Horizon Cup, and now they were defeated by Team Underground. But kudos to them. They have a new lineup. They have a new addition to their team. So we might just have to wait for their evolution in the following weeks, in the following days for Team Secret.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. There were a lot of teams that did make that statement, that very strong statement. Team Underground possibly making the strongest statement possible. But again, there were also some teams that still needed to get that ground. Suddenly, Team Secret looks a little shaky. Suddenly, we're Cerebrum. They did have some good ideas around it. I like the little sneaky strategy, but they have yet to get their footing. So we have teams like that. As we enter day 2, we're probably going to see that our standing stabilize. We're going to see how the first day jitter, so to say. We're going to see if teams are able to shake that off. Now, of course, this tournament it has a slightly different format. If you have been watching the Sea Icon series from last year, and you might notice that apart from the change in name, we also have a few changes to our tournament format. You're going to see our dates on the board for our regular season all the way up until the playoffs on April 1st to April 10th. And of course, we have 8 teams competing for the title. Of course, the top 2 teams from the Sea Icon series were automatically given spots to compete in the WCS Philippines. Of course, that being Fennel Adversity and Team Secret. And now, of course, with the rest of our 8 teams complete, we'll be witnessing new storylines as we saw yesterday and new chapters. And again, our playoffs April 1st to April 10th. That is not an April Fool's joke, although I can imagine that on that broadcast day, there's probably going to be a lot of pranks. Maybe there's probably going to be a lot
Oh
more jokes.
no!
Oh no! Oh no!
It's a prank.
By the
We
way,
always
Infinity,
get the prank, the bad end of the prank here in the panel. I don't know why. Casters, where are you?
yeah, we have to find a way to get our casters in on our action. But yes, Infinity, since you are new to the panel desk, we have a little surprise for you at the end. But before that,
Ooh.
let's check out
Ooh.
our standings. Now, Infinity, again, because we missed you so much over here in our panel, I have to ask you, are these are these more or less like the standings that you expected? I mean, we kind of like saw which teams are very, very dominant, which teams will probably hold on to like the top 2, top 4 spots, and some teams that might be trailing behind. Is that kind of like the landscape, I guess, that you expected to come out of the WCS?
I gotta be honest with you, Mika. This is absolutely not my expectations for the standing. Team Secret was my team that I was supporting to win yesterday for that series, but Oculus was fighting me. You know what? He said it's Team Underground. I said Team Secret, but we all know who won that series. It was Team Underground who won it through and through. However, for some of these teams, I was expecting this. Fennel Adversity winning the series. We all know they were the top 2 teams last year that were able to compete at a higher level. RRQ really strong as well from the mid lanes with some changes, with Exosen being a new addition, and Grindsky Esports as well. So a lot of these teams are some of my expectations, but Team Secret, I'm just looking for more here.
Yeah, definitely. And you know what? As you bring that up, we are heading into our match schedule for today. And you're absolutely right. Infinity, Team Secret, it looks like it's not going to get any easier as our second match. Keep your eyes on that. That is RRQ versus Team Secret. Autolus, what are we looking at for today? How is it going to go?
Oh, okay. So for prediction speaking, I think first, third, and fourth match, I will have easy access to, predicting the right outcome. But for the second series, it's so hard to choose from RRQ and Team Secret. I feel like it's going to be the barometer match or determining match as to where they really are in the early parts of the season. Because yesterday, RRQ was able to upend Oasis Gaming, a very strong team, a very formidable team. And yesterday, Team Secret, we all know what happened. They bowed to Team Underground. But that's not the end all be all. We know Team Secret, they would just shake it off and continue to fight. That's been their MO since the beginning or since the inception.
Yeah, I think when we were planning out our predictions for the day, a lot of us struggled with the second match over here and still are struggling. A lot of us can't make up our minds just yet. But Infinity, you're going to have to make up your mind because we have a little bit of a different vibe in the panel. We decided to up the ante for our predictions. So what we're going to do is for everyone who comes last on our predictions, we kind of keep score now. They have to have a consequence. You are now on the panel desk. I find it unfair because you're switching out later. We're gonna have to find a way to hold you to your word. Because Riku got away yesterday. And I'm like, no.
If yesterday the tandem was crazy Riku, today I think it's going to be crazy Envy, right?
It's crazy
and
Envy.
we'll find a
I
way.
just
Don't
put it
worry,
here.
Infinity.
It's
Infinity and
beyond.
Infinity Beyond. Okay. Infinity.
The
I
great
will
school
make
duo.
sure.
You're
I
gonna be
will make
safe.
sure that if we win this, Mika, Infinity will do it maybe on Twitter or
Yes.
TikTok or something.
Yes.
Can I get a
Do
safety
it.
card?
No.
Safety card?
No.
No.
Absolutely
A
not.
free pass?
You of all people, Infinity. You of all people, no.
No.
we like to friendly bully Infinity here as a way of showing our love for our youngest, of course, here on the desk. But actually, I do have to ask you guys as well. Speaking of a lot of surprises that happened yesterday, we saw the best surprise I think for everybody was of course the Meow Meow connection that Team Underground brought out here. So I'm gonna ask you guys really, really quickly before we head into our series, just give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down for what you think the meta will be like today. What champions you think we'll be seeing and what surprises we'll be seeing in the Rift. First up, do you think we are getting a Yumi ban? Thumbs up or thumbs down? What do you guys think?
I'll go first. Okay, thumbs up.
Oh.
Ah,
Infinity, you could explain your point.
yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Yumi is a relatively strong champion. It's actually quite flexible. I think yesterday I was listening to the opinions of players and even Atlus as well. I think Yumi can be flexed on top, it can be flexed on support. And when we're looking at hyper carries such as Rengar with strong jungler dependent teams, I think it's
Mhm.
actually quite strong when you put it on top lane or even supporting those hyper carries ADCs in bot lane. So I
Yeah.
think we could see Yumi once again.
Yeah, and Yumi is a very, I would say, it's a champion that was so new when it was introduced to League of Legends PC. Because as an enchanter support, you have to ready yourself being focused by the opposing team. But Yumi, you won't be able to focus her at any point in a clash because she's
gone.
attached onto a champion. So you have no choice but to deal with the annoyance of this champion. And I think it's warranted to have a ban against the Yumi, especially against the teams that did really practice the champion.
Yeah, and I just want to put a quick point on that as well. Imagine Yumi not being targeted by the enemy or the opposing team and still having a lot of CCs, having a lot of sustains, shields. Like, what can you ask for a Yumi or a support champion? But Yumi is a really just a flexible pick.
Yeah, it's looking like the Meow Meow connection is very popular
There you
indeed.
go.
I was looking around for my Meow Meow connection, but I think she's asleep. I actually hope to bring her over here. I'm going to ask you guys a little bit more about what champions we might expect, but before that, we're going to head into our first series of the day, which will be between Sunsparks and Oasis Gaming. Now, both of these teams, they struggled a little bit yesterday. So today is sort of like clean slate take two for both of them, which means
Mhm.
that this match determines which of these teams finally gets that W on the board. Otlus, I think that Oasis Gaming, showed a lot more stability yesterday, but Sunsparks, we do know that this team is capable of better and more amazing things in the Rift.
I'll be honest. Sunsparks, the struggle of this team was more glaring, right? It was more evident, and it feels to me that if Sunsparks does not do anything with what happened from yesterday's action or from yesterday's games, we could see them struggling against all teams that we have here in WCS. But again, it's too early to tell. We still have a veteran-laden squad here. We have Nasjo in the Baron lane, Hayes in the mid lane, and Consi in the Dragon lane is also not someone to be, I would say, counted out. Consi and Hayes, just so everyone knows, when they were part of Brent Esports, they were sharing the damage department. I think both of them were around 30+% when it comes to the damage share. And that just goes to show that they know their roles, right? The mid laner and the dragon laner will definitely be the carries of this team. I don't think Mjan will find his playing time today because Arjuk is still more stable in the current meta. But yeah, expectations is for Sunsparks to improve vastly or greatly from yesterday's, because if not, I think Oasis will just knock them out.
Yeah, and looking at this team, you talked about Hayes, you talked about Consi, the connection, the role that they play on this team. I'm looking at Nastro as well, because when we're looking at the stats, right? Nastro with like 80% kill participation, 1.05 KDA as well. So they're really matching up with a really strong suit here for a player here for Sunsparks. So if we're looking at a certain player, if we're looking at a certain champion, we're going to look at Consi on top lane.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Otto.
Yeah. This is. I was just surprised that I was right. With average damage was over 30%, and that's because Consi does play marksman. He's not a fan of playing AP carries. So to all the dragon laners out there, if you want to follow a pro player that really mains dragon laners and not AP carries, then follow Consi.
Yeah, and don't underestimate your analyzing skills, so to say. You're pretty on point, most of the time, Otolus. So I wouldn't be surprised if you were just to guess some stats and they turned out to be right, because that is Otolus's main skill, basically, like his prime skill. He can actually do that, of course. Now, of course, that's the thing for Sunsparks. We're not seeing the synergy of this team just yet. And sure, It could be first day jitters. It could be the sacrificial first game that we usually have. But it's about time for the teams to start getting the ball rolling, especially in day two. You might be able to get away with it in day one, but day two, now you have to bring out what you have been preparing for all these months. Now, on the other side, we have Oasis, and they had a good try against RQ yesterday. Infinity, I do have to ask your opinion. They were the first to bring out the Yumi, and it was a Yumi top lane. I mean, what was your reaction to that? Did you also throw your hands up in the air like everybody else?
I was shocked. I was shocked because they already have the support, but they're lacking on top lane. Then Yumi just goes out. It was shocking for me. It was mind-boggling. I don't know what to do, but their performance yesterday, aside from that game 2 where they brought out the Yumi top lane, and game 3 where they faltered a bit, game 1 was super clean for this team. Oasis Gaming, their coordination is spot on, and I'm expecting a lot of things from this team as well, especially Demon Kite, which was one of the players that was entitled rather, one of the best ADCs in the Philippine Wildrift Esports scene.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Yes, yes, yes. Preach. Demon Kite is. I would like to highlight this player. Demon Kite, I feel he's the best AD that we have here in the Philippines right now. He reminds me. His mechanics yesterday was so clean, crisp, and just to prove that point, he played a very vulnerable champion in the first game of WCS, and that's the Jinx. As a Jinx, you are more of a glass cannon. You don't really have a dash to escape. I would say dangerous situations. But because of his mechanics, he's still able to dish out damage while being relatively safe. Demon Kite is, I would say, he's not going to play those AP carries similar to Consi. So this is definitely a matchup that I'm really looking forward. Looking at the damage, average damage is 31%, but the average KDA is really up there. Vayne is still his priority champion. So you could expect that this Ziggs and this Jinx will have a third person joining them. I think that's Vayne.
Yeah, and I like...
Go ahead, MP.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned about the Jinx. I just want to put a quick point, sorry Mika.
Go ahead.
Because Jinx, yesterday from their match when he brought it out, he was just able to free it on the backside. So I think Jinx, even if you don't have this mobility and escape, you just have a lot of chads of Oasis Gaming. You know, frontliners protect the king composition for Demon Kite when bringing out this Jinx. Just phenomenal gameplay for Demon Kite.
Yeah, and Autolus, you did mention the Vayne. We also saw the respect bands coming in for Demon Kite yesterday. We saw actually how much a lot of these players actually are respectfully scared of him, and rightfully so. But on the other side, we also do have a very interesting head-to-head here. And Autolus, you mentioned there's a little bit of history. We have Nasjo and Isila.
Okay, let's head over. What we have right now for Oasis Gaming. We saw Oasis Gaming picking up the roster of Demon Kite and so on. So you could say that Nasjo is, I don't know, mentality is trying to prove something here that, hey, you know what? I should still be your Baron laner. So if there's going to be a grudge match when it comes to position, I believe it's going to be the Baron lane. Looking at the stats right now, I know it's skewed in favor of Vasilla because it's just two games or one series win, or basically just one series, right? Overall. And Nasjo, though, I would expect him to be still the solid route for Sunsparks, even against a very solid split pusher in Isila.
Yeah, and this is what we talked about a while ago, right? Or what we've talked about a while ago when looking at Sunspark. Nasjo is really, really strong on the top lane. His kill participation, even though his KDA is not that much, damage per minute is not that much, you just have to compare the kill participation, right? His play style. Go with a team, try to make some plays, try to make something up for his team to actually get ahead of the opposing match. So I think both these Baron laners, you talked about the history, is really a lane to look out for.
Yeah, it's going to be an action-packed one for sure. And as we head into our first series of the day, let's hear your predictions, gentlemen, as I get our panel or consequence ready.
There you go. Okay.
Oh no.
We'll start with you, Infi. What is your
Well,
prediction?
for me, my prediction for the very first series, I believe it's gonna be Oasis Gaming taking it back here with that clean first game match yesterday. I think they
Mhm.
could replicate that here today.
Atlus?
I would detail that sentiment, and I would say Oasis looks more clean and ready for the season compared to Sunsparks. So Oasis Gaming will be taking the series 2-0.
I also do think that it will be Oasis Gaming. I think that Sunsparks might be able to take one today, though. I think that
Are
they
you
will.
sure?
So I
All right.
think
So do you want to
Wait, wait.
include the series scores?
let's
As the
okay.
commissioner of
Be-
this panel slash fiasco or panel fiesta, I am giving you the liberty to choose if you want to include series scores here, Mika.
Here's the thing that we agreed on yesterday. If the
Mm-hmm.
whole panel votes for one team, we have to find a way to differentiate it a little
Okay.
bit. So we're gonna take the scores into account if the panel all votes for the same team, which is what is
Okay,
happening
alright. So
right
Mika
now.
is 2-1, right?
Yes, I am 2-1.
Yours is 2-1. Infinity, what's yours?
I'm gonna go 2-0, just all in for Oasis Gaming. Let's go.
All right, minus
Con-
2-0, Mika. Be ready.
Consequence is okay. Consequence. Nobody touched their phones throughout this broadcast. Okay. Consequence is read the last text message you sent. Okay.
As in like text message or messenger message?
I think it's a text message.
Text
We'll
message.
give it text message.
SMS. Okay,
It's
SMS.
probably gonna be online payments or something.
Same.
With
Same.
with how
Yeah.
with how our our world is right now, it's probably gonna
You
be
know what?
online.
I'm happy that it's not about the gallery thing because
Oh yeah,
I don't know what.
absolutely.
You know
I
what?
don't know.
If it's not already in that bag, you just gave me an idea. Auto loot.
Oh no.
You know what to do.
Suddenly
Let's
we're
go.
wondering what's
I still
in,
have my job.
what's in the gallery of auto loots. But yes, we do have our predictions. Oasis Gaming, it seems like are pretty solid for the day, but we're gonna see if Sunsparks can manage to find that spark that we know and love from the fall season. I'm also really interested to see if we will see MJan play and bring out maybe that blitzcrank that they actually got the momentum with from last season, but who knows? Let's step into the first series of the day. This is Sunsparks versus Oasis Gaming. Casters, over to you guys.
Welcome back at hello sa inyo lahat! Welcome back mga kaibigan sa isa na namang mainit na laban ngayong araw na ito. Starting with the first series, this is going to be Sunsparks versus Oasis Gaming. I am Gigi Sphere nga pala, kasama si Osiris para sa unang series. Kamusta ka, Herb?
Okay naman ako, excited ako sa ikalawang araw ng WCS at syempre kung saan mas makakakita pa tayo. Kumbaga nung day 1, pwede pa nating sabihin na hindi pa natin nakikita yung mga full potential, pwedeng ganito, pwedeng ganyan. Pero this time, ito na yung pang set ng tempo. Ito na yung totoong sabi kung ano nga ba, saan nga ba ang standing ng bawat kupunan natin.
Yes, tama ka dyan. Kasi since this is day 2, kahapon mas nakita natin na medyo maraming intense matches, maraming intense na series, talagang sobrang init. At nagpakitang gilas kaagad ang iba't ibang teams dito na participants, of course, ng ating WCS. But right now, as you mentioned, dito natin malalaman kung saan sila pwedeng lumugar pa. No? Kumbaga, dito yung mas talaga makikita mo na kung sino yung magiging 2 wins kaagad overall sa kanilang mga score dito. Because once again, ipunan ng score to paramihan sila ng points na may ipon throughout the entire season para malaman kung sino magpo-proceed sa ating playoffs. And once again, ito nga yung laban sa pagitan ng Sunsparks versus Oasis Gaming. Nakita naman natin, Erp, na during the panelist, nakita natin na syempre, lahat ng mga panelists natin ay going for, rooting for Oasis Gaming. Ikaw, Erp, ano sa tingin mo? Sino manalo sa dalawang team na to?
Nakikita na kasi natin may rason kung bakit sila yung ating representative pagdating sa Sibol. Yun yung kasi yung pinakamataas na attain nila ngayon, kaya we keep on going back to that kind of explanation. And may mga nakalaban sila malalakas sa teams doon. And Sunsparks, yes, nakapasok man sila, hindi pa parang wala pa tayo doon sa point na talagang malilito tayo kung sino ba ang siyang mananalo. Kasi ngayon, by paper, in terms of paper, in terms of experience and overall, talagang makikita mo na mas batak lumaro itong Oasis Gaming, lalo na sa mga big leagues. So itong Sunsparks, nakikita natin sila dati mula sa iba't ibang team, pero yung pagkakabuo kasi nila, it will take more time for them to shine. So, malayo pa talaga. Oasis Gaming, isa sa pinaka-aggressive na team. Going back to Sunsparks game yesterday, hindi rin sila ganun ka-okay. So, ayun, no? Baka Oasis talaga to. Or ikaw ba? May ano ka ba dyan? May explanation ka ba magpapabago sa isip ng mga tao na Sunsparks? So, ganun ka din.
Actually sa ngayon, of course, no, like a lot of the most of the panelists actually sinabi dito gaming talaga sila leaning towards kung ano yung pwede nila ipakita sa laban na ito. Ako din, no, towards Oasis Gaming. As you mentioned as well, iba talaga yung makita na nila at talagang in terms of performance or yung playstyle overall, talagang mainit. Yung Oasis Gaming dito, talaga marami pa silang pwedeng ipakita pa overall. I would say na yung alam mo yung mga pinaghandaan nila na simula pa lang ng ating mga araw dito, no? But Sunsparks as well, syempre may napatunayan din sila. I think they've been participating even in the previous seasons, no, sa ating Icon series dati. Kung kaya't yun lang siguro yung kailangan nilang may pakita dito na ano ba yung resulta kumbaga ng training nila at yung pinagandaan nila for this upcoming WCS na meron tayo dito. Ito na mga kaibigan nating drafting phase. Simula kagad tayo dito. Unang ban, talagang buena mano, Sena kagad para sa Sunsparks.
Ayun, nakikita kaagad natin. Sena, Galio, sino pa ba? Makikita pa tayo ng ban ng Yumi sa Oasis. Pero nga, nakita natin na ginamit yun ni Isila kahapon na sa Baron Laner. Pero hindi nga lang naging worth it. Kumbaga, naging kakaiba siya eh. Pero mukhang gusto pa rin i-respeto ng Sunsparks dahil nga yung huling game natin kahapon, nakita natin the cut and cut o cut to cut combo, di ba? Na dalawa, Rengar plus the Yumi, and then yung mga ganong snowbally assassin na pwedeng mag-hunt around the map is talagang hindi mo gugustuhan ng support na nakakasabay sa kanya. And yun nga, Yumi yung pinaka-naitaan natin ang potential ngayon. And might be a good meta para dito sa Pilipinas. Pero ayun, Akali, Vayne, isa na lang para makompleto ang ating ban. Sino kaya ang gusto nilang targetin? And overall, no, ang Oasis, sure naman na tayo na makakapaglaro to kahit ano pa yung iba ng Sunsparks dahil masyado nang malawak ang champion pool nitong team na to.
Sabi nga nila, di ba? Yun yung meow-meow connection na pwede ipakita dito kapag merong Yumi palagi. And Oasis Gaming banning out itong si Garen, na nakita naman natin syempre Nasio. Actually, Garen right now, I would say na hindi talaga siya nawala sa beta. Even during the summer season, kahit dumating yung fall season, talagang nakita natin na, alam mo yun, na andun pa din si Garen. Always there, kahit na sino pang champion na lumabas dyan sa ating Baron Lane. Even set right now na nasa Baron Lane na, we still have Garen. Kung kahit eto yung binandito ng Oasis Gaming, to, alam mo yun, maybe reduce the possibility of a champion na pwede pang tumangke sa lahat ng damage na pwede nilang ibigay dito. Well, speaking of being a tank champion, we have Darius para sa first pick ng Oasis Gaming together with Zed. So may makunat, may assassin, habang ang Sunsparks, they have Camille as their first pick and then Jace para sa kanilang second pick.
Ayun, so si Ace naka-Jace at makikita na rin na siya na pumick dito sa Jace and malamang pwede natin niya makita sa iba't ibang lane dahil nga napaka-flex ng Jace ngayon. Pwede maging jungle, pwede maging mid lane and pwede rin naman maging Baron Laner. Pero yun nga, no, most of the meta picks is out right now. Tig-isa sila doon. Merong Jace, merong Morgana sa kabilang side and mas mapapadali yung assassinating potential dito ni paring Zed dahil pag meron siyang Black Shield, mas may chance siyang makabalik sa kanyang Death Mark Shadow kung saan madadodge na yung ibang skill. And syempre, nakaabang na rin yung Death Sentence doon, pati yung Flay once na magsimula siya ng Death Mark play. Pero yun nga, no, sa side ng Oasis, nakukuha nila yung comfort picks nila. Meron tayong Darius ni Isila at saka syempre itong Zed at Morgana na talagang alam naman natin Morgana isa sa pinakamasakit and there's a kumbaga either a support or an AP carry. Pero knowing Demon Kite, he is playing on a traditional marksman, so there's a huge possibility that he might play still on a different approach.
Yes, well, speaking of playing traditional ADC, no, parang ganoon din yung mangyayari kay Consi dito. Kasi sinabi nga ni Otolus kanina during the panelist session natin, kung saan sinabi niya na itong si Consi talagang focus lang sa pagpili talaga ng mga AD carries dito. We're gonna be having Lux as probably the mid laner of their team at pinag-iisipan nila kung sino magiging AD carry na kanilang team right now as their last pick. And as, yun nga, pinag-uusapan natin dito with regards to Oasis Gaming. They have Rakan and Morgana, but it seems like nakuha nila dito si Rakan as going to be the support of their team, and mukhang sure ka dito, Erp, mukhang magiging mid lane itong Morgana natin para magbigay ng pressure probably against Jace kung siya man ang magiging mid lane, kasi wala pa tayong last pick. Pantheon.
Oo.
Okay.
Pantheon,
Ano,
hindi rin
bago,
maganda ang sinapit ng Pantheon nung kahapon pero Kha'Zix tayo dito. So
Uy.
ito pala, Erp,
Renzi
magiging
Kha'Zix.
mid lane Z nga ito at AP carry Demon Kite. So ngayon hindi tayo makakita ng mga malupitang traditional marksman na
Wala na,
ginagamit ni Demon Kite. No? Medyo nag-stray away muna siya doon. And knowing na Oasis din yung nag-ban ng Corki, so talagang wala silang panggagalingan ng AP damage kundi doon sa Morgana. So they need to take this, not unless Demon Kite Professor Yana, pero gusto mo mag-maximize ng Black Shield. You also have the Soul Shackles for added CCs. Once na mag-initiate tong Rakan natin, the airborne, the place and everything. So ngayon, double assassin yun nandito sa kamay ng Oasis, and ang pwede lang na makapagligtas sa kanila dyan is meron tayong death sentence once na malanbo ng tama, of course the stun coming in from Ace, at syempre itong si Camille na merong hextech ultimatum. So alam mo yun, may chance naman na makancel nila yung assassination nitong mga teams na to, pero kailangan nila yun gawin on point, kasi once na around mid game to late game at masyado ng fed tong dalawang to, mahirap na sila pigilan.
Merp, just now, no, finalize nila yung kanilang lineup dito kung sino ba yung magiging mid lane, sino ba yung magiging carry at magiging support. And I saw that we're going to witness a match between Morgana versus Lux in the bot lane. No? So pareho silang AP carry dito, pareho silang may burst potential, pareho silang may mga shield. At the same time, a laban between Thresh and itong si Rakan in the bot lane. So this is going to be very interesting. No? Pareho silang, as we mentioned kanina, walang mga traditional carry na maglalaban in the bot lane. But on the other hand, we're going to be seeing these two champions na parehong may bind. Light binding, dark binding. So pareho sila mga bind, kumbaga light versus dark ang mangyayari sa ating bot lane. Very interesting, yes.
Yes, so light and dark ang bakbakan natin dito, and mukhang chilling lang naman sila. Nakita natin yesterday yung set ni Arjuk as support, hindi gaano naging okay. So this time, a Thresh would be a nice flavor para maibalik ang sarili nila sa scoreboard. Pero Oasis, no, mainit din sila dahil nag-suffer din sila ng loss yesterday.
Oo, speaking of mainit mga kaibigan, bot lane kagad sinimulan na kagad dito mga kaibigan ng tropahan natin from Oasis Gaming, na first pa din sana si Consi, pero nakaligtas na doon with the flash na ginamit niya to mamba out muna for now in the bot lane.
Yes, and kita mo naman dito, no? So wala pang aggressive play na nanggagaling dito kina Renzi. Talagang tamang farm lang muna. Ang nagkakabakbakan lang ngayon is Dragon Lane. Habang itong si Hayes at saka si Edaf, easy lang, tamang chill lang. Ano lang tayo, farmings lang. Kailangan lang natin ng item parehas dahil alam mo naman ng Jace, medyo may pagka-item reliant din in terms of the initial damage. Pero ito, rotation na mangyayari sa mga teams, paring Spear.
Mainit kagad, nagsisimula kagad sila pagkuha dito ng Cascaded Crab, pero Arjuk mukhang mahuli! Excited siya! Buhay pa rin! With the shield coming from his lantern! One more hit, pero wala kasi silang AD carry, kaya walang makasecure ng kill na yon para kay Arjuk, and that's going to be the first blood kagad na makuha dito ng Sunsparks.
Grabe, masyadong malalim yung ang pasok doon, and naparusahan na sana si Arjuk, pero tulad na sinabi ni Sphere, kulang sila sa damage. Kahit si Demon Kite sinusubukan na niyang in normal attack. Etong si Arjuk, walang nangyayari. Kulang na kulang. Hindi rin niya malapag yung kanyang soil para mas makapag-absorb ng damage since ginamit na nga niya kanina initially. So, walang pumatay. Kulang talaga tayo, Sphere. And kita mo rin naman dun sa laban na yun, sa other side, isa dun si Renzi tsaka si Edaf. So malayo, hindi nila maabot itong kill potential na to.
Yes, so kumbaga labanan lang para sa Scattered Crab. At the end of the day, nakuha yan Oasis Gaming kapalit sa buhay dito ng isang miyembro nila. And that's the first blood, once again, no, na nakuha dito ng Sunsparks. So medyo maganda sa kanila to, magandang momentum kagad. Early game pa lang, mayroon na sila kagad unang kill na nakuha. So medyo iisipin nila dito na pwede pa nilang malamangan ang Oasis Gaming. They can still do something about this, mga kabigay mga light binding the bot dito, exhausted siya. The box was used as well, coming from Archo. Pero grabe naman yung battle dance na yun. The Grand Starfall to come in here in the bot lane. Double kill para sa kanila. Support dyan, pero no problem. That mark will pop, and that's gonna be a kill for him. Yun nga lang, kapalit din ng kanyang buhay. And Sunsparks now getting the lead sa ating score.
Why naman ganun? Paring Spear, na pag-usapan natin, parang landslide Oasis dapat to. Pero pinapakita ng Sunsparks na they are still a team to beat, a run for the money. Pero kailangan mag-run dito ni Nasjo. So itong si Isila, talagang binubuli lang niya. Pero that kill sa baba, Fade, Edaf, kinulang rin. So hindi pa, wala pa tayo doon sa point na talagang katatakutan itong lineup ng Oasis. At repeatedly, Sunsparks taking advantage of the current situation.
Yes, Black Cleaver is up for haste dito, Erp, no? So that's a good thing for him. That goes to Edaf naman din as well. And this shows the respect coming from Edaf dito na hindi siya pwedeng mag-full assassin items muna for now because of the threat coming from haste dito. The damage coming from Jace is too much for him to handle earlier on sa laban natin because of the poke, the shock plus combo coming from haste dito. Isa talaga sa mga bagay na kailangan ng bantayan. Now, the light binding, not connecting to anyone here in the mid lane. Boy na yung ating dragon. At nag-dead ward muna ang mga tropa natin. Ginising ang natutulog na dragon. Bakit naman kayo ganyan, mga Erps? Now, they're gonna go for this one. They're gonna get this one as well. Isolated yung dragon, so more damage coming from Benzi. They have the wards there. They have the information. Konsi will use yung kanyang third skill dito. Lusot singularity. Quickness will be used by dragon. They were able to secure the dragon. Pero nakuha dito at isa. Sila ay nabind. Pero no problem para sa kanila. Kasi 2 for non-exchange. And a dragon sa Oasis Gaming. Yun ang inintay nilang pagbawi dito.
Oo, kahit sabihin mong yung early game nila, medyo nanganib, inantay nila yung tamang oras sa objective. The reset right now, kick in para dito kay Isila at kay Renzi para sigurado makarotate sila papunta sa Rift Herald at habang itong Sunsparks, papunta na rin doon. Pero mukhang nagbago isip, hindi na i-contest. Tingnan natin kung itutuloy ba nila yung recall. Okay, nag-recall nga si Arjo at saka si Konsi dito. Hindi pa sinisimulan yung Rift Herald. Buy time lang, rotation na makikita nyo sa mapa. Tatlo sa miyembro ng Sunsparks ang pumipwesto na rin. At si Ace, tamang antay lang. Apprehend.
Okay, tamang amba-amba lang kumbaga sa ating mga Baron laners. Diyan sila magagaling sa pag-amba talaga. Yung mga ang Baron laners talaga ang situation natin dito. Now that Sunsparks is actually initiating this one, isimulan na nila. Wala pa tayong quickness para kay Dragon na kailangan niya mag-battle down sa sit out dito para kay Demon Kite. They have to go in right now. Low na yung HP ng ating referral dito. They're still trying their best to makuha sa loob with the grand entrance. Not enough to seize the enemy team. They were able to get the Rift Herald on their hands, end up going in with yung kanyang death mark dito. Dalawang namatay sa kamay ng Oasis Gaming sa kapalit ng buhay ng ating Rift Herald.
Oy, grabe naman yun. So nakuha pa ng Sunsparks. Kahit sabihin mo maraming tumumba sa kanila, but that equalizes our gold dito. Mas lumapit na yung, mas tumaas actually yung sa Oasis and yung kill board nila. 4-5 tayo, medyo lumapit na tayo doon sa point na yun dahil nga kahit hindi nila nakuha yung Herald, that Dragon, and at the same time, yung mga kills na nakuha nila sa entire duration ng bakbakan na yun is nakatulong para maibawi nila. Pero ito na, Erp.
Okay, that's gonna be Hexi Ultimate being used in the bot lane. Dito mahuli na naman si Edaf. Edaf napitas ang isa. Nasyo mutik na mamatay. Meron na lang siyang isang ubo dito, but he was still able to survive yung ating bot lane dito. Erp, tama yung sinabi mo kanina, no? Pagdating dito sa lamangan ng ating items, namalamang dito ang Oasis Gaming because of the kills that they have right now. Pumasok sa loob, ginamit dito yung kanyang apprehend. Tinusubukan niya gamitin ang kanyang Aegis Shield dito. Dragon is still alive, pero yung referral, pinapatsi lang yung ating tower dito. Demon Kite slowly coming, sneaky moves dito sa ating Tribush. Gonna use that Dark Binding, will connect yet. It did connect dito sa isa. May Soul Shackle siya doon, pero actually ginamit niya yun kanina. Doon sa ating bot lane, securing another kill for Oasis Gaming once again, turning the tables around after the initial kill that they got here in the bot lane.
At ayun na nga yung sinasabi natin, paring Sphere, kung saan pag nakuha ng Oasis Gaming ang kanilang momentum, dire-diretso na, wala nang problema. And pinakita nila yun, no? Nadepensahan nila yung Torre sa baba. At the same time, nakakuha pa sila ng multiple kills dahil nga naipit na. And hindi ko in-expect yun, no? Para kay paring Nasjo. Maganda sana yung idea na walang death mark si Edaf, kaya pwede nilang i-go. That's a 3-man resources. May 3 members. Ganking Azed. And then, hindi pa nila natapos yung Rift Herald. Ewan ko lang kung good choice yun. Paring Spear, ha? Medyo parang wala naman sila nakuha doon. At ang ending, sila pa yung nawala. Pero mukhang may mawawala muli.
Mukhang may mawawala ka. Uy, dalawang tinabahan na kanyang Garganets dito pero di umabot yung kanyang Dark Biting. No problem kasi walang trade na mangyayari dito.
Ay, sayang.
Muntik nang makaisa yung Oasis Gaming doon. But then again, we have the lantern as well as the shield coming from Consi dito to protect yung kanyang mga tropa dun sa senaryo na yon. And this is looking good for Oasis Gaming right now. Lalo na pa after yung ating second dragon of the game. Lamang sa positioning. Dito ang Oasis Gaming, nag-back silang lahat dito. Up na rin yung ating Gomos Ghostblade para kay Edap para maging mas slippery siya sa mga mangyayaring
Naku,
teamfight.
for the
Naku, mahuhuli ang isa! Hextech Ultimatum mga kaibigan para mapitaas si Dragon dito. Naku, kung wala si Dragon sa labanan mismo dito sa pagkuha ng Dragon. And si Renzi, muntik nang mahuli ng death sentence. Ang hirap iwasan dito dahil dalawa yung binding na kailangan mong iwasan. Natira with the shadow na ginamit dito mga kaibigan ni Eda para magkaroon ng damage sa kanila kalaban. Pero nag-exhausted sa isa. Kailangan makapag-mamba out. Waiting lang dito ang Oasis Gaming. They're buying enough time para mabuhay dito yung kanilang tropang nawala kanina. And now teleporting. Dragon is immediately teleporting right now as a support player dito para tumulong sa pagkuha ng Dragon. And they secured it.
Same idea kung sa paano nila nilaro ang RRQ ng Game 1 kahapon, pinupul nila yung kalaban. Yes, nasa advantage ang Sunsparks dahil nga wala na si Dragon, wala ni main initiator. Pero dahil, teka muna.
Teka lang indeed kasi subukan pa nilang pigilan na masira dito ang ating first hit na mid
Uy, natira pa nga.
145 HP. Kumbaga, isa na lang dito yung dalawang AD natin na ma-damage yun at secured na sana yung ating first hit. Pero good def coming from Sunsparks.
Yes, and good def overall dahil nga no kanina nalaro sila na maigi ng Oasis. Kumbaga, buy time lang sabi ng Oasis para dumating ulit si Dragon. At ayun na nga nako, easy Dragon. And a bit of a damage pa rin ang nailapag nila para dun sa midden tower pero hindi talaga sapat. Dahil mas mag-focus na muna din sila dito sa ikalawang Rift Herald. Tingnan natin makuha pa ba at wala nang chance. This is Oasis first Herald.
Trade in the bot lane mga kaibigan pero sila
Oy,
going in para dito sa
Uy,
isa.
grabe
Si
naman
Ace ay nahuli. Mukhang na-Ace siya doon. Wala man lang butas sa kanya katawan pero
Uy.
okay lang yan. Nasa that sentence being used to be Arjuk in the bot lane. Gumunek kay Edap pero Edap lang yan. No problem para sa kanya. Meron pa silang repair dito. Pwede nilang gamitin to push. The second turret na kailangan nilang i-push dito especially in the mid lane.
Yes, nakita mo naman dead man's plate kaya siguradong hindi sila makakaabot doon kay paring Arjuk kahit sabihin mong gumamit siya ng kanyang death sentence and more movement speed nakalayo na siya kaagad sa Yomus Ghostblade na dala nito ni Edaf and si Isila maganda yung naging play niya doon talagang tinapos na niya kaagad Noxian Guillotine pero mukhang may matatapos dito.
Naku, matatapos nga ba ito? Edap medyo madulas siya doon.
Kulang sa damage.
He's still alive right now. Indeed, naka-silver edge na siya dito, no? Yung kanyang, syempre, that item na pwede magbigay sa kanya. That item, yung difference dito between Edaf, of course, no? Between Edaf and itong si Haze is that Edaf is more on focus sa kanyang damage. Medyo defensive in a way, itong si Haze.
Uy!
Pero, Nasju!
Face
Delikado siya dito. Face check ka ba ito? Wala tayong deathmark na pwede niya gamitin, ha? And I think, back muna sila for now kasi exam sila na repair nila mid lane. Wala, pinipigilan nila dito pasok sa loob si Ace to stop them from pushing in. Ang bilis! Di Arjong rumaragas ang pagpasok sa loob. The Grand Starfall as well will be there. Pero Demon Kite still live. Buhay pa rin siya dito. Ginamit ang kanyang pwede kumonek sa isa. And the fight dito si Consi wala siya magawa. He was forced to use yung kanyang CC. Apre, too early. Pero no problem kasi secured kill para sa kanila. At mukhang secured second third din ito sa kamay ng Oasis Gaming.
Grabe naman, napakainit ng pinapakita ng Oasis Gaming kahit meron sila mga unsuccessful kills. Once na nag-engage ang Sunsparks, alam nila kung kailan magre-re-engage. Alam nila kung paano basahin yung mapa. Yes, that's a rocket belt in the two-man play. Pero dahil na Black Shield ni Demon kahit yung sarili niya at nag-stay si Serenzi, gives a lot of time para sa ibang miyembro ng Oasis Gaming makapwesto at makuha yung mga respective kills na para sa kanila.
Indeed, Erp. And looking at the items right now, lamang na lamang talaga dito ang Oasis Gaming Edge of Night para
Edge of
dito
Night.
kay kaibigang Renzi. Si Abaray
Protection.
Renzi, mga kaibigan. Yep. Kakita mo dito na normally, yung ibang Kha'Zix player, assassin talaga eh. Pero assassin, di ba?
Oo.
Ghostblade. Pero Edge of Night sa kanya, He also has yung Dustbin of the
Alam
Car.
niya yan.
And yung Black Liver niya, konting defensive para sa kanyang champion
Uy,
dito.
dulo-dulo yun,
And speaking of defensive, nahuli si Ace dito. Pinagkakalmot ng ipis mga kaibigan. And Renzi will secure that kill. Isolated ka kaibigang Earp.
Uy,
Ang
naku po,
sakit
si
talaga
Edaf
ng
naman.
damage dyan. Edaf naman ang next target. Hayes hinahabol siya dito. Napakunat ni Hayes dito mga kaibigan. He'll try to secure that one kill. Pero kapag shadow out, itong si Edaf habang the rest of the gang is pushing the bot lane.
Yes, hindi mo i-expect na mapapababa doon si Edaf na burn pa yung kanyang flash pero syempre Yomu's shadow play makakataka siya kaya sabihin mo magpapalit-palit pa
Aray!
ng hammer to pero yun na nga.
My.
Uy. Okay, ayaw nila, ayaw na. Wala silang vision eh. Baka 5 daw yung bumakap eh.
Tsaka hindi rin risk, hindi man kahit na gamitin yung kanyang yung kanyang assault shackle dito. In that particular team fight kasi medyo sayang din naman kasi isa lang naman yun. I think he's reserving it for a much more
No, tulad nitong Dragon
better
Spear.
team fight.
Oo, paano kung labanan sila, di ba? At least ready. Ready sila umaksyon. And Renzi, no, nakakatakot kung yung ipis ay kumakalmot. Di ba? Parang, sige mo, evolved na yan. Mutated na ipis.
Sabi
Uy,
nga
teka
ng mga scientists natin, Erp, mabilis, nag-evolve talaga ang mga ipis. Oh, grabe naman yung teleport sa datang
Oo.
Pilipino, mga kaibigan. Teleporting in the top lane dito, sama-sama, di ba? Dito tayo, di ba? Sama-sama lang talaga. Kumbaga, bida ang saya sa mga pwede mangyari dito. Now they're gonna try to
Okay
get
na.
this
Dito
Baron.
mama.
After
Ako po.
HP, pero masok sa loob, quickness! Eh, napabagal siya ng gusto doon. Pero dominating na si Aboray Renzi. They're trying for the next
Isa pa,
target.
isa pa.
Dito tumalon ang ating ipis. Naku, nakakatakot talaga lumilipad na ipis mga kaibigan. They have to back away muna for now and continue the Baron. Kaso yung Baron, nakapagpahinga ng onte at nag-reset yung kanyang HP dito. Final Spark, not connecting to anyone dito for now. Light Binding did connect, pero yun nga lang, not enough damage for Renzi dito. I think they're gonna try to continue yung ating Baron since napigilan at naudot sila kanina. Or maybe they're gonna try to buy some time muna for now. Nope, Renzi isolated. Kha'Zix always laging mabilis yung pagkuha ng Baron because of the isolation ni Kha'Zix.
Yes, kailangan na nila yan simulan paring Spear dahil ayaw nila umabot sa magsabay ang Elder plus the Baron. Pero teka muna, grabe, Rocket Belt into the apprehend.
Grabe yung apprehend na yun, man. Kahit siguro natutulog ka lang sa base, mahuhuli ka pa rin nun. Grand Starfall,
bakit
tuloy
naman?
to apologize mga kaibigan. Huling-huli na. Kumbaga sa balita,
Uy, lang.
tapos na yung nangyari. Sila na nahuli dito, pero walang problema sa kanya. 3v1 is still alive. Dragon is here. Tutulungan na kanya mga tropa. Meron siyang Black Shield. At dumalon mga kaibigan. Jump Riders indeed. At ang next target nila dito ay si Nastro. Humahabol kay Timon kahit pero protektado kita, anak, itabi mo ako na buhay pa rin siya. Extinct ultimatum para mapag-buy pa ng enough time pero not gonna buy enough time for Oasis Gaming to end this game dahil Ace with the Baron sigurado ilista mo na. Rekta na yan hanggang sa next.
Ayun na nga, another teleport na manggagaling para kay Demon Kite. Leaving on a sliver of health, no? Kahit inignite siya doon ni paring Nasjo, hindi naging sapat dahil nga napatay din siya. Nagkaroon nga ng triumph, no? Nakakuha ng dagdag buhay. At syempre yung Black Shield na na-consume doon sa kanyang damage, sa kanyang yung buhay yung sa kanyang buhay. Sa damage ng shield bago yung buhay niya. Ayan. Liwanag ka rin na maayos. And yun nga, no, sobrang intense ng game 1, no? Pero napaka-uncharacteristically na nakita natin na ang umunang sumuntok doon ng matindi itong Sunsparks. Ang ine-expect natin, this is just Oasis around 13 minutes to 15 minutes. Pero Sunsparks, pinakita pa rin nila kung gaano sila kalakas na kayang-kaya naman nila palagan itong Oasis Gaming. And that kind of says a lot sa ating standings ngayon. Sphere, ibig sabihin, parang hindi pa ganun ka-safe, ha? Safe to say na magtatap talaga tong Oasis kung sa Sunsparks medyo nayayanig pa sila.
Parang may shaky, no? Shaky feeling in a way
Oo.
no ating early game. Pero gaya ng sinabi mo, Erp, kanina, no, as the game progresses, pag nakuha lang ng isang momentum dito, ang Oasis Gaming, they have to keep it up. And lagi talaga na bumubulusok yan. Kumbaga sa natin, sa crypto natin, di ba? To the moon ang nangyayari for Oasis Gaming dito. And nakita naman natin, of course, the performance of Oasis Gaming just shows kung gaano pa talaga sila ka-effective overall as a team. And the strategy, no? And looking at the picks of these two teams, parang Erp, it's time na yata. Kung ano man yung darating na next patch, it's time to buff the AD carries because this is the meta. Ito na yung ibang meta ngayon
Mm.
na more on leaning towards AP carries na mag-dominate in the bot lane dito. Imagine if someone use Vayne or Jinx in the bot lane, parang mahihirap, o kahit Varus, no, parang mahirap labanan yung light binding na kailangan mong iwasan, yung dark binding na kailangan mong iwasan, di ba? That's just some things na kailangan mong tandaan dito or isipin pag ikaw ay isang AD carry. Lalo na, when you think about it, Sunsparks has Thresh and Lux. Parehong, alam mo yun, may dapat kang iwasan, para di mo alam kung saan ka pupunta.
Yeah, and another questionable play doon sa game na yun, no? Itong around 15 minutes natin, nag-buy time na si Isila. They all have the information na nagbabaron na. Tinapos na ng Oasis, and you don't underestimate yung damage ng Kha'Zix sa Taste Their Fear, sa isolation.
True.
Questionable play is that tumalon pa rin itong si Ace. Papuntang Baron Pit.
That's for the Baron Pit, no? Yung natapos
Yeah,
na
diba?
yung
So,
late.
Ngayon, so medyo napansin ko yun dito sa ating stream na bakit niya ginagawa yun? Sinubukan niyang umistil. Pero knowing na andun na si Isila in before pa siya tumalon, ibig sabihin nagsisimula na. Ibig sabihin may idea na sila na, okay, ano na to, nagsisimula na yung Kha'Zix damage. And you just have to think na with this fed Kha'Zix, saglit lang iabot nun. It's necessary to grand skyfall doon or starfall dahil nga mahirap eh. And although it's a Hail Mary play, parang ano pa rin siya, it's a hit or miss pa rin talaga. And it was a huge miss para sa Sunsparks. Dahil kahit paano sana, if they can take it slow, yung bleeding na nangyayari sa kanila, sana na magbago yung takbo ng sitwasyon. Although Oasis Gaming, momentum-based ang team na to at yun nga, kills after kills, nakuha na.
Yes, and feeling ko may mga moment kasi, even tayo na naglalaro ng Wildrift, di ba? Kapag pinindot mo na yung isang skill mo, parang you will see your champion na aabutin muna yung range na yun before he cast yung kanyang ultimate dito. So baka gano'n yung nangyari kay Ace, and the moment na he realized na parang, wala pa pala, hindi pa pala ginagamit, wala na.
I'm dead.
Yes, nakuha na yung Baron.
I'm in danger.
I'm in danger. Pero talaga nangyayari dito, no? And, but overall, good performance coming from Sunsparks. Diba, sabi mo nga, Erp, kung siguro kung napatuloy nila yung advantage or yung early prowess na meron sila dito, napatuloy lang nila yon, talagang pwede silang manalo sa laban na ito. Medyo nahirapan lang talaga sila. Isang clash lang ang naging desisyon ng laban dito for Oasis Gaming, and that is the clash to the Dragon, kung saan biglang nag-iba lahat ng nangyari. And of course, player of the game, no questions asked dito, Renzi with that Kha'Zix. Nako, always nakakatakot talaga dito. Kailangan may dala kang tsinelas pag ganito yung Kha'Zix na kalaban.
Oo. Yung may tsinelas sa likod, no?
Bag splat.
Oo, yun, bag splat para siguradong protektado etong mga miyembro sa kabilang side ng Sunsparks. Pero wala eh. Bukod doon, kahit sabihin mo may dalang tsinelas, meron silang Edge of Night.
Ayun nga.
So, bali, pagka tumalon to, pagka pumasok to, protektado na kaagad siya initially. Meron pa siyang invisibility, meron pa yung black shield. So, ang daming layering ng protection and napaka-safe ng isang i-feel safe pumasok again and again na kada reset, ginagrab niya yung chance at may na-execute dahil nga sa lakas ng damage. Hindi lang basta-basta yung ultimate dito, pati yung Draktar that offers invisibility. Bigla ka na lang, yung tipong nakas mo na, bigla maging invi siya dahil napatay mo na may oras siya to react.
Yes, you can see na it works talaga, no? Pretty well overall sa lineup dito ng Oasis Gaming. The way to protect your teammates sa mga certain situations like what happened earlier. Talagang kahit na may mga scenarios din na nakikita natin na, of course, the gank sa bot lane, the trade coming in from Sunsparks dito, talagang lumalamang sila. And then eventually, just one clash, nagbago talaga yung takbo ng laban na ito. Speaking of pagtakbo, mga kaibigan, tatakbo muna kami for a break. Babalik kami ulit. Pagbalik natin game 2. Game 2 na tayo. I am UG Spirit, we're going to the series. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Nagbabalik mga kaibigan para sa Game 2. Sunsparks pa rin versus Oasis Gaming. I am GG here together with Osiris Gaming tuloy. Kasi para kasing Sunsparks, medyo nag-iinit talaga dito yung araw natin. Erp, Game 2, ano masabi mo?
Game 2, oras na, no? Kumbaga, ang worry ko dito, paring Sphere, yung lineup ng Oasis is already, ano na tayo sa sa comfort picks nila yung Renzi Kha'Zix, yung meron tayong good initiator na sa kamay ni Dragon, pero parang nahihirapan pa rin sila eh. May Z na rin tayo kay Edaf. So, alam mo yun, hindi ako ganun confident na parang ito yung Oasis Gaming na ine-expect natin. Parang may mga bagay na pagkukulang na hindi natin masabing entirely na ito yung A-game nila. So medyo parang kulang ako sa game 1 na yon na parang hindi, they could have end the game 13 minutes to be honest. Pero parang I'm not sure if it's Sunsparks stepping up or is it just Oasis Gaming take it slow. So ano yun sa dalawa, pero ikaw ba, ano ba ang nakikitaan mong pwedeng mangyari sa Game 2 and ano mo masama sa Game 1 overall?
Baka nga sa isip ko is that Sunsparks is just stepping up, no? In the current meta with regards to the changes. I think we can disregard naman din with regards to Sunsparks sa ginawa nila talaga sa ating Game 1, no? Talagang they just have to keep it up in a way sa ating Game 1. Sa ating Game 2, no? Kasi yung Game 1 talaga, doon lang sila nagkulang di ba? Sa pag-maintain ng peace, kumbaga. Hindi kasi nag-beep ng 3 times. So, hindi siya pumitin ng 3 times dito. But yeah, overall, I would say na maybe yun nga, no, medyo may pagkukulang for Oasis Gaming na feeling ko nga, ito din yung reason kung bakit binoto talaga sila ng mga panelists. But they make it work naman, which is sila yung nanalo sa ating first game. Kaya siguro sa Game 2, mas makikita natin sila ng mas mainit pa, kumbaga, na performance dito ng Oasis Gaming. But maybe, baka alam mo naman, or mga kasabihan tayo pag mali yung gising, kumbaga, iba yung pwesto mo pag gising. Yung mga ganun di ba? Ibang senaryo.
Yan. Pwede posibleng ganun, di ba? O kaya talaga maganda ang gising ng Sunsparks, kaya medyo dumidikit pa rin yung labanan. Pero
masarap
diba,
ulam. Pwede.
Masarap ulam. Isa na yan. Lalo na pagka yung breakfast mo, mga ano talaga, mga steak.
Steak. Sana all.
Pero wala tinatanggal kaagad nila dito yung Yumi. Hindi natin makikita ang Yumi ni Isila, no? Sa Baron Lane, nakakaiba. At sa kabilang side naman, Galio pa rin yung tinatanggal nila dito. So ayaw nila labanan yung kapwa nila ng Brusco Brothers. Kasi technically, itong Oasis Gaming, sila yung nagra-run ng Galio Gragas combination So hindi ko alam kung bakit repeated din nila binabanto. Siguro ayaw nilang mag-cause ng problema itong si Arjok sa kamay ng Galio. Pero yung trash dito ni Arjok, wala pa dun sa point na katatakutan. May mga it might be the potential na nag-i-start siya, may mga nahuhuli siya, may naka-play siya, death sentence, pero dahil nga behind sila and then wala sa tamang positioning yung kanyang ibang teammates, hindi nila nagagawa ng follow-up. Walang susunod na exec ultimatum, walang susunod na stun coming from Pantheon, alam mo yan, wala rin silang pang burst overall. So kahit meron nahuhuli si Arjok, hindi na sorpresa ang Oasis Gaming.
Tsaka ang hirap talaga follow-upan. Kahit yung light binding dito ni Consi is nahihirapan siyang i-connect ng maayos. Kahit na tumama na yung kanyang yung death sentence ni Arjok dito. Minsan malayo siya, hindi niya maabot. Or minsan may mga nakaharang na the moment that he used the death sentence connected. Right now, same pick so far. First pick dito ng Sunsparks is si Camille pa rin. And same with Oasis Gaming.
Game 1 ba to?
Parang, teka lang, same natin pinapanood natin sa ating Game 1. Pero, alam mo, nakita naman natin, you mentioned kanina, Galio being the threat one of the threats overall, no? Parang feeling ko kasi pag may Galio ka, meron kang anting-anting sa katawan na parang pag Galio ka, takot ka agad sa'yo kahit wala ka pang ginagawa. Kasi iba talaga, oo nga, Game 1 ba ito?
Game 1 na parang sabi lang, hindi, okay lang yan. Isa pa. Ano lang yun? Wrong mistake lang yung kanina. Wrong mistake.
Alam mo, parang isa yan sa mga sakit ng mga pro players sa totoo lang. Pag yung hindi gumana yung first nila na attempt, may mga, alam mo, marami nangyayari to For sure sa mga viewers natin na marami na sumusuporta, ayan na, nag-iba tayo. Na nanonood din ng mga pro scene talaga, no? A lot of situations na lumamang sila sa half game, sa mid game, tapos natalo sila bigla sa isang mistake lang. Tinutuloy nila ulit yung same na lineup. Pero right now, iba yung lineup nila. We have Ziggs this time.
Pero sino kaya to? Pwede na kaya, pwede naman na yata natin ilagay sa support to or APC pa rin talaga ang paggagamitan. Pero pwede pa silang pumik dito na, oy, sila ang mag-Jace. So ito na nga yung makikita natin, is this a jungle Jace or mapupunta to sa kamay ni Edaf? There's still a huge possibility pero that black shield protection para siguradong pwede siya mag-into the skies. Libreng potential yon para dito sa kamay ng Oasis. So binana nila ang Lulu. Potentially ang pinaka nakikita ko dito Sphere is pwede pa rin mag-Pantheon itong Sunsparks dahil nga nakikita natin na comfort pick nga nila dito yung itong Pantheon and the global presence nagamit nila kanina 3 members hitting up on Fade para siguradong tumumba. Pero dahil meron ka ng Mega Inferno Bomb and then you have also itong Grand Starfall, there's a huge possibility na mag-bombi-combi na lang sila mula sa malayo. And they don't need si Konsi, kung si Konsi man ang gagamit na itong AP carry na umabot doon o pumunta doon para ligtas, di ba? At least Mega Inferno Bomb mo na lang, balik ka na lang. Pero the new champs are coming in dito sa Oasis Gaming. Jace, Morgana, and Seth. And mas may freedom itong set natin dahil sa Black Shield. Pwede siyang gumamit ng Showstopper, pwede siyang mag-flash into the Face Breaker para makahuli na setup. And napakadaming possibilities right now for Oasis Gaming.
Actually, this is the first time na gagamit si Esila ng set. Feeling ko sa series kahapon, I haven't seen him use set.
Or
Pero,
mid-set to.
baka pwede. A lot of options is open dito for Oasis Gaming, no? Looking at their current lineup right now. Konsi now picked itong si Gragas. Very interesting sa kanilang possible lineup dito. If this is going to be a Pantheon, the last pick nila, then probably a mid-lane Ziggs dito, no? Kasi as you mentioned, the global presence, having 2 champions na may semi-global presence dito is a very important, a huge threat na overall, no? Na pwedeng mangyari, pero Irelia.
Irelia.
Okay, Irelia muna tayo, kaibigang Oso, no? Ang gagamitin nila dito sa kanilang lineup, Sunsparks, very interesting lineup so far. They have a pretty good tank champion, no? And especially Irelia, the Juggernaut, kumbaga in a way, konti kakunatan and the damage potential as well in every team fight.
Yes, so sino kaya ang huling pick ng Oasis Gaming para i-round up itong kakaibang lineup na to? So Olaf.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 na mili. Actually, no,
Well,
never mind. Pwede lang maging
naman
mili
yung
pala.
hammer. Oo, yung Mercury Hammer. Pero saan ang pwesto na itong mga to? Pwedeng jungle to? I'm thinking na support Morgana, Demon Kaito na Jace, and set on Edaf. Pwedeng siya maging ADC na gawin nila dito. Pero hindi natin alam kung paano nga ba gagawin. Pero ang mas nakikita ko dito, 1-win condition is they can use the poke. They can use the shock blast plus into the accelerator gate before entirely mag-Ragnarok itong si Olaf and sweep everyone out. Kasi ano na siya kung baga pwede na siya magwala at that point, pwede na lang yan linisin. And syempre, ando din si Isila, meron tayong resets na gagamit na aabangan. So baga may dunk it, dalawa na naman yung dunk it dito na makikita natin maring Sphere.
Oo, talagang talunan talaga dito, Jump Brothers in a way. No? Pero malalaman, ayan na. So we finally have it mga kaibigan. This is going to be a set,
okay,
bot
support
lane
set
set, support. Sabi ko na iniisip ko
Sabi
nung
niya,
una, could this be the carry, could this be a carry na set? Pero nope, normally talaga there are certain situations na nakikita talaga na ginagamit siya as support sa mga pub gamers natin dyan, diba?
hindi okay yung first support natin sa set. And he is facing doon sa unang naglabas ng set as a support, which is sa kamay ni Arjuk. So mukhang may mapapaupo at magsi-seminar. Mukhang papakitaan muna tayo dito ni paring Dragon kung paano nga ba gamitin talaga ang full potential ng isang support set.
And indeed, Derp, tama ka dito, no? This is going to be an APC na Ziggs. We still going to have beaten mga kaibigan. Pero exhausted dito. Arjuk, pinagpapansin ng kadena. At pinlash inan para sa first blood.
Ayun na nga, nagkapalitan. First gold. And magandang start yan para kay Arjuk. So parang nakikitaan natin ang kakaibang galaw tong Sunsparks. Parang hindi ito yung nakita natin kahapon.
Nagkaduguan agad, Erp. So talagang a blood for blood. Baga eye for an eye ang gustong gawin dito ni Arjuk. And at least that pressure na give dito kay Edna. Medyo nagkaroon ng pagkakataon si Hayes na makapag-farm kahit na para sa mid lane. to get the early lead. Pero syempre, since kill yung trade na yon, lamang pa rin si Edap. Tumamang death sentence mga kaibigan. Para
Oy,
dito kay
nice.
Dragon.
Gusto niya yan,
Pinagbabato. Face breaker na utog sa mga
okay.
kaibigan. Utog sa katawan. Pero
Ayun na
Arjo,
nga.
masyado kang malalim.
Masyado siyang makulit doon, paring Spear. Nasobrahan sa kulit yung ating Thresh at yun na nga, kaagad, nabigla sila doon sa damage.
Tawag dito, ito, kumbaga Dragon with set tank yan in a way, may pagka-tank na siya. So,
Oo,
they can
aftershock
just
pa
sustain the
naman yung dala
damage.
niya.
Pero teka lang, maaga pa, masyado kayo mainit mga kaibigan. Hindi naman
Grabe
fighting
naman
si
to,
Ace
mga
dito.
tatlo
Nagkakaroon
kaagad.
ng maganda try. Uy! Napakapal ng shield, Haymaker coming from Dragon. Pero eto na yung Playmaker
Surge.
ng Sunsparks dito. Inahabol si Ace, tinabahan ng Dark Biting. Pero wala silang pang follow-up kasi medyo pa maaga nga. Wala pang ult mga tropa.
Wala pang follow-up kasi hindi pa makapalo yung Olaf. Pre.
Yun nga. Yung follow-up.
Oo, wala pang follow-up si Olaf, di ba? Pagka binaliktad mo ang Olaf, palo. Uy, grabe, Blade Surge, oh. Diretso lang. Hindi yung problema ang Irelia mataas ang ang lifesteal niyan pagka nakapag full stack na. Hindi as a Jace, hindi mo mapapakinabangan talaga entirely yung kanyang poke. So mahihirap 'yan na engage dito na manggagaling kay Edaf, pero good play na manggagaling naman kay Haze and Sunsparks. Ito yung early game na malakas nila. They need to study how to keep it going para makalose nila tong game na to.
Yun nga yung isa din napansin ko dito. They have to keep this up. They have to make sure na kung manalo sila dito, kung gusto nilang manalo dito, win the upcoming team fights. Arjo, patiently waiting sa get lead, nagkakape at naghihintay. Ganun din naman si Dragon. The difference is that level 3 si Arjo, level 4 si Dragon dito, 6 si Haze. So this is not looking good for Sunsparks. Nahuli mga kaibigan. Edap, tinamaan ng kanyang flay, pero nakapag-mamba out, ginamit niya yung kanyang flash, which is a good thing for them. So information para sa kanila, mukhang easy kill na naman to para kay Haze pag nahuli niya si Edaf.
Yun na nga, talagang pinipressure nila sa Edaf, and once again, the rotation na manggagaling dito kay Arjuk. But the towers, mukhang magkakaroon na ng change of lane dahil nagre-recall na rin yung duo bot natin dito at si Haze ang tatapat sa Dragon Lane habang si Isila mag-i-stay dito kaharap si Nasjo. Rotations after rotations, 20 seconds tayo bago sa dalawang objectives natin. And saan kaya? Ano kaya ang kailangan nila unahin dito? Remember, this is a Cloud Drake. And nakita natin sa ibang mga teams na mas pinapahalagahan nila itong Cloud Drake. Kumbaga sa ginto yung potential ng Cloud Drake para sa ibang teams. Dahil nga doon sa movement speed na mas nakakatulong sa kanila sa mga rotations nila. Iba pa yung pagtrato nila once na Infernal yung lumalabas. Pero ngayon parehas nilang gustong kunin to. Ito yung sinasabi nating importansya, Sphere.
Mahirap lang dito is si Nasjo medyo malayo. Si Isila paparating na. Is going into the blasting call pero sinuplex. Ginamitan dito ng RKO ni Dragon. And Showstopper will stop him. Siyempre, Showstopper nga. Talagang napigilan niya na makapagpakitang gilas dito. Riff Herald, ang next target ng Oasis Gaming. They have the vision, they have the information. Nahuli yata. Teka lang, Ion Fire, mga pinaguntog. Pinag-aalitik mga kaibigan. Pero teka lang, may Dark Binding Soul Shackle. Apat ang mahuli. They will do it. Kadenang ginto. SS Consi tumatakbo dito. Pero Dark Binding
grabe naman yun.
Paisa-isa gaming. And Nasjo is super low na. Kaibigang Oso, dalawang namatay si Sunsparks.
Grabe, nakita mo ba yun sa Gedli, paring Spear? Ginamitan ng facebreaker sabay flash.
Oo.
Inuntog ni Dragon yung si Arjok sa biceps niya.
Tatlo sila. Talagang
kanina
untugan.
Di ba? Tatlo, di triceps. Hindi, joke lang.
Pwede. Gana naman, Erm. Triceps.
Hindi ko. Binangga niya dun sa abs niya Kung 6 yun, sa abs niya kasi yung pandesal 6. Pero, teka muna. Easy ka lang. Dash Joe, wala ka na sa tore mo. Tore na namin to.
Di Masha, sumigaw na mga kaibigan at pinalakol. Yun nga lang, may kakunatan ng bahagya dito pero walang makunot sa marami. Ito naman sa buti nagkakasuntukan. Hinampas ng kamao ni Diva. Si Ace ay namatay. Tinabahan Dark Wedding. Si Archuk. Ito na ang Haymaker. Gamitin mo yan. Teka lang. lang, sinasalo niya yung Mega Inferno Pop. Tumama sa minion and that's not gonna be
Si
enough.
Konsi, oh.
Secure na kill dito. Pero si Konsi, ang juicy
Consequence
mga
yan.
kaibigan. Teka lang, mamba out muna for now. Tamang chill lang tayo. Nakakuha na ng kill, so okay na.
Ayun na nga, no? Si Konsi, kailangan niya mag-ingat doon. Mag-suffer siya sa consequence niya. Kaya...
Ay, oo.
Oy, ayos. Ito na. Nagpapainit pa tayo para sa laban namin. Yan, no? So,
Mamaya, mainit pa
maganda,
yan.
maganda ang pinapakita ng Sunsparks. Pero mukhang nawawala na naman sa kamay nila ang advantage na binuo nila sa early game. And sa lahat ng nangyaring kaganapan na yun, no? Nakakahinga dito si paring Edap. And kahit sabihin mo at the back foot, nag-start siya. And ngayon, 3-2-1 na siya. Akala mo mag-1-2-3 sa damage niya.
Teka lang, mahirap pag mag-1-2-3, kailangan mo magbayad talaga. Pero Nasjo, wait a minute, kapag mainit, medyo makunat yan. This is a tank. Nasjo pala, or tank, Gragas, Edap. Nahuli siya ng Hextech Ultimatum. Walang malakas sa tatlo. Tatlo ang kalanyang kalaban dito. Pero eto na mga kaibigan, ang
Ito ang
tumigaw
malakas sa
ng
tatlo.
Demasha. Unstoppable siya doon, pero double kill para. Hey,
Shackles.
Arjun try
Si
to
Gonzi.
stop them. Demon Kite, still try. Itong si Etic Nomad,
Oh, ito na.
makakasama siya
Oh,
dito.
si Dragon.
Siya pa.
Ang kapatid
Ang
ko.
mabibitas, may Inferno ba?
Ang kapal.
Pinagtugtog si Konsi mga kaibigan.
Oh!
Pero showstopper.
Oh!
Will use the haymaker. Hindi nga lang umabot kay Konsi dito. At itong si Dragon ay sayang ng isang kill sa top lane.
Ay, naku po, grabe yung palitan na yun, no? Dumating si Kambal. Pinrotektahan niya si Demon kahit kaso syempre hindi na umabot dahil nga na medyo malayo yung pinanggalingan dito ni Dragon. Muntik na niyang mabawian. Pero tingnan natin dito si Isila mukhang tatakas. At makatakas naman. Rocket belt lang.
Muntik nang makaisa dito. Tsaka wala pa namang Hextech Ultimatum kasi kung nagkataon na meron siya, baka iba.
Kulong yun.
Oo, baka iba yung maging dikta ng laro natin dito, no? Right now, tamang chill lang. Actually, walang chill pala dito kasi 8 minutes pa lang tayo, Erp, no? Papunta pa lang 8 minutes pero 16 kills na meron tayo.
Oh.
Dead sentence, not connected to anyone, pero baka mapaplay dito ang isa!
Oh.
Renzi going in, walang pati pick to pick pa, wala na pagalit lang na papasok sa loob. Naku, tinamaan dito ng stun si Renzi, but Renzi is still alive. Napakakunat yan. May Ragnarok pa siya na
Oh,
pwede
ito na,
niyang
Infernal,
gamitin para
paring
sumigaw ng Demasha. But wait a minute, indeed, the Dragon is here. This is Infernal Drake. Kailangan nilang i-take Yuris dito to get this one. Wala silang enough damage. Only Haze get doing the damage right now together with Konsi. Pero wait lang, the bouncing bombs, just poking them. Habang meron tayong Dragon dito, meron tayong dyan drop bombs na pinatuloy.
Oh, uwi.
Pero eto
Oh,
na mga
Ragnarok.
kaibigan, yung kanyang Ragnarok dito po. Uy!
Uy!
Another one,
Ina
round
mo!
2! The showstopper again will stop the show na gustong ipakita ni Ace dito. Pero teka lang, si Esila nagkakaroon ng pagbawa sa bot lane. Ginamit niya yung knockshot ulit pero ba't ko na lang? Kasi ang daming nangyayari. Tatlo yung nakikita natin
Uy,
dito.
buhay pa!
Dragon buhay pa rin. Bakit ka naman ganyan? Sa bagay namatay na yung Dragon kanina kaya hindi na pwede pumatay. Yung isa pang Dragon dito and this second tier turret will fall into the hands of Oasis Gaming.
Yung gargoyle, stone plate, paring spear, gamit na gamit kanina. Tinangkin na pa yung tore para lang makapatay. Pero wala talagang iba yung Kunachi Ipo dito ni Dragon. At kung titignan natin ngayon, yung mga items, meron ng Rylai's dito. Etong si Demon Kite, so more slow once na nilapag niya yung soil. Luden's Echo din para mas masakit. Pero maganda dito si Edap, sabi niya, sige, lagi niyo akong pinapatay, protection muna tayo. Pagkakuha ng Black Cleaver, diretso, Edge of Night.
Actually, yung Earth, yung first item niya dito, kaya medyo talagang gusto niya talagang todo protektado sa kanyang katawan. Kasi
Ay,
gusto niyang iwasan
Yun pala yun.
And ako, Earth, ang ganda dito na ginagawa ng Oasis Gaming, I would say, especially in that particular team fight, talagang ang focus na itong si Dragon
Ay, grabe,
is protektahan
second
yung Dragon.
Uy!
Protektahan
Herald?
yung Dragon. Teka lang, Refailed, big tama ng top lane dito, nahuli ng Dark Phoenix ni Nasio, pero okay lang yan, may tenacity siya doon, ginamit ang kanyang body slam dito, here in the top lane, pero wait lang, buhay po
ginugulo
yung
lang.
Dragon, teka lang, there's still buying enough time for the inhibitor turret to go down. Dragon, ang sakripisyo para makuha yung inhibitor turret na yun.
Tinanggalan dito ng Dragon. Pero marami pa rin silang Dragon. Oh my
isa pa.
God, that huli.
Wala, teka lang, easy lang kayo mga
Oo,
kaibigan.
isa
Dahil,
kayo.
10 minutes, 14-8 na.
Oo, ito na. Ito yung sinasabi nating Oasis Gaming. Ito yung hinahanap natin. Pero no, dahil sa hatak, nag-miss yung ano na yun, yung binding na yun. Pero ito na, Hextech Ultimatum
Na nga, hindi naipit mga kaibigan, hindi makatakas ito si Estila, pero wala siya magagawa doon.
Aray ko
Sa
po!
bisada. Uy, the Soul Shackle will still connect kahit na medyo malayo doon. Demon Kite,
Oo, sige, palakol.
pero nakapagmamba
O, sige,
out.
batoy mo pa.
Naku
O,
po,
batoy mo pa.
apat
Uy,
yan!
dalawa!
yan, pero nakadalawa pa siya. Double kill for Renzi mga kaibigan. And rampage siya doon. At nagkaroon pa ng isang trade sa Geddy habang nagbabakbakan sila doon sa ating Tribush.
Grabe naman yung thundering strike na yun. Binigla sila. Kita mo, ang dami nakahigla sa... Grabe naman yun. Di ba nakakagulat? Binato ng palakol. Pero ito na, Mega Inferno Bomb. Para lang, wave clear lang tayo. Habol kaya
Bilis,
si Kuya Munasjo. Para may
Bilis.
lakad si Kuya Munasjo ah.
Nagmamadali, no? Kahit mayroon pa siyang sprint sa katawan. Parang feeling ko, nakapag-out muna siya sa ganun eh, no? Kailangan maging maingat talaga. I think that's the... Hindi naman siya naka-teleport
Oo,
eh. Parang meron
yun
lang siyang
naman.
bonus movement speed talaga. Talagang
Yeah,
movement
meron
speed.
lang. Nagkataon lang na meron, no? Pero ito na, nakikita na rin natin yung ibang items ng taga Oasis Gaming na mas kumukunat, no? Deadman's Plate, Bramble Vest,
Okay.
tas titignan mo naman si Isila, Sterax Gauge, meron rin siyang Bramble Vest, may potentially magde-Deadman's Plate na to.
Oo, naka-demon wing nga eh.
Oo, tas ito, di ba?
Nasyo.
Kunat.
Kunot, not maku. Itong si Nasyo right now, no? Pero Bote, teka lang, Nasyo walang makunat sa marami. They're still trying to buy time or doing the speed push right now. Meron si Bote, meron si Mite, pero mahuli natin si Arjok. Arjok still alive right now. Ace, pumasok sa loob ng upo. Weka lang. Masyado ang malalim eh. Inferno Bomb.
Teka lang, easy ka lang
Parang
dyan.
wala. Parang hindi masakit yung Mega Inferno Bomb.
Wala, no, parang wala. Parang kalabit penge lang yung dating kasi wala eh. Masyado nang makunachi yung lineup nila at kahit sabi mong hindi pa totally mag-magic resist, ang item pa lang is Luden's Echo and Archangel Staff. So, wala man lang
Wala
kahit
nga.
Rabadons, no? Para mas nakakatakot, para mas masakit, o kahit Infinity Orb. Para ma-take in consideration
Yan.
ng mga tao na mag-magic resist. Di ba?
Yes.
So, yun.
Tama ka dyan, Erp, no? Parang kulang talaga sa damage. Pero di ko naman masisisi dito si Konsi. Kailangan niya rin talaga ng defensive, no? Kailangan
Oo.
niya maprotektahan yung kanyang sarili with that Archangel stuff dito. But then again, doon mo makikita na medyo nagiging maingit lang din talaga siya. Kasi baka mamaya nga naman siya ang mahuli. At
Oo,
hindi siya
biglain siya eh.
maprotektahan ni Arjo. Kasi may olap kasi. Si Renzi iba talaga eh. Pag pumapasok
Oo.
si Renzi, focus na lang siya sa goal. Pagkuha ka ng buhay ni Konsi dito. And Konsi can't react, no? Accordingly sa mga certain situations right now. Ito na, Baron kinukuha ngayon mga kaibigan ng Oasis Gaming. Pinipestuhan
ito
na
na.
ngayon ng Sunsparks.
Bubugan ulit.
Ito na, ang bakbakan ng ating
Turn.
taon. Pero mahuhuli dito si Archuk. Pinalakol. Si Archuk,
Oh,
pinadong siya ulit eh. Double kill para sa
Grabe
kanya.
naman
Bigyan mo
yun.
ng triple. Para isa pa.
Oh.
Triple. Dakit Jonathan. Susunod pa si Nasju dito. Buhay pa si Konsi pero na... Walang malayo si Konsi dun ha. Nandun siya
Uy,
sa kabilang
sayang.
jungle. O sila still chasing him. Meron siyang red buff dito. Pero wala na ang Baron. Parang direct na tayo sa inhibitor turret si Renzi.
Hindi
Hinahabol si
pinapatras,
Konsi.
hindi pinapatras.
Masakit Kuya Eddie. Teka lang ha, Renzi. Still, pinipigilan niya lang mag-goal dito. Itong
Uy,
si
nangano,
Konsi.
grabe
Teka lang, pumasok sa loob si Isila. Wait, di. Wala na, hindi na enough. Di pala siya si Ragnarok Boy, no? Nakapag-out siya doon.
wala.
Pero,
Sterax na lang yun.
all inhibitors down, Earth.
Ayun na nga, no? Talagang umatras pa sila. Respeto daw. Umabot pa rin daw sa timer. Pero unti-unti na bumabagsak daw yung buhay ng Nexus na natira na lang sa 1,778. Pero yan, meron naman siyang regeneration. Pwede silang ibalik
Pwede.
dito yung buhay ng kanilang Nexus. Pero Baron ang tinitignan. They need to defend the land para dito sa Sunsparks.
Ayun lang.
Kailangan nilang bawiin itong kanilang
Dragon.
base mismo.
Ito na.
Pero si Dragon, ito
Support.
parang hindi naman yata support to eh, no?
Oo, grabe. Yung face breaker niya talaga nabe-break yung face ng kanyang kalaban
Uy,
dito,
teka
si
lang,
Arjok. Teka lang
sige,
may
tingnan
wakawang
natin.
sila dito.
Huli,
Ginamit ako ng
huli.
LS pero eto na. Yung kanyang right
Uy,
story.
grabe
Nagkaroon
lang,
ako ng
naman
dito.
yun.
Meron pa siya magagamit na Ragnarok pag nagkataon. Pero they're not gonna risk this one muna for now. Kasi nag-push naman yung kanilang mga minions dito. Nasjo will try to go
Turn
in.
ulit.
Uy,
Pakulit
napakakunat
kayo,
pero walang makunat sa marami. Mahuhuli dito. Itong si Renzi. Buhay pa rin mga kaibigan. No, si Sila pala ang nahuli nila doon. Pero si Ace naibot sa loob. Ginamit ang bases. Pero showstopper. Will reach him to secure that kill. Ace takbo ng malalim. Si Archuk hinabol dito ni Renzi. Ito na yung unstoppable. Sumigaw ng Demasha with the Ragnarok. Oops, hindi umabot sa pagtalon. Dito sa over the wall ng ating Dragon. Konsi, hinahabol ni Renzi.
Ayaw pawin.
Teka lang,
Uy,
edap! Masyado ko malalim kaibigan, hindi ko si Olap. Nahuli siya doon. At secured to win mga kaibigan for this game. And Oasis Gaming securing the first series.
At ayun na nga, no? 2-sorry muna tayo para sa Sunsparks. And yun nga, napaka-explosive itong game na to. Boom! Ika nga, no? At Oasis
Nice one.
Gaming, still, early game-wise, nakuha talaga ng Sunsparks. We're still that close para doon sa mga early skirmishes.
Yes.
Pinocus nila si Edaf again and again. And dahil sa kaka-focus doon, they are being left out sa iba pang teams na team member na kailangan nilang i-consider. So, di ba nakita mo naman yung pwesto nila Oasis doon, nila Demon Kite, and even Dragon, to be honest, talagang ang goal nila is manghuli lang. Yung damage, pinapaubaya na nila kay Renzi at saka kay Isila. So, hindi na rin kailangan mag-antay ng Shock Blast bago entirely na maramdaman yung pagyanig nitong lineup nila. Ginawa nila, sige, nakam si Edap, mag-protection ka, mag-black cleaver ka, unti-unti na lang natin yung damage. And then at that point, naging okay yung kinalabasan dahil nga mas nag-focus na sila doon sa Renzi Frenzy, the Ragnarok na magwawala. And kung may palakol din, itong si paring Isila, may sariling palakol din itong si Olaf na kung saan pwede na iba to. Ayan. Yun yung pinagkaiba din.
Ang mahirap lang din kay Olaf, kailangan mong kunin. Para mabilis. Kailangan mo pick upin, kumbaga, no? Kasi yung palakol dito ni Darius is iba. Talagang, yun yung
malapit
ginawa.
kung yun yung ibabato, no?
Nakita natin, triple kill. Di ba? Sa huling team fight. Muntik na makaapat dito. Tumakbo ka agad. Itong si Ziggs, no? Medyo kinabahan na siya si Consi na baka magkaroon pa ng penta pag nagkataon. And that's it, no? That's pretty much the game, man. Hinanap kasi natin yung lakas ng Oasis. Talaga pinakita nila tuloy ng game 2 na ito pa rin kami.
Ito yung tunay. Ito yung siyang tunay.
The
Baka
team
kasi
fight.
warm up lang yung una.
Team fight after team fight. Walang suko, walang awat, walang pahinga. Puro laban, suntukan agad.
Dinere-diretso talaga nila nung nagkaroon na ng pagkakataon dun sa mga kills. Pero dahil nga, hindi pa nila inin kaagad nung na-expose na yung Nexus mismo. So, mas nagkaroon pa ng oras and then, syempre, easy Baron. Wala ka na magagawa eh. Kung Sunsparks ka, sobrang hindi na yun yung ideal situation na tatlong inhibitor yung wala sa inyo. And kung LoL PC man, di ba, may potential eh. Kasi nagre-respond doon yung inhibitor. Pero dahil nga this is Wildrift, yung inhibitor turret mismo, hindi na basta-basta bumabalik. So alam mo yun, talagang wala na buy time. Malaking kawalan sa inyo pag nawala ka agad yung turret. Ganun kahalaga yan dito sa Wildrift. And it's just that Oasis Gaming maximizing all the casualty that they can do para doon sa mga rotations nila. And napunta sa kanila yung advantage and easily take down the game.
Parang ayaw pa nilang tapusin nga kagad after getting all those inhibitor turrets kagad. You just want to bait them once again to try to go for the Baron. Tapos syempre respond din naman. Ala ka naman pabayaan mong kunin yung Baron dito. Yung nangyari kanina, no? But overall, it's just a matter of, syempre, winning the game talaga. And that goes to Oasis Gaming sa laban na ito. Maganda yung pinakita din, of course, ng Sunsparks, no? I would say na same what happened in the first game, no? Kung saan medyo talagang palag-palag sila nung una. The rotation coming from Arjuk. The rotation as well coming from Consi and together with the rest of the members of Sunsparks Gaming. Pero mahirap talagang sabayan yung playstyle ng Oasis Gaming. And wise decision in terms of itemization from Edaf dito, going for the Edge of Night first para hindi na siya lagi mabugbog dito ng Irelia, kasi Irelia is really strong kapag early game talaga at marunong talaga yung player.
Yes, and maganda pinakita na magkabilang side. Kahit sabihin mong yung Sunsparks hindi siya entirely nanalo, nagpakita siya ng konting growth, nagpakita siya ng progress, and kahit konti na early game na mga plays, nakagawa sila paring Spear. And yun yung maganda dito. Hindi sila yung talagang na landslide win. May palag sa una, no? So overall, talaga na-enjoy ko yung game na yun. And even drafting wise sa paring Spear, maganda yung kinalabasan. Maganda yung lineup na magkabilang kupunan.
Yes.
Naramdaman natin yung intensity nung sakit nung lineup nitong Sunsparks by focusing on Edaf. Ito, kita mo naman, yung first blood talagang kinuha nila. Pero so far, ito yung set na talagang nakakatakot as support.
Ang ganda rin dito ng setup na ginawa ni Demon Kite pala, no? That's the force. Actually, the setup came from Dragon. kung saan ginamit niya yung kanyang face breaker doon sa tatlo doon na nahuli niya nga. Tapos nakapag-follow up lang si Demon Kite with yung kanyang soul shackle, and then
Ayan,
eventually
tinangke
they
niya.
won. And look at the support again, it's an important job. Nakita mo naman, he's tanking the damage, the aggro coming from the turret, tapos sinubukan lang niya magkaroon ng mga habang kinikill ng kanyang mga kakampi yung isang kalaban nila dito, no? And Demon Kite, ito surviving these two. At that point, nakita natin, ito yung mga certain scenarios lang talaga na talagang lumamang dito yung Oasis Gaming. Even yung point na every time that they have the dragon, that they're taking the dragon, pinipigilan talaga ni Dragon. Naka-reserve yung showstopper para kay Ace pag pumasok siya.
No, pagpasok nung Camille kanina over the wall, binato ka agad para siguradong hindi mananakaw. And as a support, napakadaming play dito ni, tingnan mo yan, linis ang dalawa. And napalayo lang si Nasio doon. Pero yun nga, no, going back dun sa point natin, as a support na etong si Dragon, andun pa rin yung mindset niya as a mid laner. Napaka-aware siya sa sitwasyon, aware siya sa mga fights na pwede niyang kunin, sa pwede niyang i-take advantage, and at the same time, yung basa niya as someone na kahit support siya, iba yung playmaking skills niya na talagang binabago yung sitwasyon ng laro.
Yes, indeed, no. Tsaka, iba rin talaga, ito rin talaga yung advantage na may makunat kang tank, may makunat kang support, no. Just to buy enough time for your teammate. Ito si Renzi, para talagang ang goal niya is pigilan lang silang makauwi.
Mangulit lang, no? At kita mo naman dito ngayon,
Back
no?
to
Siya
back.
pa rin ang player of the game. At syempre, kita mo naman dito, Righteous Glory. So, hindi lang basta-basta ragasan ng normal na, ragasan ng isang 10-wheeler truck ang dala ni Renzi. Step gauge, death dance, at syempre, ang kanyang Black Cleaver. So, talagang napakasakit, no, ng kayang ilabas ng damage output ni kuya mo, Renzi.
Ganang-gana talaga, no? I would say na Olaf pa din talaga. Kailangan na ng magandang composition na pasok si Olaf. Kasi during the summer season, up until fall season, talagang meme na to si Olaf eh. Na parang, sino yung team na pipili ng Olaf at sino yung team na susunod na matatalo dahil kay Olaf? Parang ganun yung situation eh. But right now, Olaf,
May sumpa.
Renzi, pretty much pinakita niya na talagang Olaf is still works up until now in the current meta, and overall, syempre, being the back-to-back MVP or player of the game na meron tayo dito, talagang solid. I would say itong si Renzi, hindi pa rin nawawala yung init niya since the previous season.
Oo, yun naman yung maganda doon. No? Consistency is the key, ika nga nila. And nakita natin yun sa kamay ng Oasis Gaming na kahit nung panahon pa ng VVV, talagang naramdaman natin kung gaano sila ka-gifted o talented doon sa kanilang galawan. Kaso yun nga lang, may mga pagkakataon na short sila. Tulad kahapon, syempre respectable naman talaga yung kanilang kalaban. And at this point, Oasis is picking themselves up once again. Nakakuha na sila ng panalo against Sunspark. And while itong Sunspark has yet to wait kung ano nga ba, kung kailan nga ba ang kanilang pag-angat. And malalaman natin yung mga yon sa mga susunod na araw. Kaya ako sa inyo guys, mag-abang-abang kayo sa mga fights natin dahil sobrang sulit ng bakbakan.
Actually, marami pang for sure, no, na makikita natin ng mga matches dito na magsusubok sa endurance ng Oasis Gaming. Mga kaibigan, Game 1, Series 1 pa lang yang nangyari. Kakatapos lang. Mayroon tayong mainit na Series 2 maya-maya lamang. That's going to be RRQ versus Team Secret. Isa sa mga pinakainitay natin ngayong araw na ito. Once again, I'm just here together with the Series. Pabalik kami, magkaroon lang kami ng short break. Diyan lang kayo.
Welcome back to the WCS PH. You are back on the panel desk, and Oasis Gaming has taken the first series of the day, 2-0 versus Sunsparks, which means on our panel predictions,
You,
I am now trailing
Yeah.
behind
Mika's in.
for this. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
not.
no.
I'm not. I hope I get to bounce back. I hope I get to
Oh
bounce
no,
back over
Mika!
here.
I'm planning to change my predictions now
I-
on the second series because of what happened. Oh no! That's okay. That's okay.
I wasn't copium for that, but yes, Sunsparks indeed still struggling. Where Oasis Gaming managing to find that W, managing to get that point on the leaderboard. Let's jump into our series highlights for that for that matchup. But as you guys were saying, Sunsparks, they did have some moments, and there were times wherein there were windows for them to make that comeback. Autolus, you talked about how in theory there were Sunsparks could have taken both game 1 and game 2.
Yeah, because they had the lead at the early stages of the game. If it was a more coordinated team, a more formidable team, I feel that Oasis Gaming could have been on the bitter end. They could have lost the series because looking at the replay, you can see here that Sunsparks did draft for the early game. If you draft Pantheon, you basically are shouting, we're going to win the early game because Pantheon is very strong in the early game. And you also have a Lux and a Thresh that is just all about crowd control. Now, if you control your opponents when it comes to movements and being able to move, then basically you are giving yourself the chance to win skirmishes. That's what happened during game number 1. However, we're talking about Oasis Gaming here. They know their windows and they just came back from the dead from game 1 and game 2, and they just wanted to rush things out and prove to everyone that they are still a favorite team here in WCSPH.
And you got the word out of my mouth, Autolus, for that one. I feel like Sunsparks constantly gets this early game, but when it comes to the mid game and the late game, they don't know what to do next, right?
Yeah.
When it comes to objectives, they're gonna lose it up against Oasis. And I like how you talked about the certain champions, right? They're winning conditions towards the early game, and I think that is why we see this hyper aggression even in game number 2, wherein Thresh went into the mid lane, flashes under the turret to try and get that kill. The first blood was theirs. That was their early game foundation, but then again, the mid game, late game was a bit more iffy. They don't know what to do, and now when it comes to the rotations, Oasis comes out ahead.
Yeah. And you know what? You mentioned this Infinity a while ago. We were talking about Sunsparks and how they still can't seem to find their footing. What adjustments do you think they need to make, given what we've seen, yesterday and now today?
I think it's going to be very hard to tell because we're looking at the new Sunsparks, right? Prior to this year's WCS, last year we have a different lineup for Sunsparks, and now we have the Sunsparks today that we know it, wherein Bren was transferred over, right? So pretty much this is the Bren lineup without Rebenga on the team. So I think they just have to make do of their team coordination and improve in that aspect so that their roaming, their rotations, their ganks would be spot on.
For me, they have to get their confidence back. When it comes to, all right, students of Wildrift, I'm going to use, again, terminologies that may not be familiar for everyone, but we are talking about micro and macro here. When we talk about micro, we are talking about mechanics, being able to outplay your opponent mechanically. Meanwhile, macro is all about map movements. Now, on game number 1 and game number 2, if I could change something, if you already have the lead and if you're not really confident in going toe-to-toe in 5v5 skirmishes, you could opt for a trade and then do some rotations that can catch your opponent off guard. How do you catch your opponent off guard when it comes to, or after the first dragon? You basically do some quote-unquote lane shadowing, catch the rotations that are coming from your opponent on the side lanes, and that will open up the map for you. That I think is what Sunspark has to do in order for them to regain their confidence. If their 5v5s isn't there yet, maybe it's time for them to focus on the map, on the macro, in order for them to get that chance.
Yeah. Totally agree. And there were so many times wherein Sunsparks was caught unawares. They looked like they were gearing up towards something, but Oasis Gaming was just one step ahead, and they were able to capitalize on that. hopefully they will be able to bounce back. But congratulations to Oasis Gaming, and we have a representative, or I think it's the whole team again, of course, because everybody is there joining us from the side of Oasis. I think we do have Demon Kite representing
Oh.
the team for a quick interview here
twin
with us
twin? All right,
on
let's go.
the panel. Hello, Demon Kite.
Hello
Hi,
po.
thank you
Good
so much
afternoon.
for taking the time to join us. And hello to the rest of the team. Hello, you
Oy,
guys.
hello daw
There
sa
you
inyo.
go. Posting on social media
Snappers.
already. It's okay. Of course, everybody is busy. So, Demon Kite, we do have a few questions for you. My first question is your team dynamic. Of course, medyo bago yung roster ng team. The team is a little bit new. So, who calls the shots? Sino usually yung shot caller nyo?
Yung ano po namin, yung support sa jungler. Tapos yung iba po, ano na lang, mga extra na comms, like info, ganun, mga flash. Yan po. Pero mostly, ano
Yeah.
talaga, yung support, ganun, sa pag-engage.
So of course your twin is helping you
Yes,
out there, and we definitely saw the impact that the dragon did, the show-stopping plays, of course, that dragon did. So my second question for you is, based on what we saw yesterday, all of the matches, and of course the ones that are coming up right now, which team do you think is the strongest in the lead and the one that you're preparing for the most?
Sa nakita ko po kahapon, parang, ano po, parang AXS talaga. Yung inaabangan namin na makalaban ulit. Kasi, nung kailan yung group, knockout stage ba yan? Qualifier?
Yeah, the Swiss.
Yan. Just po na na reverse sweep nila kami after namin manalo ng game 1 sa kanila, kaya gusto namin bumawi sa kanila. Pero inaabangan din po namin yung Team Secret kasi alam naman natin na sobrang lakas nila, kaya yun po.
Very, very interesting. It seems like all the teams really have their eyes on those top two teams. Autolus?
Demon Kite, huge fan here. You know what I mean, man. When it comes to the Dragon laners, I definitely have you at the top echelon of the Philippine scene. Now, yesterday you played 3 marksmen, and today you played
Yes,
2 mages, and it's kind of anticlimactic. But as a fan, right, of you and your mechanics, what's the decision like? I mean, do you personally prefer playing for the team? And going for mages, or sometimes do you feel that you are being held back and that you want to play the marksman, the heavy mechanic champions?
Parang same po tayo ng like minsan sa sarili ko gusto kong mag-ADC talaga, pero para sa team ko na like need ko mag-adjust kasi yung meta kasi ngayon like yung ibang team kasi like passive maglaro sa bot Di mo pwedeng gamitan ng ADC na aggressive, like di mo sila pwedeng ganunin na lang, like need mo din mag-adjust para sa meta ngayon. Kaya adjust na lang din po ako, kahit hindi naman sa ayaw ko, pero gusto namin manalo kasi, kaya talagang need ko gawin yan.
Well, follow-up question, Demon Kite. If there is a change in Wildrift that has to be implemented for the marksman to come up or to rise up again, what will that change be, do you think?
Yung yung siguro yung mga nasa LoL PC siguro ngayon na
Items?
yung item. Opo, yan.
Heartbreaker and stuff, yeah.
Yes po.
Okay.
Kasi sobrang OP ng ADC ngayon sa PC.
Okay. So, Riot, more items please for AD. Let's go. Infinity.
You got something here, Infinity?
Yeah. Demon Kite, similar to Otluz, I idolize you when it comes to ADC. And
Thank you
I
po.
just want to ask you, like, what do you suggest for like ADC players? Because I also wanted to test out some marksmen there. Suggest on heroes or tips for new players for Wildrift.
Depende po sa kanila kung may comfort pick kayo na ADC, like sa akin, katulad ko, Vayne, pero kaya ko naman gawin lahat. Pag feel mong mapapasok mo siya sa meta, kahit di ginagamit na iba, pwede mo siya ipasok talaga. Tas pag dating po sa ADC, yung goal mo talaga is mag-damage ng most deal sa buong team nyo. Tas bawal ka talaga mamatay. Kasi napaka-importante ng ADC kasi siya yung bumabawas na pinakamalaki sa ano sa team. Kaya yun yung number 1 talaga, wag kang mamatay.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Human Kite.
Sounds so
Thank you
easy
po.
when Demon
Don't
Kite
die,
says it.
don't die. That's it.
Just
Don't
don't
die.
Easy, that's easy. Demon Kite, before we move over to your shoutouts or any messages that you might have for your fans, I have one question. It's a little bit of a personal one. It involves your brother, Dragon. So when you guys celebrate your birthday, isang gift lang ba yung binibigay sa inyo?
Depende sa nagbibigay po. Yun lang.
Okay,
okay,
Demon Kite,
depende.
if you're going to ask Mika for a gift, what would that be? All right, okay, I'm going to put you on the spot here, Mika.
What's that?
Ano po? Hindi ko maisip. Ano po, yung figurine siguro.
Oh, Resin, let's go, Mika. Okay, 60,000.
Okay. At least I'm thankful that it wasn't anything a house and lot, car. Okay. Pero isa lang Demon Kite.
Thank you po. Thank you in
Alright,
advance po.
Let's hear, of course, your actual thank yous to your fans and to any shoutouts that you might have.
Thank you po sa pamilya namin. Like, grabe yung supporta nila kahit pinayagan pa din na kami pumunta ulit dito sa ano. Kasi galing kami nung last month 5, kakarating namin ulit dito. And sa mga supporters po namin dyan na to the supporta since day 1 namin. Salamat po sa inyong lahat, tas mas gagalingan pa namin. Tas thank you po sa sa A&B, anak ng baka ni ni Kaos Step, sa support din namin. Sa lahat po ng sumusupport, thank you sa inyo. Yan lang po.
Alright, thank you so much, Demon Kite, and congratulations once again to Oasis
Thank you
Gaming.
po.
Good luck.
Sabi kayo eh.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay,
Bye.
so shout out to the children of Cow. Let's go.
The children of Cal. All right, of course, that wraps up our first series. Now we move over to the most difficult series to predict for the day.
For today, yeah.
It is RRQ versus Team Secret. Oh my goodness, Otoluz, I'm gonna give this to you first. It looks like based on yesterday, odds are favoring RRQ.
This is so hard to predict. I don't know what to do. To be honest, when we talk about RRQ, we have to look at them preparing for Team Secret the most, right? When they did their roster revisions, they had one thing in mind, and that's to own the Philippines, and that's where they thought that bringing the historic player in Exosen will bring them stability, and having the flexibility of having Helios and Exosen swap from Baron lane to mid lane will actually get them or net them the advantage. And talking about RIQ, we talked to Chaz yesterday, and Chaz so humble, but a lot of the Filipino players in the top leagues or the top junglers that we have really heralds Chaz as the best jungler out there. I would like to emphasize though, or I would like to highlight Exosen here. Exosen, again, if we're tracking numbers here, the number of games competitively played by this guy has been so up there. I feel that he's the record holder for most games. Maybe if we have one historian over there, and if you would like to share the number of games Exosen already has played competitively, you are free to share, and we would highlight that here on the show. And Exosen, again, it's not just the stability that he brings, right? He also has this charisma that you have to respect him. Wait, what? I did not expect the average KD of 0.17.
That's cute. We don't.
Yeah, well, that's still the number one numbers, but I wasn't prepared. Maybe production could help me in advance of this. But yes, this average KDA, I'm pretty sure that will just go up moving forward. And again, shout out Kuya Exosen, Daddy Exosen, Infinity, take the reins.
Yeah, I think Exosen at the moment, we all know, right? You're talking about history, you're talking about the past teams. Exosen came from Liab, now in RRQ, has played a lot and ton of games. RRQ and Liab Esports, we know them. Past from summer season, we know them playing all throughout these games and even back then from the preseason. So Exosen, when it comes to experience, Exosen is the guy.
Yeah, and he really is, like, as we mentioned, like Chaz mentioned yesterday, he really brings that Kuya factor. So the team has somebody, there's that clear person to rally around in the Rift. So that's why it's looking really solid for RRQ right now. And not to mention, individually, all these guys are very, very strong. On the other side, we have Team Secret, and of course, there is no doubt that this is a team that is basically the standard in the Philippines, thanks to being the representatives of the at the Horizon Cup. However, when we saw yesterday, they are dealing with some adjustments. There is the addition of Rocks on over to the team. However, you now have these superstar players on Team Secret, and rather than like on the side of RRQ, everybody's rallying around Exocen. It seems like they haven't gotten the reins just yet, Infinity.
Yeah, I think Team Secret, y'all know, right? They're kings of Southeast Asia. They're kings of the international stage. Their leaderboards when it comes to Wildrift Esports is up there. And I think we entitled them to be the comeback kings, the miracle kings, the king of the kings, right? Because of how they played last year with so much power that they showed us in the international stage. So I believe Team Secret just needs more time to grow. We know that Hamiz is now playing on the back end, going in for that drafting, champions, right? Coaching, player coach. So we'll see how this would turn out. I think Rox is just so powerful at the moment. It just needs time.
Oh, definitely. A lot of the people in the comment section, maybe even in the Twitterverse, were calling for the general to come back, and I feel that it's so unfair for Rox. I think for the Team Secret fans out there, we know who we are, right? I just gained the top fan badge for Team Secret,
No.
by the way.
Flex.
I can show my badge
Secret.
later. But yes, I feel that Rox is so capable to really match what Hamiz brings to the table. Yeah, we do know that there are what we call intangibles, the calming factor, the shot calling of Hamiz cannot really be discounted, and that is also one of the reasons why he's the MVP in Southeast Asia. But in that regard, I feel that we have to give Rox some time, and this Team Secret that we are talking about is still the top 3 team in the whole world. So just relax and chill down, and Team Secret will definitely get back on track.
Yeah, definitely.
Don't get me wrong though. Rox is one of the best supports in the region domestically so far. And being in addition to Team Secret, you know what? Talking about, time play, right? Rox team coordination of this solid team. You just have to wait for their evolution, as we have talked about a while ago.
Yep.
Yeah, I totally agree. I do think it needs time, and everybody is just kind of like jumping the gun at the moment when we haven't even seen, the team really warm up just yet. Of course, there's going to be an adjustment period. They've been playing with James and, in the role of the general for so long. Now you have somebody new come into this, group that's been very, very, like almost like a hive mind. Of course, there's going to be an adjustment period. That does not mean that this is a team to be discounted. Of course not. We are just getting into the very meat of the WCS here, and we do know, of course, what Rox is capable of. If we did, we remember his amazing plays from DR Esports. So this is going to be a real test for them going up against RRQ. I would like to highlight, of course, our solo player for the day on the side of Team Secret, which will be Tatsuri. Now, yesterday we saw a lot of respect being given to Tatsuri on the loose. I mean, UNDRGRND was really making sure that he wasn't able to, make those plays that he is so well known for.
Yeah, and this is far from the numbers that we expected Tatsuri to have. Right? If I'm not mistaken, he was above 10 when it comes to KDA during the fall series. And Renekton and Set, they are bruisers, right? This is not a Tatsuri that we love to see. Katarina, even the control mages, Galio could even be an option, but we know what's happening at the back end of things. We know that they are drafting for the team, and I know that Tatsuri will just find his ground again and will get these numbers up there again.
Yeah, we entitled Tatsuri last year Icon Series as the Penta King, right? Because he is probably the only one who has gotten 2 pentakills or more in the fall season, 1 pentakill in the summer season, probably the first in the whole
Yep.
Icon series. Absolutely insane player. And now bringing in Renekton, bringing in Seth. These are untraditional picks for this player here, Tetsuri. I think if he brings out, his prior picks to comfortable champions, this is going to be an insane player to watch.
Oh, of course. I mean, we all know the hype that comes out when Tatsuri picks Katarina, for one. And, I do think that, having these champion picks yesterday, we can tell that there is a little bit of experimentation on the side of Team Secret. They're no stranger to that, of course. It is interesting to see, what else they might have up their sleeve if we now see Tatsuri picking these more bruiser champions. So I wonder indeed. But as we move over to our head-to-head, this is going to be really, really interesting because I do believe we will have the solo laners over here, Helios and Azar. Now, Odalus, of course, we saw Helios was a treat yesterday, but we have to remember that he is transitioning from mid, and now he's going up against one of the best Baron laners we have.
You know what? I feel that there's something wrong with our numbers. I don't believe that Helios
Erase.
is at 0.2 because if I remember correctly, yesterday Helios was popping off on that Zed. So
Yeah.
we're going to get that fixed. Don't worry. We're going to get that fixed. And the reason why I wanted to highlight this key player clash between Helios and Azar is because, again, when it comes to the Baron laners in the Philippines, Azar is the barometer, right? If you get to defeat Azar, then you are capable of getting, or of facing off the international competitions that we have out there, because Azar has played a lot of games against international competition and has held his ground. So, Helios, this is your first test. This is Azar that we are talking about.
Yeah, and I just want to follow that up. Yesterday we saw Helios, and I think the KDA based solely from that day one yesterday. Helios KDA 11.67
There you
with
go.
an average of
Thank you.
6.33 kills, only
That sounds
1.33
better.
deaths, and 7.33 assists. It's insane how Helios
Yep.
plays on this role in the top lane, and we all know Helios being one of the more flexible mid laners before, right? Bringing out the Fiora and bringing out the Renekton mid lane, and now that he is in top lane, matching up against the hidden weapon of Team Secret, Azar, one of the best Baron laners so far in the region. I don't know what to expect. It's gonna be a rumble here in top lane.
Well, of course, I'm gonna ask you what you're gonna expect. What is your prediction, Infinity, for this series, the most difficult series of the day to predict? I'm scared.
It's so difficult. It's like a million times more difficult than looking at other matches, right? And I still believe in the Team Secret power. I still believe in the hidden weapon. I still believe in Capitan James on the backline supporting his team. I'm going for Team Secret.
Odalus?
Yesterday, I made a mistake of choosing Oasis over RRQ. And I feel pressured to not do the same mistake again. To Boss Lan, to the Kingmaker, I'm sorry, and this is my way of saying sorry. I'm going to choose RRQ in this particular series over Team Secret. It's going to be a close one, but I feel that this is my way of at least saying my apology.
This is a Odalus oath taking over here.
Yeah, there you go.
Repeat after me. I, Odalus.
I ought to lose. I'm sorry for counting out RRQ and putting RRQ on number 5 in my power rankings. And as my way of saying sorry, I would like to choose RRQ now over Team Secret. There you go.
A peace offering. Okay, so this was really difficult. I'm trailing behind with our panel scores, by the way. This was really, really difficult. I mean, you guys know how much I love Team Secret, but I still do think that they are undergoing this adjustment phase. And I think this is going to take the whole week to kind of like adjust. So I still do believe in this team, but I don't think they're taking this series. I think it's going to be a 2-1 in favor of RRQ. Infinity, you wanna win me back? I'm looking the other way again. You wanna win me back, Infinity?
King of the Kings, guys! What are you doing?
The Kings are RRQ.
Yeah, but there's a Kingmaker that's on my ear right now. Yeah, and I think
We'll see.
whatever prediction that we have right now, either of us could go wrong. RRQ
Yeah,
and Team Secret.
absolutely.
I just think that RRQ their whole preseason was to topple, or their plan was to topple Team Secret. They have studied Team Secret. They have a lot of games to watch Team Secret progress. And that sense of familiarity and that sense of preparation, I think, is what RRQ will be using to get the upper hand in this day number 2.
Yeah, although don't get me wrong, guys, just chill for a bit. We know Team Secret to be the meta makers Icon series last year, so we don't know what trump card they can put out on this series. You don't know, because they were the one who invented, or they were the one who pushed the unbeatable Olaf, unkillable Olaf in the Icon series. They were bringing down the mage bot lane right in the Philippines, so we don't know. Maybe they are gonna bring out something big and something new here in the series.
Maybe. And of course, since we have decided to up the ante for our panel predictions, we have our panel desk consequences, or panel or consequence.
Yeah, text
And
message, right?
Yes,
Okay.
it's a little friendly, and I'm thankful because I'm trailing behind and I'm losing points here. But it is indeed read the last text message that you sent, and I was saying like this is a little mild because do
Mika,
we actually have
let me suggest a consequence.
Oh?
like now?
No,
Like for this
for
one, like-
future.
No.
Okay,
Because
okay,
I
okay.
feel that this is a very underwhelming, especially when it comes to SMS. None of us really do use SMS
That's true.
nowadays. So
It's like
I'm thinking
online
that
search.
maybe the winner will be able to at least send a text message to a random person in the contacts of the person that's losing. I don't know. Just-
Oh.
Random.
Oh, I like that. Will we go with that? Maybe.
I don't
Maybe.
know.
Stay
Maybe.
tuned. Stay tuned for the next panel desk for this
Mhm.
for the continuation of this. I will take you up on that offer, Luz. But
Mhm.
right now, let's get back into our games. It's the second series of the day, RRQ versus Team Secret, our spiciest match of the day. Casters, over to you guys.
At tayo nagbabalik sa susunod na bakbakan at syempre kami ang inyong mga kasama, ang tagapagsalaysay at tagapagkatid ng matinding aksyon sa loob ng Wildrift. Ako si Osiris at kasama ko si...
GG's Fear! Hello! At magandang hapon na naman sa inyo lahat mga kaibigan. Mainit na laban kasi kung kanina, medyo mainit lang. Eto, sobrang init.
Oh,
naman,
yan.
medyo mahaba-haba
Mainit
yung
na
usapan
mainit
ng
eh.
ating mga panelists. Yan, ilaban sa pagitan ng RRQ versus Team Secret.
Yes, and makikita na natin ang dalawang nagsasalpukan simula summer hanggang ngayon. Dalawa sa mga organization, and tulad nga ng sinabi ng ating mga panelists, no? Kakaiba yung naging head-to-head natin, even yung comparison ng stats. Pero overall, sa mga na-attain nitong Team Secret, nandun sila. Parang ngayon lang, binibigyan lang natin ng oras para magbago o kaya maggawa yung dynamics ng Team Secret. Pero ano bang nakikita mong kailangan ayusin doon, paring Spear?
Pili ko talaga, Erp, syempre, again, this is just the first, yesterday, yung kanilang first series na nakita natin, and nakita rin naman natin, of course, yung strong points din ng Team Secret, and pero mas malakas na talaga yung strong point na meron ang Team Underground at that day. Pero tingin ko ngayon Team Secret could pretty much to, you know, bibalik yung yung talagang power nila dito, no, during the previous seasons na meron tayo. And syempre, since this is actually the first matches na officially nakikita natin si Rox na naglalaro sa kanilang side dito, no, so baka you know, there's still an adjustment period. Hindi naman immediately mararamdaman nila kagad yan. Hindi naman biglang kung gaano kalakas si James at kung gaano ka-effective yung team nila when they have James is going to be the same. Ito yung talaga magsusubok sa kanila kung gaano ka-effective tong current lineup nila because RRQ to, di ba? This is RRQ na talagang, alam mo naman, nakita natin sa mga botohan ng ating mga panelists, mainit. Ito na ang ating drafting phase.
At napakabilis, di ba? Binan kaagad nila yung Fresh Prince. Hindi natin makikita sa kamay ni Rox. Habang ito naman, wala na rin kaagad na Jace na pwedeng mapakinabangan ng Team Secret. On the other receiving end naman, wala tayong Camille. At saka syempre, Seth at Yumi. Ayan.
Yes, walang Yumi kasi naramdaman din nila na pwede rin kasi talaga magamit si Yumi, no? Kahit sinong team pwedeng gumamit kay Yumi right now, and Yumi is one of the, alam mo yun, the strongest support, I would say, no, right now, being
Totoo.
the enchant support. Kasi laki talaga na pwede niya i-contribute during the team fights na hindi mo siya ina-expect na biglang makakapag-turn around ng mga tables dito. Now, we are seeing
Hoy!
Gragas as the first pick.
Agad
At si
di Azar,
Renekton, Matic, first pick para kay Azar.
Uy, at si Rox mukhang mag-i-stay siya sa kanyang rakan.
Alam mo.
At kahit sabihin natin wala yung trash niya, sa tingin mo ba mararamdaman natin yung intensity ng playmaking dito ni Rox, ha?
Tignan natin kasi kahapon medyo nagkaroon siya ng mga konting feeling ko struggle in a way with regards to paggamit niya ng rakan. Pero alam mo, isa talaga sa first ban lagi, prior ban lagi dito sa Team Secret right now is Trash, no? Kasi Rox is one of the top players globally, no? Or I think in the Southeast
AP
Asia right
carry
now
pa rin,
na
ha?
paggamit ng Trash talaga.
At ano to, kakaiba to, paring Sphere. Walang nag-pick ng Morgana.
Morgana is open.
Oo, this should be an APC Morgana kasi meron na tayong AP carry na Lux, and then meron din tayong Ziggs. Although I know Marky's comfort pick would be that Ziggs kasi isa siya sa part ng or top leaderboard player ng Ziggs. But considering na meron kang Soul Shackles at the same time yung iyong let's say binding, Black Shield, napakadami mong benefit out of a Morgana, pero dahil nga mas kailangan niya siguro lumayo with the satchel charge dahil nga kay Azar, dahil kay Trevor, mas madami kasi pwedeng pumasok sa kanila dito. Binan na rin ang Yasuo. Medyo kakaibang banto coming in from Team Secret. Wala tayong Lee Sin na makikita kay Trevor, pero open din ang Rengar at ang Kha'Zix.
Yes. So a lot of options is open for our players right now, no? Last two picks naman na pwedeng kunin dito ng ating magkabilang panig. And banning out Fiora is actually a good choice, especially against Helios dito. Kapon, RQ made adjustments in a way na ginawa nilang mid lane si Helios and Exose na parang kumbaga eto yung tarima ko, eto yung pamamahay ko, and yun talaga yung main role ni Helios dito. Chewy, fourth pick para sa kanila will be having Kha'Zix once again para kay Trevor dito, and Riven. Medyo spicy, ha?
Oo, mukhang maganda yung naging palitan natin sa junglers, and RRQ, kahit sabihin natin hindi naging entirely effective yung akali ni Azar, tinanggal pa rin talaga nila, and Maze on that Alistar. So marami tayong CC na makikita dito. Might be of course Exosen sa kanyang Gragas, at siyempre si Helios sa kanyang Darius, Brusco Brothers and everything. So kaya nga, okay, gets ko na. So, kaya hindi rin tayo nag-Morgana dito. Kasi nga, mostly sa lineup ng RRQ, maraming papasok. May iwan si Marky sa likod mag-isa, and he needs something that can peel out of it. So ngayon, meron tayong Z dito. This will change the lineup itself. And also, babalik na ba tayo sa KDA machine na si Tatsuri?
Yes, yun din yung iniisip ko dito, no? Right now, when you look at the lineup of RRQ, they have 4 overall na pwedeng mag-survive dito with the death mark coming in from Tatsuri. If ever na magkaroon ng mga team fight, pero si Sari, the only target that he could pretty much kill easily is none other than itong si Ziggs. Kung sino man nagagamit sa kanya, probably Marky, because that's going to be an AP carry, the bot lane. Yun ang magiging mahirap dito for Tatsuri, going for the right target. Who can he target pretty much during team fight dito? Kasi si Marky for sure will just stay from behind. And Tatsuri has to go for the right angle, no, right position para lang masigurado niya na masecure niya yung kill dito against kay Marky. Because as the poke game prolong, mas lumalamang dito yung RRQ because of how poke potential, yung prowess nila dito with Ziggs and Gragas. Lalo na kung AP yan kasi Helios yan eh. For sure that's an AP Gragas.
Yeah. So dito na tayo magkakaalaman kung saan nga ba pwesto itong si paring Helios. Magkakaroon nga ba ulit ng palitan sa lane dahil 'di ba nakita natin kahapon Exosen at Helios, at ayun nga Exosen sa mid lane pa rin.
Mid lane pa rin. Hindi pala si Helios ang gagamit. Itong si Gragas, nakala kasi mag-mid lane siya. Pero teka lang. Bot lane?
Teka, balagbagan. Okay, sige. Counting battle lang ng bomba dito. Chewy and Rox. Tamang painit lang muna tayo. And no chill. Yung dalawang team natin ngayon.
Indeed, no chill muna. Talagang walang kalma, no? Actually, even Exosen, I mentioned earlier na pwede mag-AP itong mid lane natin. Kung Sirius yung gagamit. Pero Exosen is actually using it as an AP build. Looking at yung
Mm.
kanyang keystone dito, no, or yung runes niya, which is yung Electrocute, para magkaroon siya ng more damage coming in from his champion. The burst potential na pwede nilang ibigay later on is talagang huge din in a way to stop Team Secret. Team Secret, in terms of crowd control, meron balance sila in a way. There's the Ruthless Predator, the Light Binding, and of course yung Grand Entrance together with
Yes,
yung
yes,
quickness
yes.
na pwede ibigay ni Rox mamaya.
Yes, so kumbaga, initiation-wise talaga mararamdaman natin sa kamay ng Team Secret. Pero ang maganda dito, meron tayong explosive cask to disrupt yung
Yes.
kanilang lineup. Meron din tayong dash pulverize nito ni Maze. So, marami rin silang pang re-engage on the other end. So, mas magdidikta ng team fight kung sino yung successfully na makagawa
Tama.
na execution ng kanilang mga dito panghuli. At ayun na nga,
Yes.
no? Silipan lang.
Nagkakaamu yan, kumbaga, no? Nagkakaamoy. Ano nangyayari
Oo,
dito?
oo.
Just checking out saan pwede. So, potentially na nandun yung kanilang mga junglers. Right now, since they saw Trevor na kumuha ng ating Scuttle Crab, nandun naman sila sa top lane dito for a chance to get that Scuttle Crab as well. We've seen a lot of Riven before jungle.
Oo,
And
yes,
sometimes
yes.
it's not effective, sometimes effective siya. Pero I think dito mukhang mainit yung laban kung sakaling Kha'Zix, Trevor versus Chaz itong si Riven Chaz, no? Tignan natin kung paano magiging matchup dito pag nagkataon na nagkasalubong sila. Kasi isolation versus a champion na medyo napatagal ng konti para manalo sa mga teamfight. Tignan natin kung sino mas effective.
Yes, and we might see more pressure na manggagaling dito sa mid lane as we saw Tatsuri securing his serrated dirt. Habang lost chapter pa lang ang meron dito si paring Exosen. So kita mo naman, sinimulan kaagad ng mabilis na shadow na galawan dito ni Tatsuri just to make sure he can put a bit of a pressure para sa Gragas. Pero that's Gragas knowing na meron siyang sariling sustain. At ito na, apprehend pero slice out kaagad si Azar.
Nakaamoy siya, no? Kasi medyo extended na itong si Helios dito. So naging maingat siya na maybe potentially a gank
Oy.
kung sakali. So kailangan niya mag-recall back home. Tatsuri, wala kang mahuhuli dyan, kaibigan. There's the ward there. And Marky, agandang ward na ito sa tribush na yan. And they're pretty much aware that the potential gank coming from Tatsuri dito. Kailangan niya mag-back muna for now.
Ayan, so nakita rin natin awarded yung Tribrush dito. So talagang meron na silang information either way kung sinong pupunta sa gang. And ito na yung usual na rotation na nakikita natin sa ibang teams. And mostly sa mga talagang lumalaro no, sa ibang region dahil nga ganito na yung meta eh. Kailangan na nating ilagay sa tamang pwesto yung duo Dragon Lane because remember, that's 2 members already at the mid lane, making sure after 25 seconds they can respond kung ano ang pangangailangan ng kupunan.
Kung ano mas dapat unahin, Dragon ba or Herald? Infernal Drake yan ha, and gaya na sinabi natin kanina, like most of the time, it's always the priority, no? The Dragon should go first if Infernal yan. But unless naisip nila na mas gusto nila mag-push dito, they will go probably for the referral, which is yung ginagawa ngayon ng Team Secret, Mount Trevor and Azar.
Uy, mga ayaw
Try
nila,
to go
hindi
for
nila
this
hayaan
one. Oh.
Pero teka, may tumigil eh. Mukhang akala mo warden. Naku, nakita na dito pero pinatalbog. Nagkaangatan na nga, ginamitan pa ng snare. Final spark pero hindi nga lang masakit. Death mark gagamitin dito.
Chaz?
Para kay Chaz, mukhang mawawala na ng jungle. Question mark talaga ang naging engage nila. No junglers for RRQ.
Doon yung key burst eh. Na-survive na sana ni Chas yun kung sakali lang. Pero hindi enough yung shield na nanggaling sa kanyang third skill at that point. And because of that, nangyari nga yung trade na inaasahan natin. Dahil isa pa.
Grabe, dinagyan pa ng snare dito si paring Exosen pero may backup. Ito na ang kailangan nilang bakbakan dahil si Helios sumama na rin. Nakuha na nga lang dito ni Trevor ang Rift Herald. Si Azar nagwawala. Siya pa rin ba ang best BR laner? Pero si Rox into the backline. Sinusubukan pumasok pero si Chaz nagwawala. Kasabay na pagwawala dito ng Team Secret at malilinis pa rin. Napakagandang play mula sa RRQ but the objective in the hands of Team Secret.
Yes, not only that, nakuha pa nila dito sa yung buhay ng 4 na miyembro ng RQ and that gives advantage indeed dito sa kamay ng Team Secret. Looking at the gold pa lang right now, ang laki na nito. That's around 2,000, around average 2,000 ang ating gold difference and that goes to the favor of Team Secret na dahil nga sa nangyaring team fight na yon, ang laki na binigay nilang lead dito. And magkakaroon pa tayo ng Dragon Fighter pa. We're still seeing the Infernal Drake sitting pretty dito sa ating Dragon Pit na wala pang kumukuha na kahit sino. Because of the advantage that the Team Secret got after nung team fight na yun, mukhang malaki yung potential nila na manalo sa paparting na laban.
Ayan, nakita mo naman dito, no,
Last
paring
blade
Spear,
na.
na lumalabas na yung mga first item ng mga membro ng magkabilang team. Pero Ruin King sa kamay ni Azar habang si Helios hindi pa niya nakakompleto yung nararapat na para sa kanya. Pero brush play dito ang taga-Team Secret. Nag-aabang lang sila kung sino nga ba ang mahuhuli. Pero si Maze, kailangan niyang tumakas. Masakit ng damage doon ni paring
Nanlambot.
Trevor.
Grabe yung damage na yun. Oh. It's just the Void Spike, I think, isang kalmot, no? Yung kanyang isang Taste Their Fear. Pero didn't expect that damage against an Alistar Earth. It's pa, team fight.
Oh, ito na. Sige,
Oh!
papasukin na. Dalawa ka agad. Yun ang paangas. Mega Inferno Bomb. Binoba ng harapan.
Dragon,
Pero si
Dragon.
Chas may ibit. Wala na naman tayong jungler para dito sa side ng RRQ and the King of the Kings. And unti-unti nang ini-eliminate ng Kings of the North. At syempre, hindi na sila basta Kings of the North. Diba sabi ni Infinity, Kings of Sea na daw sila.
Kings of Sea indeed. Kasi napatunayan na nila eh. And they proved enough, no, during the Horizon Cup talaga na meron silang may ilalaban
Oops.
dito. Ako medyo mali
Helios?
delikado dito pag nagkataon. Huli ka dyan. Lumana siya dito, ah.
Ito na yung sinasabi natin, paring Spear, kung saan gumagana ang Chokoyomi ng Secret dahil unti-unti na lang nakuha yung advantage. Pero si Tatsuri mahuhuli dito. Deathmark, kailangan na rin na makatakas. Shadow Blink, may kasama pang Flash. Pero mapapatay pa rin dito si Maze at naging Sangyup. Pero si Chaz, hindi siya basta-basta magpapahuli, going for the chase. Pero sapat nga ba, makakapasok kaya siya ng tuluyan. Ikinasa na ang Zanpakuto. Pero saan pa rin kaya papunta at ang ultimate na yan na napakasakit na sweep from Chaz. And the chase will be complete.
Kung yun ay na-survive niya, sigurado nasa TikTok na yun mamaya. Pero
Oo.
hindi siya nag-survive doon. At least he was able to get the life of Maze at that point. No? I didn't expect na mababurst niya yun because of the death mark. And he did try his best to dish out so much damage before he disengaged dun sa kanyang shadow. At talagang effective to para kay Tatsuri. And it's working pretty well sa kanyang champion right now. Na, alam mo yun, ito yung mga Z player talaga. That's how you play Z. That's how you dish out damage and at least try to assassinate the champion bago ka mamatay.
At yun na nga, no, nakita na natin, no, si Chaz, parang itong Riven, paring Spear, medyo sugal. Kailangan niyang pumasok. So umaabot sa point na siya yung unang mamamatay dahil madali lang siyang i-focus nitong Team Secret. Pero yun na nga, makakahuli pa sila dito ng isang chooks to go. Makatakas pa rin ang tuluyan pero nagamitan ng Ignite para siguradong lutong-luto.
Dalawang Ignite yan ha, Mace and
Oo.
Exhausted. Actually, Bird their Ignite both. At that point, I think stackable yata yun kung di ako nagkakamali. No? I'm not quite sure about that. Pero tingnan mo naman, naging prito.
Okay,
Pritong manok.
Oo,
Pero,
dalawang apoy ba naman eh.
second to ha. Inihaw.
Okay, so Maze, ito na. Papasok na ang Team Secret pero mukhang mag-focus na lang sila sa mid lane. Gusto na lang nila mag-push dahil nga wala na rin silang pang-initiate. Yun naman yung problema dito, no? Paring Spear, pag nawala si Rox, mahihirapan silang pumasok.
Habang tumatagal, sumasakit yung damage ni Marky with the poke.
Ay,
Oh,
grabe naman po!
Hello!
Ang espada ni Chaz! Kahit sabihin mo mag-final spark, this might be the final moment para makita ang liwanag. Grabing play ng RRQ!
Wow! The pulverized combo, no? And then, yung, again, as you mentioned, the third hit ng kanyang Blade of the Exile. Saktong-sakto. Solid damage and solid CC coming from RRQ. Just to follow it up with the damage coming from Marky kanina na naging very effective para sa kanilang favor dito. The third and the mid did fall down
Grabe yan,
together
paring
with...
Spear. Ang bilis ng pangyayari.
At this,
Kasabay ng
Chewy.
ng
Buhay pa.
pulverize, ikatlong broken wings. Napaka matindi at hindi nila basta-basta hinahayaan na manalong Team Secret, no? Meron kung unang Rift Herald nakapunta sa Team Secret ngayon, they are 2 steps ahead. RRQ making sure they got the vision, making sure that they got the death rush.
Ang sakit.
Pero explosive cast, magagamit dito is slice and dice in pero hindi naaabot kay paring Exosen at 8 seconds bago ang Cloud Drake.
Ang sakit na yung damage to bigla ni Azar dito, no? Again, that is an AP AP Gragas, no? So medyo squishy in a way. Hindi siya kasing kunat nung talagang tank build. Kasi hindi naman ganun na-focus talaga sa mga armors, HP. Like now, more leaning towards going for the AP build. Maganda to, no? Because Team Secret is able to get 2 dragons right now. And the more you get more dragons, syempre, mas malaking advantage yung pagdating sa late game. Kasi stacking, this is a true buff coming in from your champions.
So hindi na kinontest ng RRQ, no? Itong Cloud Drake pinaubaya muna sa Team Secret. Pero saan kaya nila gagamitin itong Rift Herald nila? Once again, towers are down sa side ng RRQ habang isa pa lang ang nawawala sa Team Secret. At more rotations, mukhang sila ang gagamit ng Death Brush, Trevor. Ang grabe, dyan talaga siya nag-recall, no?
Ang
Paring
layo, ang lalim, ang lalim. When you think about it, you normally go for, that deep, no? Sa jungle lang inyong kalaban. Especially if you're a Kha'Zix, syempre, minsan pwede kang mapitis doon and minsan nag-group up sila together. I think this goes to the map presence coming from Team Secret, no? Na aware sila na wala naman tao doon despite not having a ward for themselves. So, kailangan lang nilang ngayon mag-prepare. I think ito yung ginagawa nila ngayon is just preparing for the upcoming objective na paparating, which is probably the Baron after they got the second referral. Right now, positioning lang muna. Tamang farm muna sa kanilang mga champion. And looking at the items, Earth, Zed,
Ayan na.
Tatsuri right now, Yomus
Draktar.
Ghostblade, going for the edge of night na to.
Oo, ayan na. So mas madadagdagan na naman ng protection. More assassins tayo na makikita sa side ng Team Secret. At yun nga, kahit si Kha'Zix, Draktar at Black Cleaver na rin. So siguradong may matatastas, siguradong may mahuhuli. Rock sitting on a dead man's plate. More movement speed para makahuli sila. Mas madaling makahabol dito. Pero si Tatsuri, split push duties lang ang ginagawa kasama ni paring Azar.
It's really important for them to get those spirit push, no? Talaga magbigay ng pressure kasi right now medyo lugi talaga sila sa team fight.
Oh! Grabe naman yung rocket belt dito kay paring Helios. Umikot para sigurado magkaroon pa rin lang siya ng lifesteal. Pero wala na, hindi naabot pa. Dalawa sa miyembro ng Team Secret ang siyang nakahuli at ginamitan ng snare into the final spark.
Setup.
Chaz, kailangan niya muna umatras habang dito si Tatsuri. Mukhang successful ang pag-i-split push.
Kasi setup to her pa, pwede sila pumunta sa Baron na. The Baron is not going in!
My G! Tumalbog na naman sila dito pero ito na ang backup ng RRQ. Kailangan nila makatakas pero not on cue dahil sigurado mahuhuli pa rin dito si Chaz. Pinapaligiran na sila dito ng Team Secret at even Tatsuri will be successfully taking down Exocene na tower.
This is the Team Secret that we've seen during the Horizon Cup. Actually, not. This is not them. This is more of them. Kumbaga, di ba? The evolution of Team Secret, kumbaga. This is the better Team Secret right now na pinapakita nila ngayon. How they play, the macro play na ginawa nila dito, especially Tatsuri in the bot lane, just buying enough time to go for the split push and then pick off itong si Exocene. Siyempre, Exocene, he has no choice but to go for the bot lane para i-defend. And siyempre, Tatsuri with all the damage that he has, talagang kaya niyang ipatayin dito with the death mark si Exocene.
Ang ganda ng ginawa ni Tatsuri doon, no? Nag-oracle siya para may wards pero na-buff bigla yung, yung minion. So, na-giveaway, no? Na nandun siya sa loob ng Tribe Rush. And syempre, aware din si Helios. Kailangan na lang niya umatras. Once again, the split push plus the Baron buff sa kamay ng Team Secret. Mas mahihirapan sila Edge of Night. Naka-ready na dito kay paring Trevor. At mukhang ipipressure din nila talaga tong Baron lane habang 25 seconds tayo sa Mountain Break.
Pabor na pabor talaga yung Edge of Night sa mga assassin, no? Ang laki talaga na tulong. Uy! Two-man pulverize!
Tapos na may kasama ngang paangat. Ginamitan rin ng explosive cast pero papasok na rin. Here comes Chaz, Blade of the Exile. Kinasana na tuluyan pero wala pa rin fragile sa side of Team Secret. At wala rin napatay si Chewie pa lang talaga. Deathmark, aabot kaya, sapat kaya. And that will be another kill sa kamay ni Tatsuri. The KDA machine is back.
Akala ko, Erp, nung una, parang hindi niya mapapatay yung si
akala ko
Exocene,
din
no?
eh.
Kasi parang wala siyang damage na na-dealt during the death mark, no? But still, ito yung sinasabi ko, Erp, in terms of team fight, medyo lamang talaga dito pagdating sa mga bakbakan ang RRQ. Yun yung reason kung ba't iniiwasan ni Team Secret na magsama-sama dito ang RRQ in every situation na mangyayari dito. Kaya gumagawa ng split push si Tatsuri, sinusubukan niya mag-push sa bot lane para may mahiwalay sa kanila na kahit isa. Kasi pag na-pulverize lang ng maayos
Uy,
Mace.
another
teka
death
lang.
mark. Sino kaya ang uhulihin nyo doon? Sino nga ba ang umaray?
Marky.
Si Marky, pero doon siya
Wow.
dito. Stasis para ma-clutch yung final spark. And once again, he lives another day. Pero delikado dahil nga ang Dragon ngayon sa kamay na ng Team Secret.
Again, Kha'Zix always one of the best champion to solo Dragon because isolated, taste their fear, tas pag upgraded pa yan, naka-evolve pa, you taste their fear mo, sigurado mas malaki yung damage mo and mabilis yung cooldown. And yun yung reason kung bakit talagang very effective itong si Kha'Zix na mag-solo ng Dragon
Ganda
palagi.
ng-
Tingnan mo yung
grabe
item ni
item
Rox.
dito ni Rox at saka si paring Tatsuri, Umbral Grave.
Oo.
Sa tingin mo, gaano kadalas makita yung Umbral na yan, di ba? Kung Deward, gaya nakukuha niya yung mga easy na Death Brush play at ino-own na nila ang mapa ng RRQ. Slowly but surely, nang choke sila dito, 16 minutes into the game, 6-12 ang standing.
6-12 indeed. Tignan natin if they can still keep this up, no? We have to take note na medyo pwede pang bumawi dito ang RRQ. We're still in the 16 minutes mark. Yung Elder Drake, feeling ko pag nakuha ito ng RRQ, that could turn the tables around. They also have the Baron gonna go up as well. 25 seconds on the clock. Tignan natin kung sino mas mauuna dito na mag-take ng objective. 10,000 yung ating goal difference. I just noticed. So medyo
Malayo.
mahirap.
Kailangan nilang mag-double effort, double time sa pag-e-effort kung saan makapatay sila dito. Siguro mga 2 clash pa bago sila maka-bounce back. 6 seconds bago magkaroon ng Baron and this might be it na hinahanap nating clash habang si Tatsuri nagtatago lamang sa ibaba pero ito napapasok dito si Raze. Pero mapapasangyup kaya ang Team Secret kung mapapatay nila ang baka na ito.
Tatsuri na
Pero
naman.
baka lang naman nagbabaka sakali dahil gumigilid na naman dito. Split push duties na naman si
Grabe, ang
paring
bilis.
Tatsuri. Pero wala na magawa dito ang RRQ sa pag-atras. Team Secret hinahati sa dalawa. Inuunti-unting linisin itong RRQ.
Sabi nga ng mga LoL PC players natin, mastery, police is the way. Pero iba yung namumulis
Uy,
dito, si Tatsuri talaga. Deathmark na naman. Just.
Okay.
Yan.
No, death mark na may kasamang
Manakot lang.
apoy. Wala lang. Kailangan lang paatrasin. Pero aatras na nga ng tuluyan and this will be an easy Baron dahil the isolation plus yung pagtangke ni paring Azar ang siyang magsasuffice para makuha nila ito ng walang problema.
Parang ayoko sabihin, ADC meta is dead. Medyo masakit sa puso pag nagkataon kasi
Oo.
puro APC is working pretty well in the bot lane and yun yung nangyayari talaga, no? Chewy with the carry locks, tignan mo naman, Infinity Orb, we have Infinity Orb, tuloy sasabihin ko eh. Dapat dead.
Ikaw yun eh. Pag nasama ka sa Civil War, Infinity Earth.
Nasa na siya Ludens Echo dito and then slowly going for the Morello. No? We can to reduce the healing of Vilios and Exhausted sa mga even itong si Maze mamaya, no? With yung kanyang Alistar
si Rox.
dito. But setting up once again, they still have the bottom buff right now, mga kaibigan. And Elder Drake, wala pa. Hindi pa lumalabas yan. Hindi natin kung paano ito malalabanan. Matidepensa ng RRQ.
The Kings of Kings, unti-unting pinapakitaan ng hari ng Grand Line dito.
Oo.
Hari ng Sea, kung saan pinipwestohan nila na matindi. Elder Drake ang siyang huling kailangan nila. Ang huling stone. Pero si Tatsuri, gusto pa rin talaga niya mag-push. Gusto pa rin niya maipagbakbakan dito. Kailangan nilang harapin. RRQ, narinig natin yesterday na gusto nila makaharap ang Team Secret. This is the limit test that they are waiting for. Pero si Trevor, nasa loob na ng base. Pero the empowered minions, napakahirap, napakasakit. Kinamitan pa ka ng explosive gas. Nag-flash na may kasamang rocket belt. Pero to the moon ka na. Dahil to the heaven ang diretso mo. Pero shadow dito si Tatsuri, sigurado papasokin na nilang tuluyan. Tumawagsak na ang mga tore, kaliwat kanan. At you can never go wrong. Dahil nga, they are doing it right. And RRQ being left out dito sa game na to.
Naging bulgogi, mga kaibigan, dito. Si Amaze in that bot lane. Or in the mid lane rather, after what happened. The trade is there. And look at that. Bahay.
Ayan, no? Happy-happy.
Bahay camp pa din, mga kaibigan, ng ating Team Secret dito. Talagang pinapakita nila na malakas pa rin talaga ang team. Kahit na bahay pa rin tayo. And again, that particular match, nakita naman natin, of course, yung laban na yon, Team Secret, pinatunayan nila na sila pa din talaga ang the King of the North.
No?
King of the North.
King of the Sea na, no?
Ayan, King of the Sea.
Grabe ang pinakita nila ngayon. Convincing win yun para sa Team Secret. They know how to take it slowly but surely. Ang gusto ko lang din sabihin, yung mga dash doon, yung mga pasok doon ni paring Rock siguradong pash-pash, kaya ito mga mga natahimik, yung mga nang bash-bash sa kanya, and deserving talaga napag-usapan to ng panel na give Rock's time, and he did it well, kung saan nakuha niya talaga yung
Ganda.
kanyang timings kanina, and kahit iban yung trash niya, yung kanya did pretty well doon sa mga engages, ilan yung mga napaangat niya. May mga surprise play din naman itong RRQ, pero dahil they are being left out blind sa vision play ng Team Secret, sila ang matakita nila lahat, pero syempre hindi kayang mahuli ng RRQ yung mga ganung galaw.
Yes, iba yung macro play ngayon ng Team Secret, no? I would say na this is by far the most improved Team Secret that I've seen even during the previous seasons. Kasi hindi naman basta-basta yung team na nakalaban nila. That's RRQ, di ba? Na talagang kahapon talagang nagpakita rin ng ibang talento dito na ibang klaseng playstyle, no? And siguro nagmatter ng gusto yung buko juice ba? Baka kailangan ulit ng buko juice ngayon, no? Pampagana.
Si Boss EXO, no? Kailangan nila ng dagdag buko juice para siguradong makuha nila yung mga ganito klaseng panalo sa malakas na team. Grabe, pinakita talaga ng si Team Secret na andun pa rin sila at we never count them out. And so far, no, and dito na, nakikita na natin yung standing ng mga bawat teams, kung gaano ba sila kalakas, sino nga natitesting na ng tuluyan, and kung natalo ang Team Secret sa Team Underground at potentially matalo ang RRQ sa Team Secret, mas mas alam mo yon. Ibig sabihin, nakikita natin kung gaano kalayo yung Underground ngayon compared sa mga ibang teams, kasi naghahari ngayon talaga itong Team Secret, pero nahirapan ng mismong Kings of Kings na itumba ito.
Yes. Pero ito, mga kaibigan nating highlights na makikita natin kung saan indeed, highlight talaga to, no? A lot of yung mga plays na ginawa dito ng Team Secret, and even si Rox, na hindi natin gaano napapansin, pero he's making a lot of contribution during these team fights, especially yung kanyang mga quickness grand enters that we don't expect. And ito yung biglang nagulat talaga tayo, no? Good thing na nakapag-flash out si Trevor doon. Pero at the end of the day, still nakapitas sila kagad.
Yun na yung huli. To be honest, na paring Spear, hindi na hinayaan ng Team Secret. Kasi napansin nila yun yung key Yun yung key. Pero tignan mo dito, hindi sila magkanda sabay-sabay sa mga follow-up. Even yung si Chaz, nagdadalawang isip na siyang pumasok kasi he's getting bursted down easily pagka siya yung tumatapos o nag-i-initiate itong mga team fights.
And nakita talaga natin dito ng potential yung RRQ, no, to actually win this one, but mahirap talaga kasi the macro play, as I mentioned, Tatsuri pushing the bot lane. Who would expect na gano'n yung magiging playstyle Tatsuri dito? He just using yung kanyang death mark, no, to give the confusion or to scare off yung kanyang kalaban. At eto na nga, mga kaibigan, ang ating player of the game, walang iba kundi si Tatsuri with yung kanyang Z 7.0 KDA Suavity.
Grabe, no? So, the KDA machine is back. Kitang-kita mo naman kung gaano kalakas yung pinakita ni Tatsuri. 7 KDA, 50% kill participation, and that split push na ginagawa niya. The pressure is real. And ito yung na hinahanap natin sa Team Secret, kung saan doble yung macro decisions nila. Alam nila kung ano yung gagawin. Hindi sila nagpapadalos-dalos, and napakaganda. Ito yung talagang match na inaantay natin, no?
Yes, indeed, no. Sobrang gumana yung Umbral Glaive sa kanya, I would say. Kasi ang gusto niya lang talagang gawin is magbigay ng pressure. And if you want to give pressure, you have to do wards as well. Yung mga nadaanan namang ward dito to set up properly at magkaroon ka ng mga hiding spot na maayos pag ikaw ay syempre nirespondihan na. And the good thing is that in terms of communication, lamang na lamang talaga dito yung I mean alam mo yun, yung pinaghandaan dito ng Team Secret na alam ko ganito gagawin natin, I'm pushing here in the bot lane, you guys go for another objective para ma-utilize natin ng maayos. Kasi Zed or Tatsuri could just pretty much disengage properly kasi dami niyang movement speed, Yomos, Draktar, di ba? And everything nasa kanya na.
And yun na nga, no, nalaman na natin kung ano ang kwento sa Game 1. Mag-abang pa kayo dyan dahil tatandaan nyo, papunta pa lang tayo sa Game 2. Makakabawi ba ang RRQ? Or is it gonna be Team Secret na iuuwi ang game na to? So dyan lang kayo, magbabalik kami. At tayo nagbabalik sa ikalawang yugto ng bakbakan ng RRQ versus Team Secret at kami ang inyong likod na magdadala ito sa inyong cellphone. Ayan, kung saan man kayo nanonood, di ba? So, yan, ako si Osiris, kasama ko si paring GG Sphere. Kumusta naman ang Game 1 experience, paring GG Sphere?
Sobrang saya, no? Kasi dito natin na-discover yung iba't ibang kapangyarihan, no? Or yung iba't ibang kalakasan ng mga players natin. Na biglang, eto pala. Kasi kahapon, maraming doubtful na mga players, di ba? Sa bagong roster ng Team Secret. Pero ito, ano kayo ngayon, di ba? Ito yung nakikita natin, di ba? They're showing the results, no? And again, it's just a matter of adjustments muna for now. Tamang try muna at subukan natin. And it works, still works. They're still king of the kings, no? King of the sea, di ba? Ika nga, itong Team Secret. Kaya, I'm really looking forward for the game 2, no? Kung ano yung magbabago dito, ano yung gagawing adjustments ng RRQ, because RRQ, I still think they can get a comeback on this one. Kaya ito din yung sa mga game na tingin ko ngayong araw is magiging 2-1.
Ay, gano'n. So, parang nakakaamoy tayo ng 2-1, ha? Pero parang, napag-usapan natin sa ating mga meetings na ito yung pinaka may tsansa talaga. Pero sa tingin mo ba, sa pinakita ng Team Secret, pwede nga no?
Oo, pwede matusiyo talaga.
Oo,
pwede din
sorry. No? Hindi pa natin alam yung possibilities dahil nga nag-step up yung mga teams natin dito and sa mga viewers natin dyan. Keep it clean sa ating comment section. No? Nakikita ko mas mainit pa kayo sa bakbakan ng Team Secret at saka ng RRQ. Pero yun nga, enjoyin natin to dahil napakaganda na pinakita nila. Although nakita natin yung RRQ, the drafting is well-rounded and ini-expect ko rin na kay Chaz mapupunta yung Kha'Zix. Kasi nga, mas pipiliin lang. Pero nagtataka ko Riven, no? Parang mas buwis buhay ang isang Riven kesa kasi sa isang Kha'Zix. And you already have the Gragas. There's still a huge potential isolation play that you can maximize out of that. And syempre, kung may split push na nanggugulo sa mapa sa kamay ni Tatsuri, kailangan may mag-acknowledge nung ginagawa niya. And it's either you put Marky on a defensive stance or kailangan niya gamitin yung Mega Inferno Bomb that kinda hurts yung team fight potential ng RRQ.
Feeling ko yun yung isang reason kung bakit nag-iba yung playstyle dito ng RRQ. No? It's just way of supporting muna, give more credit para dito kay Chaz. Since they have 2 CC kasi they have 2 champions talaga na kailangan pumasok. We have Riven and si Alistar tapos backup lang with the explosive cast coming from Exhaustion. So parang in a way, meron sila pang disengage, meron silang pang isolate kung talagang kakailanganin, and nagkulang lang sila damage overall. Kahit na meron silang Ziggs dito, feeling ko nahirapan din si Marky na makapag free hit in every team fight kung saan andun kasi yung threat of Tatsuri, di ba? Yung Tatsuri threat, kumbaga, the KDA machine, sabi mo nga kanina, na talagang nakakatakot. Sino pa naman magiging masayang Ziggs kapag ikaw ay nahuli ng isang Z?
Yun nga, no? So, assassin after assassins yung umaabot dito kay Marky, kaya wala talaga sila nagawa. Pero this time, blue side ang Team Secret. Mabilis ang mga bans lang. At sino kaya ang ipa-prioritize sila? Mukhang Renekton gusto pa rin bumalik ni Azar doon sa power haymaker na na Baron lane na kung saan pwede mo siyang iwan at makipaglaban, may pag-umpugan mag-isa. Pero Galio, may feeling ko kay
Exosen.
Exo na to no?
Pwede, kasi I think in the previous seasons din, Kha'Zix na tayo dito. Finally got Kha'Zix on his hands. Tignan
open, sabi
okay. Wala. Pag bulag, kita pa din. Ramdam pa rin ng mga EPs
Ayun na. Chewy Ziggs. Okay. So hindi pa rin natin makikita yung Varus ni Chewy. Pero yun nga, Kha'Zix at saka itong Trisin ni Trevor, no? And dito natin magkakaalaman kung kaya nga ba niyang kapain itong insektong. Ayun, medyo medyo totoo na to, paring Spear. Hindi mo na kailangan ng tsinelas kasi pag sumipa si Lee Sin, maaapakan yung ipis. So may double damage pag paa ni Lee Sin yung tumama sa kanya.
Tsaka maganda dito, pag ginamit niya yung kanyang cripple, yung third skill niya dito, you can see kung saan man magpupunta itong si Chaz pag nag-invi siya. No? So pag ginamit niya yung kanyang ult dito. So this is gonna be very interesting. But looking at the lineup of RRQ, medyo delikado, medyo nakakatakot kasi dalawang boost ko na kagad na nakikita natin. Darius
They should be banning Zed.
Darius and Galio. Tama, pwede, sana. Galio, Zads could be a Z last ban
Kasi may AP na sila eh.
for RRQ. We'll see about that. Sino ba? Pinag-iisipan pa nila eh. Kasi Alistar has been banned out. So ayaw na ni Mace Can. Trash or still banned pa din. Zed, Matic. Sabi mo nga, Arp.
Oo, ayun na nga. Kailangan nilang tanggalan ng potential AD damage itong mid laner ng Team Secret. So they
Masakit
might be opting for a double AP kung wala siyang mapili doon sa current lineup na meron, pero open ang Akali. This might be a mid lane Tatsuri, Renekton and Azar Akali if ever na makuha nila sa kamay nila.
So no dark binding, no light binding. Ziggs
Walang
has
binding.
been picked. Oo, walang binding, no take
Ayun,
by
naka
Team.
si Marky na.
So this is going to be ADC finally in the bot lane dito para sa team ng RRQ. Tignan natin kung sino yung responde dito ng Team Secret. Kasi
Akali.
again, Tatsuri also, ooh!
Luciano!
Labanan ng apoy, gamit ang apoy, mga kaibigan. ADC versus ADC in the bot lane. It's been a while, na-miss ko kayo. Mga
Rakan.
traditional AD.
Is this Rakan o Brom?
Rani open o nga. Hindi naman si Rakan.
Ay,
Leon.
Leon na. Okay,
Pwede
okay, okay
din.
lang. Oo. Hard CC ang makikita natin dito, no?
Oo. Ang maganda dito is that they have the tankiness, of course, from Renekton, Azar, and Drox. But overall, it's just a matter of, the crowd control na pwede nilang ibigay. This is going to be really hard for RRQ. And, pero
tricky
this
to,
goes
no?
to Team Secret as well kasi kailangan makapag-set up ng maayos ni Rox. And with the chain of corruption na pwedeng gamitin ni Marky, pwede niya mapigilan yung potential gap in the bot lane. But since we have Diana as the last pick, mukhang support Galio to Earth.
Oo, ang worry ko lang dito, yung Solar Flare. Medyo maganda ang range ng Solar Flare para safely ka makapag-start ng
Uy.
fight. And then syempre, once na tumalon ka papunta sa iyong assassinated target, pwede mo lang ibato yung espada mo as Leona or kahit gamitin mo lang yung Shield of Daybreak. So, overall, feeling ko napaka-impactful nitong Diana. Leona. So, itong dalawang taga-Targon, no? Itong
Labanan pala,
araw kanina, Light and Dark. Ngayon, Sun and Moon.
Oo, Sun and Moon sa ilalim ng puting ilaw. Nako, makikita natin dito
Tatsuri mid lane
kung
niya.
sino yung may kalamangan pag
Renekton.
nagkataon. So, wait a minute, kapig mainit. Para
Hindi pa
naman
rin, hindi pa rin talaga traditional.
Nilaro
APC
ng
pa rin
Team
tayo.
Secret ang ating mga puso dito. It's going to be a top lane pala. Baron lane, Lucian, tapos APC pa rin tayo in the bot lane. Ziggs, parang nakalimutan na nila ang ADC sa bot lane. Pero interesting to, kung paano magiging matchup dito ng dalawang Dragon laners natin. 4 pala sila.
Okay, so kita mo na, nakakakabayo na nga pinili nila, paring Spear. Makakita tayo ng unang Leona sa torneyong ito. At the same time, syempre, si Diana andyan na rin. Makikita natin kung paano nga ba ma-maximize ni paring EXO. So si paring EXO, hindi na siya babalik dito sa mga utility na champion niya. Dito siya muli sa assassin, dun sa mga big plays, mga big brain plays na pwede niya magawa. Pero si Tatsuri ang makakatapat niya sa mid lane, si Renekton, which is a lane bully.
Totoo, no? And the advantage of Renekton, especially going against Diana, is that Diana, medyo limited yung skill niya na pwede niya maibato kay Tatsuri dito. Yep, meron siyang 3 skill overall, no? Or clickable, or pressable, in a way. Pero si Tatsuri kasi, 4, kumbaga, yung 3 skill niya, yung 3 skill niya, 5. Kasi yung Slice and Dice, pwede niyang ibalik. Actually, 4 lang pala.
Oo.
Yung Slice and Dice, pwede niya ibalik, di ba?
Oo.
And the Root Spiritor, kung mataas yung range niya, mas malakas yung damage niya.
Yes, and nakita mo naman yung information gathering na ginagawa dito ng Team Secret. Once na minake sure nilang makover na nila yung red side ng part ng RRQ, si Tatsuri heavy push sa lane. So habang nagbabounce yung wave papunta dito kay Exosen, ang ginawa niya is kinuha niya yung Scryer's Bloom mula doon malapit sa dragon side nila sa tabi ng Raptors, and even checking yung Raptors mismo. So they have the general info na red lang yung nawala, meron pa silang Krugs, meron pang Raptors, hindi kailangan magmadali ni Trevor na bumalik o masyadong pasukin itong deep jungle ng RRQ.
Yes, tama ka dyan, Erp. Talaga nagiging maingat muna sila kasi early pa lang naman eh. So, looking at our junglers, si Chas talaga ay inubos niya agad yung kanyang mga main jungle camps, which is the red and the blue buff. Habang itong si Trevor, nag-play it slow, the normal jungle route, no? Yung ating mga junglers sa competitive scene is that later na niya kukunin yung blue buff niya. So, we'll see kung paano sila mag-adapt sa ating current situation. Kasi 2 minutes pa lang naman, of course, wala pa tayong mga objective. Pagdating ng 3 minutes, for sure, the AD carries or the dragon laners will go in the mid lane na to look for an opportunity na kung saan sila pwedeng mag-rotate afterwards.
Yes, nakikita mo naman dito, no, yung mga possible openings kasi. Dahil nga, sinabi sa atin ni Sphere, yung mga ganks, yung mga rotations na gagawin dito, nagmamatter. Lee Sin on a level 5, sigurado nga hanap to ng masisipa papunta dito sa kabila sa, kumbaga, easy kill, kumbaga, sa kanila, no. And lahat sa mapa ay merong kill potential. Si Azar pwede niyang magulpi entirely itong si Helios. Nakikita niyo naman sobrang bullied out because of the range. And syempre, si Ziggs na meron pang burst and Renekton ni Tatsuri. So overall, kahit saan mag-rotate itong si paring Trevor, sobrang worth it ng magiging unang bisita niya.
Saka eto na, sinabi ko sa'yo, di ba? 3 minutes. Eto na sila sa mid lane. Looking for a place to gank, no? An opportunity to go for a kill so they can go for the objective ng malaya at mapayapa pag nagkataon sila na magkaroon ng pagkakataon. Speaking of objective, top lane, teka lang.
Oo, tingnan natin.
No,
Wala lang. Ano muna?
Alam mo,
Konting bantay lang.
alam mo, Erp, summer na eh. Nagsa-summer na kasi, kaya tignan mo yung skin ni Rox, di ba?
Oo, ano.
Summer super pool. Yeah.
Summer super pool, Swimming, no? Pwede na mag-swimming. Etong si paring Rox. Sa sobrang init, paring Sphere. Ang sarap din mag-swimming talaga eh.
Oo. Parang ito na yata, it's time na yata, no? Swimming time. Kumbaga, pag yan din actually si Leona. Pag nagre-record yan, nilalatag niya na yung kanyang mga yung payong, di ba?
Yung pang niya, sunbathing.
Yung preparation na niya. Pero ito na. Speaking of preparation, Dragon and referral, trade lang ulit. Team Secret, laging priority ang referral, da?
Oo, and mostly talaga yung mga teams natin, no, kahit kahapon, may times na inuuna talaga ng Team Secret itong Herald. Pero teka muna, sinipa pala yun. May oras kaya para mahuli. Pero ito na, totoong bakbakan. Shazix, kailangan makatakas. Pero Heroes entrance na may kasama pang Moonball. Sasalumin lahat dito pero makukuha ang Rift Herald habang nag-clean up na dito ang Team Secret. Pero makikita natin sa ito the backup. Sino corruption, gagamitin kaya at hindi siya makakahuli si paring Marky. May snipe kaya dito si paring Rox. Aaray lang ng bahagya pero ang Honey Fruit ay sapat na para makatakas sila.
Na trade happened. Nakita natin syempre na nakuha dito ng RQ ang Dragon habang si Trevor ay nasolo na nakuha yung ating referral in the top lane. So that's a good thing for them. And talagang yun naman kasi talagang priority nila dito. At the same time, RQ got 2 kills sa laban na yun. So medyo may kalamangan sila doon. But still, looking at the gold, lamang pa rin ang konti ang Team Secret.
Oo, talagang iba yung galawan ng Team Secret. Nakita natin yung ganitong galawan nila na feeling mo, natatalo sila, pero ang totoo yung gold, patas lang. So, alam nila yung mga dapat nilang gawin para hindi magkaroon ng malaking gap in between these players, these teams, para yung item dependency nila secured lang. Pero tingnan natin, mukhang andito si Trevor, si Maze, magkakapang-abot din. Helios?
Hindi nila alam,
play?
Hindi nila alam si Maze.
Sa kanino kaya ang Blade of Druid King pero yung taunt na may kasamang Rocket Belt hindi umabot. Si Chaz nasa gilid nag-aabang lang at maaaring lumipad ang ipis. Ngunit nagkabalikan lang muna.
Wala, Arp, feeling ko naman di pa rin sila threatened dito kay Chaz, no? Kasi wala pa naman siyang pakpak eh. Kumbaga, yan ang newly born.
Resets eh.
Newly born ipis. Kumbaga, kakapisa lang ng kanyang itlog dito kaya wala pa siyang ult. Di pa niya evolve yung kanyang leaf dito. But overall, as we mentioned, Azar being able to survive the top lane dito, muntik na siya maisahan ha. And yung nakakatakot na nandun si Trevor to protect him is yung parang threat din sa kanila, kaya nag-back sila kagad.
Yeah, magandang ginagawa nila dito, paring Sphere. Dahil nga, ilang beses nang binabahayan si Helios. And nasa Darius, sinusubukan nilang i-deny ng tuluyan. Sinubukan maglagay ng pressure ng RRQ dito sa Baron lane. Pero yun na nga, pressure is real. Dahil Secret will hit back sa kanilang Rift Herald para mahatak pababa itong miyembro ng RRQ dito sa mid lane.
Ito yung maganda pag Varus ang ADC mo. You also have the wave clear na mabilis pero Exos malalim.
Ayun na nga, pumasok na sila dito. Heroes entrance, pero dash into the pash. Pero talagang tutumba na nga na dito ng tuluyan. Makakaton pa sila dito ng isa. Pero si Rox ang support, ang siyang matitira. Exosen, nawala na siya dito pero ginamitan na nga ni Chaz ng invisibility para sigurado mataste their fear. At mukhang makakaisa pa. Dito ang RRQ, information lang.
Sabi ko masyadong malalim si Exosen pero bigla ko naalala, Torre niya yun eh.
Oo,
So dapat protektado siya dun pero hindi. With
ang
3
malalim
champion.
secret.
Oo, yung 3 champion na pumasok talaga doon. For sure to secure that kill just to give the pressure para kay Exosen na mahirapan makapag-farm. And Exosen, without the wards, since wala silang ward, dun sa tribush natin, hindi siya aware sa potential gank na yun.
Yes, and kung i-check natin yung items dito, si Chaz naka-Draktar na habang ito naman si Trevor is naka-Yomus Ghost Blade. So yung dalawang junglers natin, they opted for damage talaga dito. Habang si Exo, syempre, kailangan niya muna pagyabungin itong kanyang Rod of Ages habang ang katapat niya, Blade of the Ruined King. As well as si paring Azar. Duel talaga ang hanap nitong dalawang to. As for our APC/ADC, meron pa lang tayong Mana Moon. Pero alam muna, babakbakan sila dito. Ginamitan na nga ng Taunt and Rocks. Mawawala na naman sila ng initiation. If ever na mawala siya dito, pero kailangan nila irespeto dahil pwede pang mabaliktad. At ang ating sniper, naghahanap lang dito, Sonic Wave. Lilipad kaya, my mind is telling me no, but my body. Ayan,
Telling
chill
me
lang.
no pa din. No? Telling me no pa
Telling me
din.
no lang talaga. Pero Spear pa rin, no? Paring Spear.
Yes, still doing the same thing that they did nung ating first game. Kahit na meron tayong objective na nag-up na right now. And I think ang plano ngayon ng RRQ is to have Exosen follow Tatsuri wherever he goes. Kumbaga, yun nga, the calling niya, kumbaga. Kasi wherever you will go. Para sinabi mo kahapon.
Oo, tama, no. Oo. Kaso, baka maging unwell ng Matchbox 20 pagka nagkaipitan sila dito. At ito na, sinipa na dito, backup. Aabot kaya ang paglipad ni Galio, si Maze. Papasok dito, malalabrint dahil nahihirapan sila makatakas sa kanya. Pero aatras pa rin talaga ang mga taga-RRQ dito. Wala ng objectives na kailangan pang kunin dahil kay Inferno Bomb para makapag-poke. Pero papasok kaya dito si Exosen at si Tatsuri. Mukhang magkaka-head-to-head sila dito pero na-realize niya maraming backup si paring Tatsuri.
Teka, stop pa. Teka lang, meron pa.
Muna, Blade of the Ruined King. Kakagata nga dito pero Rocket Belt, may laman pala yung brush na yun. Pero ito na, Isolation Flame, makakakuha kaya siya dito pero Stasis at konting Void Spikes lang para makatakas. Pero puro ambahan, tatlo dito sa mid lane na nagkakahabulan. Habang si Tatsuri at si Joey kailangan nila tumakas kasi gamit ang Rocket Belt into the moon. Ang pagtalud dito ni paring Helios at pero yun na nga, kinalabit din pabalik dito si paring Marky. Naghahabol na si paring Helios kasama na rin dito si Exosen. Pero si Tatsuri mukhang napapagod na because Exosen na nga talaga sa sobrang sakit dito ng damage. Nakakapulot pa rin sila ng Honey Fruit pero too sweet talaga ang pagpasok ng RRQ dito. 2 versus 1 at kabilang kupunan. Nawalan din ng dalawang miyembro kahit si Kha'Zix pala nawala.
Oo, talaga nagkapitasan sila dito. Habang nangyayari yun, may bakbakan din na nangyayari sa top lane dito. And 2-2 trade lang yun overall, no? Pero sa dami na nangyari yun, Referad still secured dyan ng Team Secret and RQ got the second dragon of the game. So talagang ginagawa ngayon ng Team Secret is to control getting these first tier turrets kagad on their hands. Habang of course, ang RQ is trying to control the pace of the game by getting the dragon. And kanina, muntik na magkaroon na naman ng isang pick-off sa ating jungle camp. Mangyayari na naman yan. Teka lang, uli si Rox.
Oy, grabe, ginamitan pa ng Chains of Corruption pero hindi umabot. Solar Flare. Andito na si Azar, nasa gilid, tamang baril lang at ulanan na nga. Nabutas na ang depensa dito na malabul at holes na kailangan nila mag-akas sa hole. Dito, sa dalawang squad na to, Void Spikes, aaray lang na bahagya si Trevor pero dalawa kaagad na nawala sa RRQ. 3 versus 5 at ini-invade na rin ang jungle. Papasok pa rin sila sa luyan, hindi pa rin sila magpapaawat. Apprehend, nahuli nga ang dalawa dito pero dito pa rin na backup nila. Magkakaroon kaya na clean up para kay paring Kha'Zix. Void Spike, umaray at ang palaso, gumuhit sa palad nila upang sila'y tapusin pero hindi sila pinalad dahil dito na si Tatsuri. Napakasakit ang kanilang damage kahit ang isolation na hindi kakagat mula kay Kha'Zix at tumumba na rin si Helios.
Lugi talaga, naka-dominus kasi. Talagang sigurado masisecure nila yung kill na yun pag nagkataon na magkaroon sila ng trade-off, which they did. The Helios did fall down at nahuli nga ito nitong si Trevor with Sonic Wave. Si Azar ay napitas as well. That was a pretty clean double kill coming from Marky dito. Yung kanyang palaso, no, the piercing arrow. At the
Oo.
same time, the poke damage coming from Chaz dito using yung kanyang void spike. Yun talaga yung nagbibigay sa kanila ng edge to win the team fights because, well, meron siya black cleaver. And remember, yung kanyang void spike is also considered as a physical damage. So nagbabawas din yan ng armor ng kanilang kalaban dito, giving them more opportunity to win those trades sa mga nangyayari kanina sa ating jungle camp. And that is why double kill para kay Marky that now he has also yung kanyang Edge of Night.
At ayun na, no? So, tamang-tama yung mga sinabi mo, paring Spear. Sobrang gulo nung naging team fight na yan, pero mula sa palaso hanggang doon sa pag-re-engage sila, talagang napakasulit.
Uy!
At ayun!
Uy!
Merong replay, paring Spear.
Tingnan mo
Akalain mo
naman.
yun?
Ulo.
Ito,
Si Azar,
ito natin,
puno pa.
tingnan mo, yun na nga, gumuhit eh. Abot next life, yung pana doon ni paring Marky.
Dulong-dulo yun, Erp, sa range. Tsaka si
Oo.
Azar, medyo malaki pa yung HP niya, and that's the disadvantage of a Lucian, no? Having an ignite instead of a barrier.
O,
Isa
ayun
pa!
na! Sinimula kaagad nila. Anong mag-aantay kami? Kayo ang hindi na namin mag-aantay pa. Kahit
my!
sa solar flare. Pero nagkatalpugan. Ito na ang hero's entrance. Here comes the backup. Call 911 Eagle. Pero nagkakagulo din dito. Hindi pa rin natin alam kung sino siya ang tutumba. Pero nang pag-flash pa dito si Exosen.
Trevor.
Habulin. Piercing
Trevor!
light sa gilid. Pero Sonic Wave hindi na nga aabot. Pero nakakakilig ang mga sitwasyon. Kailangan umatras at Infernal Drake sa kamay ng Team Secret.
Mukhang libre na ito para sa kanila. Kasi napalo na nila yung HP, nabawasan nila yung buhay ng isa ng RRQ and Helios. Yun nga yung nakuha natin at tapitas nila doon sa particular team fight na yun. And what a bait na ginagawa ng Team Secret dito. Rox is just YOLOing yung mga nangyayaring team fight. Kapag ni-YOLO siya dito, he could just use yung kanyang solar flare para mag-survive. Tas andun na yung Dragon Stage, andun na yung Mega Inferno Bomb. Walang nagagawa yung RRQ pag nagkakaroon ng mga team fight na tulad ng ganun. So kailangan nilang iwasan, ignore si Rox at i-focus yung kailangan nilang i-focus ito, which is si Azar and si Chewy sa mga team fight.
Yes, and yun na nga, no, kung titignan mo rin, paring Sphere, parang iba to, ibang RRQ to sa nakita natin nung Game 1.
Yes.
Kung nung Game 1, parang nag-aantay lang sila malaglag yung mansanas. Ngayon, ang ginagawa, niyuyug-yug nila yung mismong puno para mahuli itong Team Secret. And kahit sabihin mong si Leona yung pinakamakunat, talagang gino-go time na nila. Ina-acknowledge nila yung powerful na initiation na manggagaling kay Rox once na makahuli yung Solar Flare.
Talagang pag niyuyug-yug mo yung puno, iba talaga yung pwedeng maano doon, no? Pwedeng hindi lang kasi apple eh, di ba? May iba pang prutas. Kasama. Kumbaga, assorted.
Yung fruit salad,
Assorted.
no? Pagka niyag-yug mo yung puno, magsak yung fruit salad.
Assorted. May sagi. Kakaibang puno dito. No? But overall, yun, solid nga, no? By far, yun na yung nangyayari dito. But, yeah, 14-minute mark, mga kaibigan, 8-7 score. Looking at the items, tignan mo yung item ni Azar dito, konting safetyness for his champion. I think, going sa, okay,
Oy,
Infinity
naku,
Edge. Isip
teka,
ko sana.
malamok dyan. Easy lang kayo.
May words, no?
Oo, alam nila. So, ayan. Trevor.
Kitang-kita
Okay,
sa
warded. Uy, kitang-kita sa CCTV, paring Spear.
Baron also, minamata ng Team Secret dito, no? This could be the deciding clash na mangyayari after neto, no? Could be the deciding match or clash sa ating next na team fight. We'll see about that kasi pinipestohan na. Ayan na, nagkakamuyan na.
Ayun na. Sabi na, warded naman doon kasi pari. Pero, oy, makakatakas
Si Rox,
siya, pero
bait
nag-hop
na
back
naman.
lang. Pero ito na si
Ang
Rox, tamang bait lang, pero naka-ready si Tatsuri, pinaliwanagan na dito ni paring Exosen. At
Uy!
ayun na nga, sinimulan
Kumapit
na
yung
agad
payong!
dito, pero naabot ng Zenith Blade. Pero yung payong na yun ay hindi sapat dahil yung bato ang umaray. Edge of Night ni Marky matatanggal dito. Pero, kailangan na muna nilang umatras.
I think they have to go for the same strategy na ginawa nila kanina, which is to split push, no? Kasi medyo nahihirapan sila ng team fight. Nahihirapan sila ng clash dito unless kasi natuto na yung RRQ eh. Parang alam man nila na binibay tayo nito ah. Kailangan natin
Oo.
maging maingat. Di natin pwedeng ipilit na mapasukin si Rox. At saka si Rox nanlalambot na. Kasi sumasakit na lalo yung damage ng RRQ. Nawawala na yung kakunatan niya.
Oo, ayun na. So, kailangan na talaga nilang paandarin dito yung kanilang initiation para siguradong makakuha ulit sila ng complete ace at matapos yung game. So, ito na yung deciding factor, paring Sphere, no, sa kamay ng Team Secret. Kasi kung titignan mo yung tore ng Team Secret, healthy pa. So, mga siguro 1 or 2 clash pa bago entirely ma-end tong game na to. Kaya, pinibigyan din nila ng confidence itong, I mean, tama, confidence na kung saan talagang itong Baron kaya nilang kunin. Dahil once na magdalawang isip sila, once na mag-hesitate sila, sila
Mm.
yung siyang matatalo sa game na to.
Hindi do. Yun din yung magiging problema nila. Kailangan nilang maging maingat. Actually, right now, parehong teams na to ay nagbabasahan lang muna ng pwedeng gawin dito. No? Kasi one wrong mistake nga, ang kasabihan natin is yung pwede maging cost ng game dito. Lalo na ngayon, pop na yung ating Elder Drake. Kahit na dalawa yung Dragon
Oh,
dito
ito
ng
na.
RRQ, pag nakuha ng Team Secret yan, ibang storya na ito. Tignan natin, Rox baiting them once again.
Okay. So, may information gathering na muna tayo ulit dito. 8 seconds. And alam naman natin kung gaano kahalaga ang Rift Herald, ang Elder Drake at ang Baron naman para sa side ng RRQ. Parehas nilang kailangan to kung gusto talaga nila matapos o maidala to sa Game 3.
Rox, kailangan mo na.
teka lang.
Natak.
Rocket Belt na may kasamang ang palag dito na may kasamang
Si Azar!
hand. Pero
Uy,
ito na sa
Mega
backline.
Inferno Bomb!
Tumalun nga sila sa pinakalikod. Pero Mega Inferno Bomb, this is the choke point na hindi mo gugustuhin pwestuhan. Pero papasok sila dito. Kailangan na umexit ng RRQ. Pero Team Secret hindi na magpapaawat pa. Papasok na nga sila ng tuluyan dito. At ito na yung kinatay nating engage. Tot, hindi pa rin tatama. Si
Tinaman!
Marky low na. At ito na, sa Sonic Wave. Mawawala ang kanyang Guardian Angel. Dito ni paring Trevor, pero abot kaya Moonfall. Pero dash in, dash out. Mahihirapan na dito si Exo, Sen, and RRQ. 3-man down.
Again, the macro play that they did in that particular team fight, alam nila kung kailan sila dapat lumaban at kailan sila dapat mag-wait muna. Chill muna tayo, konting atras muna ng konti, saka tayo pumasok. Kung meron lang na secure na kahit isang kill dito si Helios, then magiging Duckpit Jonathan yan. Tatlo sila nag-proc na ng passive nyo. Kaso nauna kagad siya and napakaswerteng, hindi ko alam kung swerte, but sa clutch na Sonic Wave coming in from Trevor dito to secure that kill at make that trade to kill Marky kasi Marky has been one of the main damage dealer of RRQ right now. Pero wait lang, Elder Drake is up, still up right now, pero 10 seconds on takla, makubuhay na si Exos and kompleto na ulit na pamilya ng RRQ.
Grabe ang ginagawa ng Team Secret dito. Binabasa nila yung mapa na maigi at kitang-kita nyo naman sa ating replay kung gaano ka-intense yung setup na ginawa ng Team Secret para siguradong malinis itong RRQ. Scryer's Bloom, sisimulan na nila dito. They got the damage pero resources are ready for everyone. This might be it. Kailangan nila na malinis sa ultimate dito. Ultimation ng matindi para siguradong absolute decimation. Pero pwesto muna tayo dito. Kakapalag, grabe naman si
Kuya
Chance.
Eddie!
Nasarap siya masyado. Naku boy! Na nga! Pumasok na sila! Solar Flare! Napakasakit na nalabig sa ito na nga ginamitan ng calling at isa-isa nang tumutumba ang RRQ. Tatlo na ang nawawala in a flash over the wall para sigurado makahuli dito. And even Trevor, he's not going to stop. Marky, namarkahan ka na. Ikaw ang totoong death mark. Dahil siguradong si Chance na lang ang matitira. No need for Elder. This is the game. This might be a 2-0. Big wave sa Baron lane.
Isisit, pansit, indeed, Herb. Ang ganda ng team fight na yun. It's a matter of sino mauuna at sino makakuha ng magandang positioning. Once again, that is a choke point. Napakaliit ng lugar na yun at yun ang pabor sa Team Secret. The more na masikip yung lugar, the more na may kalamangan sila dito dahil lahat ng damage ay pwede nilang maibigay sa kanilang kalaban. Dahil doon, sila ang mananalo sa ating Series 1. And what a game, Herb.
So many questions, so many comments ang sinasabi patungkol kay paring Rox, but this is the proving grounds na ginawa niya. 2 games repeatedly na ginawa niya yung kanyang intense o surprising gameplay, yung kanyang initiation, solar flare everywhere, and yung flash niya into the stun, even the Zenith Blade na umaabot sa pinakalikod. Swabing-swabe ang game ko, and Team Secret, we are back.
Team Secret indeed ay nagbabalik, mga kaibigan, proving a lot of comments na medyo harsh. Wrong kay Rox dito. And talagang alam mo yun, eto na. Alam mo yun, back and forth na game na yun. And I would say na in just one possible mistake na pwede makumit ng Team Secret, that could be the end of the game. Pero hindi. There might be some situations na parang magkakamali na sila, pero hindi nila nakumit yun. Again, as I mentioned, the macro play of Team Secret is indeed on a different level right now.
Oo, no, yun nga, no, yung disiplina na sinasabi natin para sa team na lumaban na internationally, sobrang ibang-iba compared dito sa nakita natin sa, sabihin natin sa against RRQ na isa rin sa mga top teams talaga ng Philippines. Pero ang pinagkaiba nila is kung paano nila tansyahin yung kilos ng isa't isa. And kahit sabihin mong mas nakakatakot na pumapasok na lang to si RRQ para technically i-deny si Rox, that one moment na kinailangan ng isang Leona na napakagandang Solar Flare at saka Zenith Blade, kumagat and ayun, that perma control, that crowd control na talagang pinaulanan ng Team Secret para hindi na makakilos itong si Helios, itong si Marky, and even Exosen sa Moonfall, nahihirapan na rin. Yung double na nagda-dive through Chads and Exosen and even the Heroes entrance, hindi na nagmatter sa point ng game na yun.
Yes, at saka ito ulit, gusto ko lang din i-highlight Trevor with his Lee Sin. And this is the Trevor that we've seen during the fall season na to, sobra talaga nag-improve. Diba? It's one of the players na nakitaan natin talaga na biglang lumaki yung contribution sa mga team fight. Actually, in this particular game pa lang, even in the game 1, makikita natin kung gaano siya nakakagawa ng mga magandang Dragon's Rage plays, and at the same time, you know, the choke point na pwede niyang ibigay, the pressure being given coming from Marky sa mga certain situations like tatalon ni Trevor rather na tatalon siya bigla sa likod na hindi inaasahan na kanilang kalaban.
Ayan,
And the setup
ganyan, no?
with everything, once again, eto nga, the crowd control and the setup coming from Trevor together with Rox. So this time, it's just them doing together na magsasama sila kung saan sila titake ng objective.
Yes, no, and marami rin. And ang maganda kasi dito, paring Spear, no, sa dami ng doubts ngayon sa Team Secret, talagang pinakita na nila na they are still here. Lalo na si Azar na napakasakit on resolution, ramdam mo intensity, and etong si going back sa point mo na yung lisin ni Trevor, hindi niya kailangan maging flashy, but he is enough. Pero teka muna, kailangan muna nating lasapin yung palaso ni paring Marky sa part ng game na yun.
Malakas yun
Pero
talaga. Overall, Team Secret talaga, I mean rather RRQ, it's just ang ganda din talaga ng performance nila dito, pero ang hirap din talaga ma-penetrate yung backline. Tingnan mo naman, no? Ang
ayun, lahat may bleeding
si Chewy parang hindi man lang nasasaktan eh.
Tamang bato-bato lang siya, no?
Oo.
Talagang walang huli. Tignan mo si Rox, di ba? Parang sige lang. Tore lang kayo dyan. Gusto nilang kulitan eh. Kulitan moments. Pero yun nga, no? Para sa support, talagang pumasok pa si Exosen. And syempre, yung Moonfall niya felt short. At ayun yung sipa. Kaya napalayo nga at tumalbog ang dalawa sa miyembro ng RRQ. At doon na nakalinis itong si Tatsuri. So bali talagang overall Team Secret naging online lahat. And that mattered most doon sa isang team fight to finish the game.
Parang usapang kakunatan lang, di ba? Mas makunat talaga si Rox kasi Leon na yun eh. Overall, it's a champion talaga na built to be a tank kasi yung skill niya also benefiting yung kanyang tankiness dito. Player of the game, Marp!
Ayan natin, KDA at 29,000 damage, 67% kill participation, at ang
What's
mga
new?
kailangan niya, Chewy na yun eh. Kung hindi naman Varus yung makikita mo dyan ngayon, pinakitaan niya tayo ng Ziggs. And sobrang na-maximize niya, no? Kahit sabihin mo mapa-APC o mapa-ADC, siguradong kayang-kayang gamitin niya ni Chewy. At shoutouts syempre sa mga supporters dyan at saka sa mga chewables na supporters nito ni paring Chewy, at syempre sa ating comment section dyan na yung mga talagang true fans ng Team Secret, at syempre sa RRQ sa mga support din. Maraming salamat doon sa mga matinding bakbakan na yun, and sobrang grabe paring Spear. Ikalawang laban pa lang to ng araw natin.
Yes, and of course, no, and nakikita natin dito yung changes ng mga teams natin, talaga yung pinagandaan nila ito, and we cannot discredit overall yung training nila. So, kaya sa mga nagsasabi ng kung ano-ano dyan, sa mga teams natin, sa mga pairs natin, punta muna kayo dito sa WCS bago nyo.
Naamoy na kayo ni Spear. Keep it clean, comment section, and supportan natin. Enjoy lang natin ang Wildrift games, at para to sa community at para sa lahat. Once again, kami ang inyong tagapagsalaysay at tagapaghatid na matinding aksyon sa loob ng Wildrift. Ako si Osiris at kasama ko si GD Spear. Magbabalik kami, dyan lang kayo.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clear perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Welcome back to the WCS Philippines, where Otolus and myself, we have something to say.
Wait.
Yeah, may have
All
something to say.
right.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
I,
Okay. All right.
I,
So this is my hand, and
yeah.
Nika has her
I
hand
have mine
up.
also. Yes.
All right. Nika, take the lead. Let's go.
Okay. I, Mika Fabs,
I, how to lose,
do solemnly apologize
do solemnly apologize
to Team Secret
to Team Secret
for being a doubter.
for being a doubter. Thank you. All right.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
We're
yes. We're
I
not.
am not part of this because my vote is Infi's vote is also my vote. So yeah, we are the faithful.
Wow, claiming that all of a sudden we are the faithful. Welcome, Crazy Apple, to the desk. And again, the desk just got a little bit crazier, of course, because Team Secret, the comeback kings indeed, have finally secured that 2-0 against RRQ. And it was quite definitive for a match, Autolus, that we thought would be a little bit harder, that we thought that would go the full game 3.
We dubbed this match as the determining match, right? At least in this game number 2, we will have a clearer picture as to where Team Secret and RRQ really stand when it comes to being prepared in WCSPH. And Team Secret, on game number 1, we saw how they controlled by just winning one clash. After winning one clash, even though this is a very good setup coming from RRQ, it wasn't enough for Team Secret to not be able to out macro RRQ. And this is actually one of the best things that I would like to highlight. Trevor and Azar. Trevor was just shadowing Azar all throughout. Helios, his item choice was to go for the duelist Darius, going for the Trinity Force rather than going for the Black Cleaver, and was punished perfectly by Team Secret time and time again. On game number 2, this is just all about RRQ not being able to catch Team Secret because of their mechanics. Looking at the composition Team Secret has right now, they already have an auto win on the top side because they have a Lucian that can really bully out Helios. I did say that this is basically the game for Helios to prove his worth in the Baron lane in WCSPH, because basically Azar is our barometer, and Azar has proven to everyone that Helios still has to eat more rice. Or in Tagalog, marami ka pang kakaining bigas, brother.
Himself, he was able to get the Z in game 1. As we'd seen yesterday when he was on that set, he wasn't able to perform, I believe, his best. But seeing him today on 2 champions, that he's so comfortable and he was able to be more proactive on the plays and essentially help Team Secret get these quick victories.
Yeah, and we talked about how there was an adjustment period, and I thought it was going to take about probably the whole week 1. Apparently, all Team Secret really needed was one day to get everything in order, and we saw them. And again, the team fights. The thing with Team Secret is that when it comes to team fights, they always somehow manage to come out on top, and their macro, that signature Team Secret that we know them for. And okay, I have to like defend. I feel like I have to defend myself. I feel like whenever I like do not go for Team Secret in a series, that's when they win.
So that's your anecdote. Well, I have a story of my own here.
Oh yeah, yes,
Because-
that's good.
All right, I feel that Mr. Zuckerberg
Yeah.
is actually giving me already a foresight or
It's-
an advice as to who to choose, because just today, I mean, earlier this morning, I was given a top fan badge in Facebook for Team Secret, and 1 hour ago, for some reason, my badge for Grindsky Esports has appeared. Is this a foreshadowing as to what
Ooh.
I have to predict for later? I don't know. The metaverse
Interesting.
is already killing me right now. Let's go.
Check out Autolusa's Twitter for that, for a little bit more discussion on whether this top fan, this auto buff, is coming in for these teams. But right now, we have a representative on the side of Team Secret joining us. It is now Chewy joining us for the interview. So let's welcome him over to our panel desk. Welcome, Chewy, and congratulations, of course, to Team Secret. We are here, me and Autolus are like, Mega Fabs and Autolus, we do solemnly apologize
sorry.
for...
Sorry. Gomenasai.
But of course, Chewy, congratulations to you guys. My first question for you, of course, is the addition of rocks. How was the adjustment like, especially since kayong Team Secret, the whole team, you've been playing together for a really long while?
Okay naman po si Rox. For the most part, ako lang po yung nahirapan kasi siya po yung kasama ko palagi sa early game. Pero nung tapos naman po yung laning phase, okay naman po siya. And fortunately, fast learner po si Rox and mabilis po siyang makapag-pick up ng ginagawa namin. So, naging okay pong addition si Rox kasi mechanically gifted players din po siya.
Oh yes, and we saw that especially in this series, the Roxas, strengths really coming in. Second question for you is, of course, the team has, has competed locally and then internationally, of course, with the Horizon Cup, and then now you're back in the local scene once more. How is the local scene leveling up?
Parang ganun pa din. Lumakas po sila pero parang same level din last year.
I think it's more of like the Philippines was already on an international level from the very beginning, of course.
Right.
Autolus.
Crazy Apple, I want to save my question for last, so if you can take the lead for now.
Interesting.
Okay.
Interesting.
I guess the question for me, it's related as well to your experience from last year. I wanted to ask about what you guys were feeling yesterday because it felt like you guys weren't on tip-top condition. Was that pressure? Was that being a bit nervous getting back into the local scene after having that high expectations put on your team?
Nung game 1 po, naglalag po si Harry. And nung game 2, okay na naman pero meron lang kami mga mistakes. Siguro dahil first game. Pero not to take away the credit from Team Underground, na-surprise po kami sa kanila. Pero and siguro sila po yung nag-level up. Pero di na po mangyayari ulit yun. Katulad lang po last split, yung first game po namin sa group stage, yun lang yung pinagsak namin game. And tuloy-tuloy na po yung panalo namin. Confident po kami.
That's good. Yeah. Thank you for that. Autolus, go ahead.
Okay. I'm trying to remember who has the kitchen buff. Was it you or was it Tatsuri? Do you know the kitchen buff? It was Tatsuri. Okay, can you ask? Because we saw from the viewers' perspective that the kitchen was no longer there. So yeah, I mean, we miss it. So my question for you, Chewy, it's actually not related to the kitchen because it's not you that has the kitchen buff. My question for you and for the gang is, who's the best dancer? Because we remember from the Horizon Cup, right, that you guys are just celebrating, like doing this and that and this. And so, Chewy, who do you think is your best dancer in Team Secret?
Si Tatsuri po kasi parang siya po yung pinamadaming unique na sayaw na ginawa.
Okay.
Wow.
Fair enough. All right, Mika,
Wow.
that's
I guess there's a wide sort of like talent pool for Tatsuri. So I think we're only breaking the surface. So this means that if we want to see Team Secret dance a little bit more, of course, we will be keeping our eyes on the international scene, and maybe Riot can come up with some new videos to showcase that talent. Chewy, do you have any shout outs, any messages that you'd like to give all of your fans and Team Secret's fans?
Sa mga patuloy pong sumusuporta sa Team Secret, sana po pagpatuloy lang po yung suporta nyo kasi laki po ang tulong yan sa moral sa amin. And sa family ko po na palagi nanonood, sa friends, thank you po sa pagsuporta. And yun lang po.
All right, congratulations, Chewy. I actually was impressed by your dancing sa Horizon Cup.
Oh,
so
yeah,
I
me
think,
too.
yeah, it was very good.
Everyone from Team Secret, I feel that their dancing shoes is always on. Let's
yes,
go.
indeed. All right. Thank you so much, Chewy, and congratulations once again to Team Secret.
Thank you po.
All right, there you have it. I love that question, Autolus, because we didn't get to actually ask them how they felt about all of those fun videos that they had.
It's been months since I wanted to ask that question.
You held it in just for this moment, day 2 of the
Yes.
WCS.
I woke up today and I just remembered that I can ask that question already. Thank you.
That moment when you got the top fan, top fan badge, and you knew,
Yeah,
oh, there
that's
you
a sign.
go.
I know.
Yeah. It was the metaverse again, giving you that hint that, like, okay, that question, you can ask it now. Now, of course, we will be moving over to our third series of the day, which will be between Fennel Adversity and Grindsky Esports. Now, these were two teams again from the Sea Icon Series fall season, but it's a little funny because they've never technically met before. But because Grindsky's new members were from formerly Lakan Esports, they kind of have in a way. So Crazy Apple, the interesting thing is that that was just the crazy thing. Yeah, the crazy thing is that every time Fennel Adversity and Lakan met, Fennel always won. Are we assuming that Fennel does have that familiarity with half of Grindsky Esports?
I mean that's a fair assessment because track record wise, Fennel Adversity I believe has won every game series against Grindsky Esports, and in some tournaments Grindsky wasn't even to get a single win, and I think that's a testament to how different their play styles are. Fennel Adversity is consistency. They will get to the late game. They will win mid-game team fights to be able to get an advantage and get that lead to topple their opponent. While on the other hand, Grindsky has been very coin flippy with their games. They are also very aggressive, always looking to make these plays. And Fennel Adversity seems like a sponge whenever they go against Grindsky. And I think that's why Fennel Adversity has been able to get these wins. But I have a feeling that Grindsky might be able to pull something off today.
Yeah, and I guess there are a couple of person that I would like to highlight. One of them is Arise in the mid lane because Osiris by himself has been very critical of the champion pool of Arise. And yesterday we saw his Orianna, his KDA and his damage up was so good. And also unlocking that potential has been the jungler that we have been following for months now. The progression on this guy has been so good, so big, and I'm talking about Doming. In fact, we actually have a nickname for him already, Doming Phobia. Whenever he plays the jungle, or whenever he plays, you could expect smite steals from everywhere, right? And his favorite champions is definitely the Lee Sin. It's actually a surprise that he went for the Gragas, but I think that's because their composition calls for an AP jungler. The average KDA of 10.00 is actually a testament as to how effective Doming is just on the first day. I expect him to do relatively the same against Chinese one. Actually, that's more of a foreshadowing because I know that we will highlight Chinese one, but I feel that Doming has the upper hand in the jungle.
Yeah, he does. I think that has been one also of how Fennel Adversity has really been taking these advantages away from Grindsky. It's just really the battle of the junglers, and Xiaomi, as we all know, is this kind of player that really gets the ball rolling. But from yesterday's games, I think even looking at his stats right now, 60% average damage per team doesn't really say a lot, just because Danny was using a lot of his Vayne, and as we were talking about yesterday, he was able to. Fennel Adversity was able to utilize the Lulu Vayne composition, which is very strong in the late game, which is really their flavor. I'm wondering if we're gonna see the same setup, especially Senna has been banned a lot in a lot of these pick 10 bans. They might be looking at yet another Vayne composition, or maybe if it has been banned, what other compositions will Fennel was?
And Fennel
Are you
Adversity.
asking me that question? Because I feel like yesterday we were
Maybe?
filled with AD carries, and today we are relegated back to the AP carries meta. That it's as if that day number one was just a tease for marksman main. I don't know. I feel that we are going to go back to AP carries again this time. Apple. I definitely hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, people seem to be going back towards more comfort picks today. Something that's a little bit more. It's like experimentation was yesterday. But that said, though, Fennel Adversity, they had a very clean game yesterday. However, Grindsky Esports, more experienced opponent, and for Grindsky Esports, this is their chance, Crazy Apple, to step up.
Yeah, it's their chance, and I really believe that as I mentioned earlier, the metaphor I used was sponge. Like Fennel adversity is the sponge that just absorbs everything. But there comes a point that the sponge just slips up. Like there's too much liquid in there. Needs to be it's gonna leak out, and Grindsky might just be able to have enough pressure to be thrown on Fennel adversity to be able to take a win from, especially the momentum. I feel that Grindsky might be more of this momentum-based team. He can surprise a lot of people, even though they are shaky. A lot the main player we're looking at as Xiaomi, but if you enable Bo and Conte to help carrying the team, I just think that they might be able to take down Fennel adversity. The one weakness I always look at whenever a team is breaking seven, you just pressure the early game, they might just fall. They crash and it could just end the game from there. Although there is a clear weakness that we've been talking about with them, and it's that they hard game. I feel and I just have hope that they can amend this coming into today's games.
Yeah, so a lot really relies on Chinese one. If he gets the strong early game that we're looking or that they are looking for, then hopefully they can break the curse. Because so far, Grindsky has been, Fennel University has Grindsky's number almost every time in the past couple of tournaments. I think 2 or 3 tournaments that they have met each other. Fennel University almost always comes out on top. And Chinese won with 9.67 KDA. I think this is his time to introduce himself as a contender for the best jungler in the Philippines. And what better way to do it than facing Doming himself that has earned the nickname Doming Phobia.
Yeah, we definitely have our eyes on the junglers, but we also do have our eyes on 2 particular players. We have Horizon and Tante for our head-to-head. Now, Horizon, he had a great game yesterday, but the question is, Otlus, can he get that momentum going against Tante?
To be honest with you, I was actually surprised with the performance level of Tante yesterday. Actually, just a background info. I've been talking to a lot of friends from Grindsky, and they said that the work ethic of Tante has been second to none. By the time that he wakes up in the morning, he will just queue up for a rank game. And I think that's where this Grindsky Esports will progress. If your work ethic is relatively close to what the work ethic of Tante is, the Mamba mentality will just follow through. Horizon, on the other hand, he's more of a proven name. We know his name from the NXP days, and the KDA that's showing right now 18.00 was because of the flawless game yesterday against Cerebrum Esports. This is definitely a matchup that I am so eager to watch because Tante, this is the game for both the Baron laners to prove themselves, and whoever gets the upper hand in the Baron lane, FIL should be able to break the game for their team.
Right, and also day 1 stats are pretty skewed with what we've seen. And one thing I would also like to highlight with Conte is that I think that the work ethic shows with how his 1v1s were going yesterday. He was able to get these cheeky first bloods, just knowing the matchup better, knowing when to bait out his opponent. And it shows the experience that he's been having in these games. So I really think when going against these two, the head-to-head Arisen versus Conte, is that we're gonna see if this is Tante's series to prove that he is in the conversation up there, and for the whole as a team for Grindsky, I think this is gonna be this could be their breakout game to say that we are not just a coin flip team. We can take series and win games.
I love what Otlus mentioned that, Horizon, yes, he has a proven name, but what he mentioned about Tante, just having that hunger and, really putting the grind, I guess, in Grindsky, ready for that challenge. And I think, going up against Fennel adversity is quite an interesting matchup, and sort of like a perfect matchup, I guess, for Grindsky Esports coming into the WCS on the second day at least. The experimentation has gone down a bit, so now it's like, okay, now this is like the scratch paper is out of the way, and this is really where we show our true colors. And of course, this means for our panel predictions, I am trailing behind, by the way. Just a recap on what our panel scores are. It's terrible on me. Infinity, you are beyond over
Beyond.
there. Yes,
Yeah,
crazy apple.
Infinity and so you're beyond. Okay,
Yes,
Mr.
I
Beyond.
just
Let's go.
put that there. But yes, currently Team Infi has 2, and that includes Crazy Apple. Luz has 1, and I have 0. It's not going well for me today.
Should I choose something that I don't know? Maybe I
Top
should
fan?
go
Top fan
go
book?
against or go back against my word here. Direct, can I do that? Because I feel Metaverse is already telling me to choose what I need to choose. Mika, I'm sorry.
What you think? What you think? What you think? I'll go with Crazy Apple first
Okay.
to buy you some time. Luz, Crazy Apple.
Okay, as if you guys notice, I've really been talking up Grindsky because I really think this team has something to prove. They've lost over and over again to Fennel adversity, but WCS is the big leagues. Is the biggest stage that they're gonna get in the country, and they need to prove themselves that they can go against a team like Fennel adversity to break through them, to be able to show that they can be one of the representatives for the country. That's why I'm putting my vote right now on Grindsky Esports. But I
Does
think
Infinity know? Does Infinity know? just wanted to
Did
ask.
you align on this?
I mentioned it earlier today.
Okay.
Don't worry, Infi knows
All right.
that I'm putting him
Okay, he
also
knows.
in jeopardy
He knows,
with
he
this
knows.
risky prediction.
Where is he?
But yeah,
He knows and he disagrees.
he disagrees.
Yeah.
Don't worry. At the end of the stream, just like yesterday, I will be the one who will do the consequence
Okay,
at
so
the end.
the Kuya will be the one to do it. Okay, all right.
I hope
Um,
Infi also does his own on Twitter.
Mika, I know that you are voting for Fennel Adversity, and I don't know if I can do this direct. I'm sorry, and I apologize, but I will have to go with Grindsky Esports because Metaverse is telling me that there's a sign already. Do not ignore the sign. The premonitions are already there, and Grindsky Esports, they have been very solid against Fennel Adversity during the early game. It just so happened that small mistakes, the hiccups, if they could clean that one out or those mistakes out, then I feel that they have a chance against Fennel Adversity. I will be predicting Grindsky to take the series.
It's that auto buff. It's that auto buff. The metaverse dropping him hints over here, and I feel like it's not going well for me today. But I don't know. Like I feel like Fella Adversity very clean game yesterday, and they have just been a team that knows how to adjust, consistently improving. So yes, I feel like this is for Fennel. But I also feel like there seems to be some kind of Mika debuff today. I am sorry, Mika curse. I think I inherited the Osiris curse here on the
Curse.
panel test, at least for day 2. I'm gonna see what I can do to kind of like release this curse.
The,
Maybe
the
throw
thing here
salt
is, Mika, if
over
I
my-
get to if I lose this prediction, then we are tied, right? So I could join you in your endeavor.
Yeah, yeah.
And another
that's
thing
true.
is, if I lose this, I could blame Metaverse. I'm just playing safe.
I love it. It's possible, and you have evidence for that too.
Oh
You have
yeah, because
evidence for
it's
that too.
crazy
It's on
for me to
Twitter.
be a top fan of two organizations on the same day. It just
Yeah.
shouldn't happen.
It's a
right?
sign. It's a
Mhm.
sign. I mean, maybe that top fan badge will come out for for fourth series. Who knows? I mean, you still have a few minutes.
We'll see. We'll see.
But of course, you guys, make sure you are also watching us on all of our other channels. We are live on Facebook, PPGLGG, on YouTube, PPGLGG as well, on Twitch at PPGL, and on TikTok at Hello PPGL. And there you have it. Production, thank you so much for making that adjustment.
you.
There you have it.
Thank you.
I have a bad feeling about this. Not because like I don't believe in Fennel adversity, I just don't believe in myself. So I feel like, oh my gosh, I'm nervous now. I think it's gonna be me. I think it's gonna be me.
We'll see. We'll see,
Or-
Mika. I could join you. All right.
We'll
Don't
see.
worry, don't
We'll
worry.
see.
Yeah.
We'll see. But of course, we are gonna head into our third series of the day: Fennel Adversity versus Grindsky Esports. Casters, over to you guys.
Ayan, okay. Welcome back mga kaibigan sa isa na namang mainit na laban ngayong araw na ito. Medyo naglagawin ng konti, nag-isip pa kami ng bahagya. Pero welcome back once again. Fennel versus Grindsky Esports para sa ating third series of the day. Mainit na laban. I'm Esports. Together with Yasumiao. Kamusta ka naman, Yasumiao? Sa iyong medyo straight hair ngayon.
Yeah, syempre ganun talaga kapag may plancha sa bahay. No?
Ayan.
Kailangan din straight, pero as straight as my hair nga ba, dapat ganun din ang desisyon ng mga players natin, ng mga teams natin pagdating sa mga call-outs. Dahil kahapon, may ang dami natin napansin na mga call-outs na medyo nalilito and everything. But so far, napu-pull off nila. So today, ang maghaharap ngayon sa third series na pala natin to, which is Fennel Adversity and Grindsky Esports. Mahirap din i-predict to no? GG. Actually, medyo naglilin ako sa Fennel, pero Grindsky, labarn din eh.
Ang lakas nila kahapon. And actually, yung ating guys, medyo hati din sila in a way, no? Dalawa for Grindsky, tapos meron tayong isa for Fennel Adversity that you don't normally see on a day-to-day basis, lalo na sa regular season natin. Kasi laging Fennel Adversity, they are the top 2. One of the top 2 teams during the previous season. Pero ngayon, di ba, parang Grindsky Esports from yesterday's performance, ibang-iba talaga. Talagang may gana at may laban.
Yeah, talagang gumagrind sila dito to the sky. And honestly, hindi na ako magtataka kung tama nga yung prediction dito ng panel natin, which is itong si Otolus, no? Na maybe, baka Grindsky nga to, di ba? And dahil nga, ang dami kasing changes, not only sa mga teams natin, halos lahat ng teams kailangan mag-adjust sa bagong meta na nakakamiss yung ADC. Nanonood ako kanina, medyo pahapyaw lang, no? Nanonood ako kanina, may APC, puro APC halos tayo since yesterday, no? Nakakamiss na yung mga traditional ADC. Asa na napunta si Kaisa, asa na napunta si Saya, asa na napunta yung ating mga ADC dito. Dahil palong-palo yung mga APC natin, the Lux, Morgana, even Sigs. And by the way guys, eto na nga pala yung draft natin. And dito natin malalaman, no, APC na naman ba to or babalik tayo sa traditional? Pero parang hindi eh.
Parang hindi nga. Kasi kanina, actually, no last game, itong huling game lang, no, between RRQ and I think, nakalimutan ko na kagad, ang bilis na mga pangyayari kasi dito. Yun, Team Secret. Actually, dun yung finally, no, nakita natin for this day, na bumalik yung ating mga AD carries, yung mga traditional marksman natin, na tama, namimiss din namin ni Osiris. Actually, ikaw din, for sure, namimiss mo din sila na ang tagal na nating huling nakita. Kaya kanina, it was a Varus versus Lucian. Tignan natin kung dito ba, between Grindsky and Fennel Adversity, magiging ganun ba ulit? Kasi sabi mo, sana ito na ulit. Kasi Kaisa, where ka na? Where na you? Dito na as.
Dito na as, tama, indeed. And ito nga, no, yung bans natin, alam mo, Gigi, pansin mo, yung bans natin, parang umiikot lang din siya sa halos parehas ng mga champions.
Yes, parang
Gragas, Camille, Seth Fiora, Galio, right?
Yes, indeed, no. Always the same bands. These three, no, the trio. Kumbaga, Galio minsan nale-let go siya, pero madalas syempre pick kagad yan. Even Jace, no. Actually, one of the most picked champions is these two champions talaga na lagi natin nakikita in terms of CC. So, tignan natin sino maging first pick ito ng Grindsky Esports. Baka pwede sila sigurong daming open eh. We have actually, Camille is banned. We have Morgana na pwede, pero I'm not sure if that's Trash tipo!
Trash pa din. Actually, maganda naman yung mga performance ng Trash, no? Nadadali lang naman sila kapag out of position sila, masyadong malalim or anything. But Trash is still gonna be there. Talagang prio pick pa din talaga. One of the best support since yesterday and since ever, no? Hindi din na siya nawala sa meta simula nung nilabas siya. And at the same time, of course, we have Renekton. Pero ito, I think very FLA, very Fennel Adversity na champion to para sa kanila. Yes, yung mga ganyan, mga tanky, mga pang box out kung baga, lalo na nga kay Arisen or maybe kay Arise kasi pwede din naman i-mid lane itong si Renekton. And bumabalik na sila dito kay Lee Sin, no? Kahapon medyo mabenta din sa ban itong si Lee Sin. Lahat ng jungler natin, mga Lee Sin main.
Yes,
Huwag ka na magtaka kung bakit may Lee Sin dyan.
Iba rin talaga yung play ni Domeng pagdating sa Lee Sin, no? Parang, bawat Lee Sin player natin is may unique way of playing their champions, no? Especially Lee Sin. Talaga nakikita natin na iba, na ito, pag nakita mo, si Domeng to, pag ito nakita mo, si Trevor to, but Qeon is able to get Kha'Zix on his hands. This is going to be very interesting as well kasi assassination and damage overall, solid.
Why not, Coconut? Parang ginawa naman nila din yan, if I'm not mistaken, kung hindi sila RRQ and even Team Secret, hindi ako nakakamali. Dax and the Z connection, 'di ba? Yung two assassins, dalawang beses na natin nakita 'yan. Might be ito yung pangatlo kasi open pa naman si Z. Hindi pa naman binaban dito ng FLA etong si Z, pero hindi din naman nila agad pinikto. Ang ganda ng pick ng Darius na 'yan to counter, not really counter directly, no? Etong si Tirane. Kung gusto mo ng Brusco Brothers, tapatan mo ng Brusco Brothers as of now. Fennel Adversity as well, yung kanilang Quirky, Fennel Adversity, medyo mahilig din sila kasi talaga sa Quirky pick as an ADC. Ito yung nahanap natin, ADC, pero Quirky kasi hindi naman talaga siya sobrang ADC. Somewhere, medyo AP-AP din siya eh. But,
Hybrid.
yeah, we have Quirky.
Yes, sobrang balance niya in a way, no, na pwedeng sometimes give you the confusion of ano yung bibuild mo, magic resist ba or armor ba.
Oo.
Syempre, still the AD pa rin talaga yung main damage niya eh, pero meron siyang mga pahapyaw na AP coming from the rocket barrage and even the phosphorus bombs, I would say. Kaya solid talaga in a way, no, having a Quirky na magbibigay siguro ng versatility in a way sa mga pwedeng maging build ng kanilang kalaban dito. Now, they banned out Rakan, of course, para sa fourth ban nila dito. Once again, alam naman nating lahat, medyo confusing in a way because them banning out Rakan is meron naman ng support itong Grindsky, so baka ayaw lang talaga nilang makita si Rakan, no? So naisip ko
Ayaw lang talaga nila, di natin alam, baka may tinatago dito yung Grindsky, no? Mag mid lane agad itong si Thresh, no? Tapos Rakan support, or kaya Rakan mid lane, di ba? Malay mo, ang daming pwedeng gawin, ang daming bagong meta ngayon,
Oy!
hindi natin alam kung ano pa yung ihahain nila, di ba?
Teka, nagpalit ng ban actually, no?
Nagpalit.
Napunta sa kabila yung ban. Kaya pala. So, one of the reason, kaya pala, yun, nag-clear na ngayon. Kaya pala binan si Rakan kasi possible to counter yung trash play na pwedeng gawin dito ng Grindsky Esports. So, they banned out si Rakan and the Kali as well para kay Arise. Nako, kahapon, nakita rin natin yan. Actually, we've seen a lot of Arise playing Akali talaga. So, Zed, nakagaw yung Zed, ha?
Alam mo, assassination sa assassination versus assassination talaga to, eh, no? Zed for the middle lane, and of course, Chinese. Kahapon, napaka-reliable naman yung kanyang, if I'm not mistaken, assist din itong si Chinese kahapon,
Yes.
and successful naman yan. And FLA, parang di na rin nabago kay Arise na mag-Zed siya dito. Of course, Zed is one of the most sought na mga middle laners, not only dito sa Pilipinas, pero pati sa KR yan, pinag-aagawan. Parang napaka-pogi naman ni Zed, lalo na sa KR.
Yes.
Most ban and most pinag-aagawan din pagdating sa pick.
Indeed, no, talagang maganda yung playstyle talaga dito ni Arise with regards to having an assassin champion kasi kung hindi man siya mag-Z, there's the Fizz, lagi niya ginagamit lang din back then na pang-teams dati, na parang ito is one of the reason kung bakit parang naisip namin dati na medyo maliit yung champion pool ni Arise, pero ito nga, kahapon, pinakita niya na malaki yung champion pool niya, he picked Oriana, and wow, we have Thresh, and the last pick of the University ay si Nami. Okay, wiwisi ka ng tubig. Aquaman.
Aquaman, alam mo kasi, Nami, napakagandang support talaga ng isang Nami. Dahil, Tidal Wave, buhay na buhay ka na eh. Tidal Wave and yung kanyang bubble prison dito ni Nami. Yun lang eh, buhay na buhay ka na. She's got all the disable, may konting heal na magagaling din kay Nami dito. And of course, pa-support assist dun sa kanyang inaalagaang AD carry dito. Or even si Doming, pwede niyang supportahan din talaga dito. Nami, isa sa mga magandang pang-counter sa mga, sabihin natin, initiation na pwedeng gawin dito. Might be the Diana or might be itong si Tonte or at least pang disengage. Kasi nga, Tidal Wave, man.
Actually, even against Thresh, no? Sa kay Bo.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, mga pang-engage talaga. Best way to counter. Pero yun nga lang, mechanically speaking, you have to make sure na magkoconnect yung aqua prison mo. Kasi yun yung pinaka-signal mo eh. And yan talaga, no? A lot of champions can be countered out using Nami. Pero yun lang, kailangan mo lang tumama talaga yung mga skill shots. Kasi yun na yung magiging call ninyo that you can turn around a certain situations. Kapag mimbawa kayo na naunahan, pwede kayo makakambak agad pag maganda yung solid na damage dito or makasisi sila using that aqua prison. At again, eto na yung final lineup natin.
Yep.
And excited na ako na makita itong laban nito kasi iba yung predictions eh. Iba din yung predictions na nakikita ng mga tao. Hati rin yung comment section natin ha.
Yep, totoo yan. Hati din yung comment section natin. Feeling ko kahapon pa hati eh, no? May kanya-kanya tayong sinusuportahan pero mukhang may umaaura yata sa may middle lane, Kuya Gigi.
sinusubukan nila na parang matahan dito yung Zed natin sa mid lane. But so far, so good. Wala namang mangyayari dito. Tamang chill lang muna sila. Balik sa ating mga jungle camps. And Chen is going for the Krugs as his first jungle clear. The problem is Doming actually invading right now yung jungle camps dito ni Qion. So this is going to be a problem for him later on pag nalaman niya nawala na yung kanyang Raptors dito, wala na yung blue buff niya, and probably the Grump na mawawala din mamaya after, kung ito man ay clear ni Domeng afterwards. Right na, kumonek? Okay, kumonek yung ating bot lane death sentence, pero walang follow-up in a way, because syempre level 2 pala naman tayo, tamang kuha na kanilang mga farm. Yep, 1 minute mark, tamang chill lang muna, kuha muna sila kanilang mga kanya-kanyang CS.
Yeah, El Clasico lang naman eh. Pag start ng game, kanya-kanya muna tayong buhay dito unless na lang talaga merong may mag-decide na mag-invade. Gaya nga nung ginagawa nito ni Domeng, no? Magandang way din kasi yan to deny Kha'Zix. Ang bilis din kasi makapag-farm or makapag-jungle ng isang Kha'Zix considering ang bilis ng kanyang first kill. Ang bilis sa cooldown ng kanyang first kill dito. Talagang kalmot lang ng kalmot. Di naman siya pusa pero kumakalmot siya, no? Pero anyway, wala pa naman tayo masyadong digmaan dito. They will get their respective scuttler dito sa mga river. Pero kasi ang importante, Dragon din eh, no? Dragon Referral. It's all about the exchange doon sa first objectives natin. Ako po, ninakaw mo ang akin, nakawin ko din yung iyo. Diba? It's a tie.
Nalaman na nila eh. I think they saw that na-clear na yung jungle camp dito. Itong si Chinese, no? Kaya wala siyang choice kundi to try to invade as well yung jungle camp itong si Domeng. So right now, na-clear na yung blue buff. They are aware of that. They have the vision din na nakita nila pumunta doon. Si Chinese kanina, kailangan mo na nila mag-chill. 2-minute mark, or expect na 3 minutes. Pag dumating yung 3 minutes, makakita na naman tayo ng ating mga AD carries and Dragon laners going for the mid lane to choose where to go afterwards.
Yeah, kita mo nga, no? Pansinin mo yung wards ng side ng Fennel Adversity dito. Isang linya mula top hanggang sa may mid lane, no? Preventing, actually hanggang bottom eh. Preventing kung sino man yung tatawid dun sa may river na manggagaling sa Grindsky. Kaya napaka-importante. Pero ito, Moonfall ang kinamit dito ni Bambi. Pero boom! Gulat ka, no? Nandun agad si Chinese. Pero gulat din si Chinese kasi nawala si Arise doon sa position. Napaka-slippery talaga ng isang Zed. Pero waiters for kasi may the calling na nangyari at the bottom lane. This time, Bo, muntik na siyang mamatay pero almost is never enough. Buhay na buhay pa dito yung dalawang Dragon Laner pero hindi siya na death sentence. Sentence lang, wala pang death.
Ako yung kinabahan sa pagtalon na yun na parang tatama kasi sometimes yun yung ginagawa nilang pang pang-initiate talaga yung death sentence flash na hindi mo inaasahang magko-connect. Pero top lane, ako, yaso mo kung delikado si Tontoy dito.
Oo, man. May taga-tondo, si Domeng. Eto na, sinipa pa ulit. Tontoy natatakan, wala na, hindi na binuhay, man. Hindi na kinailangan ng kutsilyo ni paring Domeng dito para mapatay itong si Tontoy. Sabi mo, not yet? Hindi. This is the time, sabi dito ni Domeng.
Parang inintay lang talaga, no? The good timing coming from Domeng dito. Earlier on, nakita natin na si Arise was clearing out the ward as well. And again, sabi ko nga dito, ng mga previous series natin, ay importante talaga na may Oracle Lens na kagad yung ating mga junglers. Which yung kung ano yung totem ngayon nitong si Domeng na level 1 pa lang, yun talaga yung ginagamit niya para makapag-clear ng mga wards kapag magagang siya dito. Dragon is up together with the referral.
Yeah, and maganda itong call na ginagawa ng Fennel Adversity. Domeng nakapwesto naman siya kanina sa may Dragon, pero hindi siya tumuloy sa Rift Herald, pare koy. Natapos na yung Dragon without being contested ng side ng Fennel Adversity. Ito yung sinasabi ko, men. Straight man yung buhok ko, pero straight nga ba ang pag-iisip ng ating mga team or mga call out ng ating mga teams dito? Kasi nga, ito yun eh, decision-making, objectives, lalo ng mga first objectives natin, napaka-importante. Ngayon, sinisimulan na ng Fennel Adversity yung Rift Herald, naka-aura naman dito yung side ng Grindsky, napakagandang tidal wave, bottom 2, coming from the side ng GS, and even taking down. Si Tonti na naman, bumalik sa base, kasama na si Chinese, and that's gonna be a secured Rift Herald ng side ng Fennel Adversity.
Ang ganda ng paggamit doon ng tidal wave nitong si Rafe, no? Is making sure na talagang mahiwa yung linya na yon kung saan na pa-disengage siya kagad yung rest of the members of Grindsky. Siyempre wala kang choice kundi bumak talaga kapag nakita mo yung tidal wave na yun. Kasi ma-out of position sila. Actually, na-out of position nga sila after nung nangyaring yun. Because of that, first tier ay napunta sa kamay ng FLA.
Yeah, and eto yung wow,
Uy,
ninakawan
niya.
sa mukha, pre. Sabay sinipa. Huwag ka nang humabol. Kapag ka tumatakbo na, huwag mo nang habulin, masasaktan ka lang.
Ayun.
Di ba? Hindi lang sa Wildrift nag-a-apply yan sa totoong buhay din,
Oo.
Char. Pero ito nga, going back, kidding aside, ito yung rason kung bakit pina-prioritize din ng mga teams yung Rift Herald. You can transition right away sa pag-push ng turret. Parang hitting two birds with one stone, di ba? Meron ka ng Rift Herald, objective money para sa inyo. At the same time, additional money kasi makakakuha kayo dito ng tower. And yun nga, yun nangyari para sa side ng FLA. They might have lose yung kaninang Dragon. Pero this time, Infernal yung kasunod. Mamaya pa naman yan, we'll see. Malamang FLA, i-contest nila yan eh.
So, probably, no? Kasi mas nauna naman na nakuha dito yung Dragons. Maybe that's one thing also, no? Na ginawa dito or setup ng Final Adversity na sige, let's let them nakunin muna yung Dragon. Huwag muna tayo kagad mag-referral. So, pag nag-respawn yung Dragon, hindi siya sabay. So, they can go for the Dragon first and then referral afterwards. So, pwede nilang gawa ng paraan dito to make a counterplay. Pero mukhang magkakaroon ng bakbakan. Setup, kay Bo.
Danny, what you doing? Oo, dito sa may middle lane another tidal wave. Ang isda ang kanilang target dito, pero dalawa yun na bubble prison. Pero hindi pa rin siya makakaalis doon because the calling, kain na kain niya. Nagtalos dito sa may likod. Ito si Danny trying to preheat. Napabagsak naman nila yung dalawa. That's a very, very advantageous trade para sa side of Fennel Adversity. Support lang yun, pero dalawa yung nakuha nila. And what's more, napabagsak nila si Tactical, men.
Sobrang huge nung Aqua Prison na yun. Pero teka lang, speaking of huge, ang laki na na.
Yeah, ang laki nga nung moonfall na yon, pero malaki din yung kanyang nahuling buhaya para kay Bambi. Alam mo kasi si Bambi, pare, ano yan eh, usa yan eh, baby na usa yan eh. Pero biruin mo dito ka lang makakita sa Wildrift, si Bambi kumakain ng buhaya.
Wild.
Balistad.
Napaka-wild ni Bambi dito. Parang
Welcome to
Big Bear na siya.
sa Discovery Channel. Animal Planet
Animal
pala.
Planet, oo.
Animal Planet.
Hindi yung nangyari dito, no? A good trade. That was a pretty good trade coming from Grindsky Esports, especially the bot lane. Napitas kagad nila dito. Yung isa, and Bambi na talagang hindi niya hinahayaan na masayang yung sacrifices ng kanyang mga teammate dito. Bo with that time for the death sentence here in the jungle. Wala tinaman na kahit isa. Domeng, tamang clearing lang ulit ng ating wards kasi medyo halfway through na mag-up ulit yung ating next dragon. Lalo na Yasuo Infernal pa yan.
Nako po, may minamatahan sila sa bottom lane. Bambi, Death, Mark para sa'yo. Pero mukhang makakatakas pa siya. Uy! Salamat sa Lantern, Papi Koy. Naligtas nila dito si Bambi. And later on, pa-up na rin yung kanyang Moonfall. Malamang makakaabot pa yan for the Dragon. Nice attempt para sa side ng Fennel Adversity. Pero good call din na mag-back away sila right away.
Ang solid din talaga nung kanyang, I think that's the Pale Cascade, no? Second skill nitong si Diana for the shield na meron siya to lessen the damage na pwede niya makuha during that death mark na talagang naging very effective para sa kanya. Eto na, Yasuo. Dragon is up. They are now leaning towards going for this one kasi 20 seconds on the clock pa bago mag-up ang ating referral. Kailangan nilang makuha kagad ito. Either of these two teams, they have to get this one before going for the referral.
Yeah, pero hindi nila inaasahan na nandun pala. Nagtitipon-tipon sa may middle lane yung rest of the Grindsky. Pero sila yung na-tidal wave, mga 5. Damay mo pa yung angkan nila na medyo hindi naman naubos pero napabagsak nila dito yung jungler ng side ng GS, pero yung bubble hindi na kailangan tumaba dahil napabagsak na rin nila ang buwan, which is in the form of Bambi. They can just easily take this dragon para sa side ng FLA, parang GG.
The choke point once again. Napakaliit ng lugar na yon. Kung mapapansin mo looking at the screen right now, yung maliit na iskinita na yan, saktong-sakto yung tidal wave.
Sobra pa men, may utang pa, may margin pa sa gilid.
Meron pang maliit na nadadali na kahit wala ka dun sa masikip na yun, mahuhuli ka pa din. That's pretty much very effective para sa kanila. Teka lang, Bo. PPGL referral. Let go ba nila to? Yep, let go na. Uncontested.
Yeah, let go na. Uncontested. Kumbaga, fair trade din naman, or rather not, no? Kasi si Arise, trumabaho sa bottom lane para yung GG. Na-push na naman nila yung Torre, FLA. I think kahapon pa to eh. Every objective na kinukuha nila, hindi pwede na isa lang. Kailangan dalawa.
Yes.
Which is either Dragon and then Tower, Herald, Tower, pero nandito na may gilid-gilid. Parang tondo, pero napatay pa rin nila dito. Etong si Tactical, bagsak na ito, pero Tidal Wave walang tatamaan. Pero si Qeon is nice side step, no? Para hindi siya matatakaan dito ni Domeng, pero back away muna. Huwag tayo masyado maging greedy para sa side ng Fennel Adversity. Nakahuli na sila ng isa, okay na yun.
Yes, okay na yun indeed. Sobrang lakas ng damage dito ni Arise. Teka lang, death sentence. Eto yung parang ano din yan eh, may mind telling me no din yung death sentence niya pag kumapit eh. Pero teka, mid lane, turret buhay pa.
Oy, medyo apprehend lang dito kay Domeng, nakapag-sidestep, pabalik, at buhay pa nga siya doon. Of course, hindi siya nasundan ng any other damage na or yung death sentence man nito ni Thresh. Pero yun nga, wala pa tayo nagkapatayan. Medyo chill bill muna tayo, no? Kanina pa tayo nagsasapakan.
Oo nga, walang pahinga, no? 10-minute
Walang
mark.
pahinga, men.
Oo, 9-3 kagad yung score natin dito. Mas mainit pa rin yung laban kanina. Pero still, ito, palagang bakbakan at bakbakan pa rin. Team fight over after team fight ang nangyayari dito, no? But Grindsky, meron pa silang referral. So, pwede nilang gamitin yan to take an objective kahit paano para at least makontrol nila yung mapa, no? Kasi tatlong turret buhay pa sa Fennel adversity.
Wala pa silang napupush dito sa side ng Grindsky, no? Pero meron pa rin naman silang middle turret, naghihikahos nga lang. Uy, pare Koy, kita ka dyan! Ito yung sinasabi, di kayo nakikinig kay GG. Sabi sa inyo, magdala kayo ng Oracle Lens eh.
Naku
Para hindi kayo, ano yung word mo kahapon, GG?
Nakalimutan ko na. Basta yung
nilalamok.
Yan, malamok yan, no? Tama.
Malamok. Kayo kasi hindi kayo nagdadala ng Oracle Lens eh, kaya kayo nilalamok.
Oo. Pero actually, speaking of panlalamok, no, medyo malaki na yung mga item dito ng ating Grindsky Esports, ha? Seeing that... Oops! Teka lang, Danny!
Uy, Danny! What you doing, mate? Bakit ikaw naman kasi yung nasa fronta? Meron kayo Renekton. Teka lang, siga ako.
Face check
Meron
yata.
akong airplane. Meron akong aso dito, di ba? The sniffing dog. Pero yun nga, no, hindi naman napatay ni Chinese. Itong si Danny, hindi niya na-burst out. Kasi nakapag-dash. Why?
RH?
Nagdabox doon. Naggamit yung ultimate ni Bo sa may middle lane. I'm not sure just to protect the middle lane or misclick, pero sige, lagay na lang natin just to protect the middle lane. At least yung kanilang last and outer turret hindi ma-push para sa side ng Grindsky.
Siguro naisip niya na baka may threat, no? Na pwede kasi silang pumasok.
Yeah,
Kaso,
maybe, no?
medyo malalim naman sila doon and also there's the minions over there. Siguro early lang, no? Parang advance lang mag-isip.
Advance lang siya mag-isip.
Oo. Na,
Malayo yung Fennel dun eh. Halos tower hug almost, di ba? Pero ito nakakaaurahan. Pero ito, para lang sa scattler yan, men. Walang magpapatalo. Fennel adversity ang nanalo dun sa scattler. Dun sa may top lane. Medyo natakot to si Chinese. Malambot lang kasi siya eh. And buong tropa kasi yung dinala doon ni Domeng. Speaking of buong tropa, nandito sa may middle lane tidal wave. Walang tatamaan. Pero yung bubble, isang lumipad. Si Tonte yon. Pero ang objective lang, tore lang, trabaho lang, walang personalan. 8 seconds remaining. Mag-up na yung ating Ocean Dragon, which is eto na nga, nasa wall na, pero naka-aura din dito yung Grindsky. Eto kasi sabi ni Kuya Gigi, magdala daw ng Oracle Lens. Eto na, yung hinihingi mo, Kuya Gigi, hindi na kami nalangawin dito.
Na sila.
Yeah, nagwawangwang na, indeed. Pero si Chinese na mag-uumpisa dito ng Dragon. Pero ano lang niya eh, tinatakam lang niya eh. Si Domeng ang tutuloy, kaso na-stun with the Rise. Hindi nga lang nila na-burst. Itong si Chinese, pero eto binibait-bait lang nila yung Dragon. Sige, tirahin nyo. Hindi naman namin all in. Nag-reset yung Dragon natin, paring GG. Pero itutuloy ng FLA yan. Walang vision sa loob ang Grindsky. Bala kayo dyan. Maiwan na kayo. Bambi, mukhang maiiwan pabalik sa base dito. Stacy, pampatagal. Pero siya pa rin ay babagsak. Bambi is down. The Dragon is down. And mukhang transition agad sa Baron. Oh, no. Joke lang daw, men. Joke lang.
Wala silang vision dito, ha. Wala silang information. So, hindi nila ilalaban.
Back din. Oo.
Parang nagkakabasahan sila, no?
Nakita nilang may words eh.
Ayun na, Dominus, ginamit ha?
Yeah, Dominus. Mukhang habol na naman dito yung side ng FLA, pero hindi sila magiging greedy. Nag-back kasi yung Grindsky, so magbaback na lang sila din dito. Grabe naman yung wards na yun, men. Dalawa kasi ang mata ng tao, so dalawa din yung kailangan ilagay na wards para mas effective, no? Pero Titan Wave, another choke point with a death mark. Hindi nga lang nakustong. Na-damage nito si Chinese at siya pa nga yung namatay do para dito kay Arai. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, medyo duguan na yung dalawang miyembro ng side ng Grindsky, pero bawasan ang FLA. 1-4 nating exchange yun, PPG.
And a Baron, no? So, malaking bagay dito for Fennel Adversity. Kaso, nakita mo yan, di ba? Yung kay Chinese tsaka kay Arise. Nagulat ako na namatay pa si Arise dito. Iba talaga, di mo talaga pwedeng labanan ng 1v1 tong si Kha'Zix to. Lalo na kung isolated ka. Oo,
na-isolate ka eh.
Kinalabot eh.
In-isolate niya yung sarili niya eh. Parang kay Arise eh.
Tsaka medyo low din yung HP ni Arise doon. So, miscalculation ang nangyari. But then again, we have the Baron buff sa kamay ng Fennel
Panalo
Adversity.
din.
panalo sila doon. Indeed, no, kailangan nila mag-take ng objective dito. No? They have to push either mid lane. Actually, lahat na ko naman ang mapag-desisyon nila na i-push nila dito or go for the split push muna kasi Grindsky, they're trying their best na ma-equalize yung ating difference in terms of yung ating turrets, which is what they're doing right now pag-push ng bot lane. Dalawa yan, ha?
Mukhang give na to, give na yung Torre na to. Ikaw ba naman tapatan ka ng may Baron buff na minions, 3 card ata yun? Yup, 3 card,
Oo.
may durog. Ang Torre, pressure 2 lane dito ng side ng Grindsky. Medyo humahappy depth as of now, pero apprehend para sa isa, nagpaikot-ikot, inikutan din ni Arising dito, nagbubuan dito si Tonte. Tonte is still alive, pero that tidal wave will be there. Tatamaan yung isa, pero hindi naman nag-fully commit yung side of Fennel adversity dito. Medyo iniintay pa nila yung mga minion nila, pinipressure lang nila, patuloy-tuloy yung mga lanes ng side ng Grindsky as of now, pero nagkakadetektan yata dito sa may darima ng Grindsky. Makikita nila dito si Danny, pero palayo itong si Xiaomi. Medyo masakit kasi yung binibigay ng mga raket-raket neto ni Danny. Sabay si Tonte, kinalmot ng paa dito ni Domeng. At the same time, 2 Torre din na inhibitor ang mawawala sa side ng Grindsky. Sabay back away. Trabaho lang. Walang personalan.
Sulit na sulit yung Baron buff. Yeah. So, imagine ang galing si... Konti nagpo-push sa top lane, sabay konti nagpo-push sa mid lane dito. Split pushing sila pareho. Pero yung prolonged ng mga teamfight dito, they're just giving the pressure against Grindsky Esports. Ayaw nilang pumasok, ayaw nilang mag-in. Sige, no problem, we're just gonna take the turrets instead. At nagawa nila, 2 turret yan, oh, because of that pressure na gusto dito. Ang Grindsky Esports, lalong-lalo na, onti na lang, malapit na mag-up yung ating Elder Drake.
Yup, Elder Drake nga ang susunod na mamatahan ng 2 teams natin. Grindsky, kailangan nilang kunin yung Elder Drake at least makabawi. And wala nang Baron buff dito yung FLA. Tama nga yung sinabi mo, sulit na sulit talaga. And ang hirap kasi dito sa Grindsky, sila yung vulnerable eh. Open yung yung top lane nila and yung middle lane nila. So if ever mamatay sila dito, baka hindi na nga kunin ng FLA yung Elder Drake Rekta na to ng FLA Pero Grindsky, taking it easy, taking it slow. Kailangan din kasi nila ng farm. And the Diana, kailangan niya din pumasok wherein may include niya dito si Danny or even itong si Rafi, eliminating yung mga big ultimates, dodging those big ultimates para makapag-set up. Pero ito na nga, Kuya Gigi, nagkakaramdaman, nagkakakitaan, pero group up lang, no?
Actually, ganda na setup sana ng Fennel doon. Sabi ko nga, Oracle si Stucky, naklear nila kaagad yung vision dito, no? But Tonte has to defend the top lane habang kinukuha na ngayon ng rest of the members of Fennel adversity ang ating Dragons. May setup na dito at binamatahan na nila. Grindsky Esports try to stop this one. Tignan natin kung paano napipigilan to.
Yup. Yeah, Ryzen, binabox out niya lang dito yung mga miyembro ng Grindsky Esports. Deathmark will be committed, pero si Dominus, man, mukhang hindi tatama yung dakaling ng kalahati yung buhay dito ni Ryzen, kalahati din yung buhay dito ng Dragon, pero yung tidal wave walang nasagasaan as of now. Pwedeng i-play dito ng FLA, kaso nga lang Grindsky, merong vision sa loob. Pwedeng tumalon dyan si Xiaomi to steal that, pero alam ng FLA, medyo delikado. Wala yata silang Oracle Lens
Uy, si Bambi!
as of now. Kasi hindi nila na... Uy, Bambi! Nakulong ka, Bambi!
Gusto niya maging Dragon din.
Naku po, ang munting ko sa ito na nga pala plano na Moonfall on 5, pare koy! Kala mo, you're trapped here with me. That's the story. Napabagsak nila dito yung Guardian Angel ni Domeng and yung Elder Drake na nakaw pa ng Grindsky. Yun nga lang, nagkaroon ng casualty 2 sa kanila. Pero I don't think that's worth it kasi transition agad yung FLA sa may Baron natin agad. Nakita naman natin kanina kung gaano nila sinulit yung Baron buff. Pwede nilang i-ento. What do you think, Gigi?
I'm not sure why they're hesitating so much to get that Dragon knowing that napakalayo ni Tonte. That's a 4v5 situation. You should have gone for that one. They have a lot of damage as well. Hindi ko lang, pero I think they have different mindset. They don't want to sacrifice Elder Drake being stolen kung sakali. Pero may distansya malayo. Sagad na yung Dragon dun sa may gilid. And maybe because of the ward presence, no, cool down kasi yung kanilang mga Oracle Lens dito. So they cannot clear the ward inside the Dragon Pit. So baka yun nagiging threat sa kanila at kinakatakutan nila. And nangyari nga, yung kinakatakutan nila, which the Dragon was stolen by Grindsky. Eto yung replay natin.
Uy, wow, may replay.
Ang ganda talaga nung Moonfall na yun ni Bambi.
Feeling ko yung Moonfall na yun sa panaginip ko lang nangyayari yun
Totoo.
Yung 5 na Moonfall, men. Pero yun nga lang, hindi
Gitang-git na pa yun,
advantageous sa kanila. Yup. Yung pala yung plano ni Bambi, no? Kala mo trap siya doon, they are trapped there with Bambi. baliktad pala. Pero ito, natrap yata itong si Bo. Medyo
Ayan
makuha
na.
naman dito si Bo, pero tidal wave magkoconnect. Nakastasis itong isa, pero hindi makakasurvive.
Oh,
Itong
tuming.
si Bo, after all, the box will be there.
Ayan.
Nakulong yung iba para sa side ng FLA, pero pinapunish na sila.
Audition.
Isa-isa, stasis to buy time. Nag-audition na nga. Yeah, what's the cost of the Elder Drake? Kung lahat naman sila
Quadra kill.
mauupo sa side ng Grindsky, bigyan ng penta yan.
Op, ay isa
Bigyan
lang.
ng penta,
First
bigyan ng
penta.
jacket,
Oh.
pero hindi tatama.
Unang
Hindi,
penta.
hindi.
Ayun,
Unang
sige.
penta, hindi benta. men.
Ayan na, bibigay na.
Hindi Ayan,
Penta mo, Dani!
Hindi yung hapon! Bakit ka, Nern? Bakit ka na? Bakit ka banding nung mga minions?
Wala.
Dapat i-nerf yung minions. Hindi makuha. Alam mo ba, ang daming penta na nabigo dahil tinapos ng minions yung Nexus.
Super
Si Minions.
minion. Oo nga, si Nexus talaga. Masyadong malambot si Nexus eh.
Oo nga eh.
But again, what a game para sa ating first game dito on this third series. No? Solid na play coming from Fennel University and Grindsky Esports, especially in that particular team fight kung saan muntik na makabawi talaga yung Grindsky. If only they have enough damage to close that team fight kanina sa ating Dragon Pit, dahil baka pwede pa silang manalo dun kasi pwede matagal lang the timer nun, 17 minutes na yun eh. Kung naubos nila sila, then they could pretty much win the game and go straight to the Nexus.
Pero hindi ganun yung naging story para sa side ng Grindsky. And I
Yun
think
lang.
Fennel Adversity, magaling sila sa sa pang-debate, medyo pang-aabang sa may gilid-gilid dito. And yung parang nagiging rubber band pull. Ibibait nila, ilalagay nila sa position yung kalaban nila kung saan the best para sa side ng Fennel Adversity. Saka sila magi-engage, saka nila i-assault. And Fennel Adversity, successful so far dun sa mga ganong initiation na kinocommit nila dito. And pagdating talaga ng mga kalagitnaan ng game natin, sama-sama na sila eh. Halos hindi na sila naghihiwalay para sa side ng Fennel Adversity. Well, Grindsky kasi wala silang no choice dun. Kailangan nila mag-defend. Pressure lahat ng lanes nila dito. And yun nga, the problem din is hindi nila may access etong si Danny. Every time na nagtatry sila i-access etong si Danny, it's either may mamamatay din sa isa sa kanila from the death mark or doon sa Dragon's Rage neto ni Lee Sin. So wala silang they are left with low, konting choice lang. Kaya ang hirap din sabihin na kaya ng Grindsky to. But that's just the first game, GG. Ikaw, what do you think?
Yes, no. I would say this is still a first game para sa kanila because they get a comeback sa ating second game. And you mentioned a lot no, with regards to the setup na ginagawa ng Grindsky talaga. But also we have to consider Rafi as well na talagang marami siya nagagawa contribution. And yung mga Aqua Prison, pinag-usapan natin kanina na maganda yung Nami. You can counter a lot of champion. And it shows dito sa game na to na yung mga surprising Aqua Prison. There's also a situation kanina, I think we can see it on our highlights mamaya na ginamit yung Aqua Prison na muntik na siyang mamatay. Actually, he died pero in exchange for the life of at least 2 more champion sa kanilang kalaban. So solid trade lang din overall. Kaya I would say na malaking contribution talaga for Fennel Adversity having Rafi. And speaking of highlights, eto na.
Yeah, eto na, highlights. Actually, yan yung unang pag-aabang sa may damo ng side ng Fennel Adversity. And yung mga unang moonfall, isa lang yung magandang halos na moonfall neto ni Bambi na medyo naging... Eto yung sinasabi mo, Gigi, the Aqua Prison, na si Rafi, namatay man siya, pero dalawa yung exchange. Nakuha nila si Tactical, nakuha din nila itong si Bo. Danny as well, munti ka na mamatay doon si Danny, pero ang sakit na rin kasi ni Danny. Eto yung another moonfall coming from Bambi. Yes, nakuha niya dito si Arisen, but I don't think na naging worth din yun. I think Bambi also died doon sa may sitwasyon na yun. And eto yung tidal wave. Hindi pala sila 5 na natamaan nun, 4. Naka-dodge pala yung isa sa kanila. But still, choke point is choke point. Doon sila nahuli din ng side ng Fennel Adversity, giving them a lot of advantage para side ng Fennel.
Indeed, no? Tsaka, there's a lot of situation as well na makikita mo na parang lalaban talaga dito yung Fennel Adversity na minamicro nila na sinusubukan nilang basahin pa muna yung pwedeng gawin talaga or fully committed pa talaga yung Grindsky Esports before they go in. And also, Arise is just using yung kanyang death mark minsan to just pressure yung kanyang kalaban dito instead of going in. Hindi siya mag-damage. And look at this once again. The Bambi plays sana kaso kulang sa damage talaga. Tactical na lito, nauntog, nahirapan at hindi niya na alam ang gagawin after ng mga nangyari kanina.
And I think at that point, no, Chinese, masyado siyang manifest para ma-survive yung assault na yun. Yes, nakapatay sila pero hindi the best na situation para sa kanila. And that's the last team fight. Ito nga yung sinasabi mo kanina, nag-audition na yung side ng Grindsky. And look at Domeng, duguan siya pero hindi bumabagsak. Men, habang nililinis lang ng mga kasangga niya yung iba pa natitira sa side ng Grindsky. And sayang, no, hindi talagang maabot yung pentakill.
Ang
First
bilis,
pentakill sana natin yung sa WCS. Mabilis pa sa fast.
Oh, yung mga kampi niya kasi, oh my god, like 42,000 damage.
42,000,
Ang alam ko, 49 eh. Pag 49, para ka ng dalawang
Grabe
game
yun.
na pinagsama, di ba? But
Pwede pa
Danny-
next game yung damage mo.
Danny, player of the game. Alam mo, Yasu, sa lahat ng mga laban talaga ng Fennel adversity, it's always Danny.
Wow.
Dealing so much damage. Lagi niyang
Yeah.
na-out-damage yung kanyang mid lane, yung baron lane niya dito. Kasi, I don't know why, but talagang siguro pagdating sa damage output, dun lang siya focus. And at the same time, with yung kiting abilities niya, tiwala siya kay Rafi na mapoprotektahan siya.
And knowing na andyan nga lang si Rafi, hindi sila naghihiwalay for Danny and Rafi. And kita mo yung build doon neto ni Danny. Sabi mo nga, pwede siya mag-build ng AD build or pero nag-focus siya dito sa AD and Corky. Kung ako sa inyo, ewan ko sa inyo kung na-print screen nyo, pero kung gusto nyo makakuha ng 42k na damage, why not
Grabe.
coconut print screen nyo yun? Medyo i-playback nyo na lang sa mga nanonood sa YouTube para makuha yung build na yun. Pero Fennel adversity, GG. Solid, and I think medyo mali ang prediction dito ni paling Zotolus.
Kinakabahan nga yata
Kinakabahan.
si Otolus. Naamoy ko
O
na.
baka gusto lang talaga niya samahan si Madam Mikan.
Oo, para
hindi
tigis.
siya nag-iisa. Oo, para it's a tie.
Oo, para may tigisa sila. Pero overall, again, Grindsky Esports, pinakita naman nila na sa game na to na may papalag talaga sila. They can still do something
Yeah.
about winning against Fennel adversity. They just have to be consistent. I think sa mga early lead na meron sila. But we'll see the second game kasi I'm really excited to see kung ano mangyayari sa game 2.
Yeah, indeed. Ako din excited kung anong mangyayari sa Game 2. Pero hinay-hinay lang tayo dyan kasi magkakaroon ng tayo ng this very very light na break at magbabalik kami kapag ready na yung Game 2. Mabilis lang to. Once again, ako si Asami. Ako kasama ko dito si Gigi. Huwag kayong aalis mga kaibigan. Dyan lang kayo.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Welcome back! Sabi sa inyo, quickie lang yung break natin. And ito na nga, second game na nga tayo ng Fennel Adversity versus Grindsky Esports. Nagbabalik kami. Ako nga pala, si Yasumi, ako kasama ko dito. Si Gigi Spear and Gigi, nakaisa na yung Fennel. What do you think? Makakabawi ba dito yung Grindsky or 2-sorry na again? Ito, meron na ba tayong 2-1? Wala pa,
Wala
no?
pa today.
Alaws pa.
Puro 2-0 pa tayo today. Pero alam mo yung curse of the third series, maamoy yan eh. Yan ang nangyayari palagi. The curse of the third series, parang eto palagi nagkakaroon ng mga 2-1. So, tignan natin kung may possibility
Ganun ba yun?
Kasi in terms of...
Ba't kahapon?
Kahapon. Iba ba kahapon? Akala ko third series kahapon.
First series yun eh.
Pero malay mo lang, di ba? Nanghula lang ako ng curse eh. Pero, ayun nga, as I was saying, na pwede may potential naman dito na makabawi yung Grindsky Esports. Then overall, iba talaga yung level nila ngayon. With the Ryzen being there as well as their Baron laner. Overall yung lineup nila and Danny's playstyle, kung paano siya maglaro, the fighting abilities never changed since yung mga previous season natin. Kaya excited ako to see what will happen in the next game. Kasi Grindsky Esports, hindi naman yan basta-basta magpapatalo lang ng tuloy-tuloy, di ba? I think they will try to get a comeback sa ating next game. So we'll see anong strategy ang gagawin nila or anong klaseng picks. Kasi in terms of versatility, dyan lamang ang Grindsky Esports. Marami silang mga champion pool dito.
And in terms of, sabi mo nga, versatility and in terms of experimenting, kasi ano pa lang naman tayo halos sa scorean, pero napaka-importante din kasi nung scorean, if ever 2-1 or 2-0 if I'm not mistaken. And lalo na ngayon na yung meta natin, wala pa talagang solid na meta. Yes, medyo pa ulit-ulit yung mga champion na nakikita natin, pero paiba-iba din. Pwede ka back to the traditional na meron kayo ADC. Gaya nung kanina, no, Lucian versus Corky, no, on the ADC lane. Pero pwede din kasi silang mag-swing ng AP carry, which is yung ginagawa ng mga Team Secret, even RRQ kahapon, na ang nilalagay nila sa may ADC dito. Either kung makalabas ito si Morgana or si Lux, even Ziggs, kung makalabas itong mga champion na to. Or maybe may iba pa na mga champion na pwede pang ilagay sa ADC like Oriana, since kapag ka nakapag-well farm ka naman din ng Oriana, nakuha mo lahat ng item mo, napakakate ng isang Oriana. But we'll see, no? Grindsky kanina, medyo nag-fall off lang sila pagdating kay Xiaomi. Medyo hindi yata masarap yung kanyang breakfast, no?
Oo.
Kasi even though pumapasok siya dito, andun yung moment, may isang moment kanina na mapapatay niya na si Danny pero hindi niya napatay lang direkta. Ano na yun eh, hindi siya na-isolate ng sagad-sagad, 1v1 na sana with the Great One, kaso nakapag-mamba out pa si Danny. So sayang naman, Chinese, napilitan pa siya mag-back away. Let's see kung ganun ba yung magiging story or different story, maglilin ba ito sa Grindsky. This time, drafting na tayo.
Drafting indeed. First ban kaagad, Camille at Galio. Sabi mo nga kanina, Yasu, no?
As
Pareho
always.
na naman, the best three. The best trio.
Fiora.
Oo, best trio to ban. And
Best
expecting
trio
to
to ban,
see
indeed.
Rakan, possibility to ban na Rakan or a Thresh.
Rakan,
Kasi nakalusot yung
Zed.
Thresh to Boo eh.
Set, ano pa, Gragas,
Ayan, Matic.
Morgana,
Gragas.
yung mga ban natin. Lee Sin actually pwede nilang iban against Domeng, no? And ano pa ba? Yung mga bentang-benta sa ban. Yung natatagalan sa coffee break. O par, ban ka na naman. Oo, kape-kape muna tayo dito sa ban lobby.
Renekton, pwede nila
Oh,
iban
diba,
na
sir?
actually. Ay, hindi si
Ay,
Jace pa din. Sila pa din.
Jace.
Yan pa din
Sila pa
eh.
din.
Oo, same ban.
Solid. Feeling ko magkaka-best friend na tong mga to eh.
Tambay lagi sa bench yung mga champion na yan. Kasi waiting lang sila sa gilid. Do. Oy, Bo! First pick
Thresh ulit.
Thresh. Wow, walang pagbabago ha. Tignan natin anong response dito ng FLA. Renekton is open. Pwede gamitin ni Ryzen. Pero Ryzen with his champion pool, pwede pa siyang pumik ng iba. Tignan natin. Renekton pa din yan. Kung may Thresh kayo,
Same.
may Renekton kami.
Lee Sin. Kanina, Lee Sin din si Domeng, second pick eh. Let's see. Lee Sin.
Could this be a Lee Sin? Kasi pwede siyang kunin ni Chienes kung hindi niya makuha eh. Take note ha. Chienes
Yeah.
also player ng Lee Sin din. Lee Sin player din yan. So
Eh, syempre ganun talaga pagka jungler ka. Hindi
parang
pwedeng hindi ka
dapat
mag-Lee Sin.
oo nga eh. No?
O pag jungler ka, Lee Sin, main.
Agree ako dyan. Agree ako dyan. Lahat ng mga jungler.
Hindi, wala yatang jungler na hindi dumaan kay Lee Sin, no?
Pag ano ka, hindi ka marunong mag-Lee Sin sa jungle, pwede ka na mag-iwan ng role.
Oo.
Pag ka na mag-jungle, babe.
Grabe.
Oy!
Oy,
Kasi po
ano
din.
to? Same.
Parang game 1 to pinapanood natin drafting ha. Ba, ano na ba nangyari?
Kakasimula lang pa ng third game. Replay ba to?
Oo,
Hindi din sila nagpalit ng ng side.
Oo nga, same
Diba?
side. Hindi same side sila
Same.
dito. But we'll see sino yung
Welcome
magiging
to game 1.
third ban dito ni Bam. Third pick pa. Uy, Zed naman. Kanila naman ang Zed.
Game 2 pala to. Game 2.
At least
So, eto
na-confirm na natin na iba ang pick nila.
Oo. Kala ko medyo naghihinala na ako. Baka replay to eh. Pero ito inagaw na nila si Zed. Ito, ginamit to ng RRQ, even Team Secret kanina. RRQ kahapon, Team Secret kanina with the dual assassin on their side. With Thresh, we have Chinese playing as Kha'Zix and itong si Deathmark Boy na si Zed. And ito naglabas din sila ng bago. Hindi na sila what do you call that? Darius. Pero yung kalaban naman ni Darius, men. Which is itong si Garen. Parehas lang naman silang umiikot at parehas lang naman silang tumataga, no?
Demasya naman tayo ngayon dito, no? Very interesting meron dito ang FLA because it seems like they're going to fight Zed with a tanky champion kasi either Renekton will go for the mid lane or si Garen. So, parang mamatunin nila, no? Tatauhan nila. Kumbaga sa suntukan ng mga bata, ganun sa balikat. Ganun yung mangyayari dito, no? Yung pwede mangyari sa ating mid lane. So,
Paano? Ganun?
Grabe
yun.
Eh, yung pwedeng
Hindi wala pang gamitan ng kamay.
Oo, ganun lang. Paulit-ulit. So, again, very interesting matchup coming for the mid lane. Tignan natin kung mababurst ba ni Bambi, no? With Zed, itong either Garen or Renekton kasi hindi natin alam for now, eh.
Actually, parang it makes sense, no? Assassin kayo, and then, ang sagot para sa mga assassin, ayaw nila na ibigay yung kanilang mga assassination kit doon sa mga makakapal na HP sa makukunat. Kasi hindi mo sila ma-assassinate right away. So, ang sagot dito ng FLA, sige, hanapan natin ang solusyon yan. Bruce Brothers, let's go. Kaya
Oo.
pinili nila dito si Garen, at the same time si Dominus Boy, which is itong si Crocky. And then meron din tayo Domeng on that Lee Sin. Medyo makunat-kunachi din naman ang isang Lee Sin kapag nakakuha na ng item. And ang hinihintay na lang natin, is this gonna be APC or ADC?
Mapapaisip din ako sa ngayon kasi now that they
Wait,
have
si
3-minute champion na, pwedeng APC ang mangyari dito kasi lahat yan AD ang gagawin dito ng FLA, no? So sila yung nag-ban sa Morgana, so ayaw nila ng Morgana. Actually yan yung mga winning picks nila during the Cebol qualifiers, nakita ko itong FLA. Pero ngayon wala tayong Morgana. Okay, Morgana out, tignan natin. Ziggs is open. Ziggs is open, pwede yan, kaso open target yan para kay Zed, at yun na nga.
Uy, narinig ka, GG. Pag natalo FLA dito, kasalanan mo
Ayun na nga, parang
joke lang.
feeling ko din.
Pero may delay tayo. Actually, sa live, may delay tayo. Pero yun nga, no, si Ziggs kasi, sabihin natin, easily accessible. Hindi naman siya ganun, wala halos mobility itong si Ziggs unless yung satchel niya is on point pang mamba out. Pero this is a Z we're talking about. This is a K6 we're talking about. Ito yung mga tirador ng backlines. Kumbaga. And napakabilis lang niyang pumatay, lalo na ng mga squishy target just like itong si Ziggs. Pero may nakawala sa baul. Vayne, ano masasabi dito, Gigi?
Yeah, Vayne, alam naman natin lahat kung gaano siya ka-effective, no, pagdating sa mga late game situation natin. Kasi pag nakapag-farm enough para sa kanyang items dito, magiging threat yan against Renekton at si Galio. And these two champions are Vayne, overall Vayne, yung kanyang silver balls dito, nakadepende yan sa HP percentage ng kanyang kalaban. So walang makunat pag si Vayne yung AD carry dito. So yun yung pwede maging problema na ikakaharap nila. Gusto ko lang i-add with regards to Ziggs being the AP carry of FLA, kailangan din ng magandang support na tulad ni Rakan dito para maprotektahan si Danny sa mga teamfight. Ako, expect na naman niya sa 40,000 damage kay Danny.
Well, kung makakapag-farm ng maayos itong si Danny, well, judging from the lineup dito ng FLA, mukhang meron naman siyang 4 na bodyguard. Pero enough nga ba yung bodyguard na yan kung dalawa yung nagbabalak na mag-assassinate dito kay Danny? Kasi in reality, siya lang yung makakapag-deal ng massive damage at the end of the day kung hindi. Kasi hindi naman kaya makapag one-hit delete na kunyari nakalakit ka na ng target on Arise, on Garen, even itong si Renekton. Pero si Ziggs, kung hindi tatama din yung kanyang mga bumps dito, parang alaws naman, di ba? And yun nga, binanggit mo kanina, tactical on that Vayne, napaka-deadly. Parang madedenay yung pinili dito na lineup ng FLA. Kung gusto nyo ng Brusco Brothers, okay, tanggalan natin ng HP yan.
Yes, yun yung magiging problema nila dito, and it will matter the most kung gaano din ka-effective si Bo sa ating mga teamfights mamaya. Kasi kung hindi na matatama yung mga death sentence siya and not enough protection para kay tactical, yun ang magiging problema. So, kailangan pa rin syempre yung coordination coming from Grindsky Esports and yung tamang execution, as you always mentioned, paano ba yung sequence ng kanilang mga skills dito, and the chain CC na pwede nilang ibigay sa mga mangyayaring teamfight, kasi it's really important for them na talagang pumasok lahat ng mga skill shots nila dito, and they actually have to pick itong si Danny sa mga laban kasi Danny is the squishiest sa lahat pa ng mas malambot pa na lineup ngayon ng FLA.
Yeah, siya ang pinaka-chewables, kumbaga.
Ay, tama.
Siya ang pinaka-nakakatakam dyan, men. Chewables dito si Danny. Though kanina siya din naman yung medyo chewables, no? Uy, grabe naman yun. Mas intro pa sa pasimula. Nag-ano lang doon, nag-fashion show lang si Rafi. No? Nagpakita lang siya, hi, hello, I'm Rafi, ganon, sa may middle lane. Pero it seems like, from middle lane, rotating to bottom lane, ang ginagawa dito ng Grindsky. Gigi, na masasabi mo?
Madami asog din na dodge dito nitong si Bambi. Yung Garen, kaya siya nag-bot lane muna. Kaya siya iniiwasan niya si Garen, pero na-realize niya na mukhang susundan lang siya kahit saan siya magpunta. Ngayon, bumalik sila sa bot lane. Oo, para maging
balik sa
normal
bot lane,
na,
back to original. Nakapag-farm naman siya kaso lang pagbalik niya sa may mid lane para kay Bobby. Duguan din siya, no? Buti na lang wala pang espada, no? Level 2 pa lang sila lahat. Kundi yatap siya dyan.
Sigurado kasi low na HP niya. Low enough para ma-secure yung Dimash Justice dito. And hindi, ang weird lang, syempre, I think, yun yung plano niya talaga umuwi. Hindi niya nakuha yung honey fruit sa bot lane, eh.
Hindi niya na kinuha din and andun na din kasi sila Bo and I think Bo medyo kailangan din nila ng tulong ng Honeyfruit kahit papaano kung gusto niyang further maprotektahan itong si Tactical. Pero ito nga no, medyo FLA ang sipag nilang gumalaw sa mapa. Pansin mo, Rakan, naggaling sila sa middle lane, na bottom lane, and this time
Ang
on the way, the
layo.
middle lane again, just to secure all the scuttler. Dalawang scuttler natin, FLA, no? Denying yung pwedeng gawing rotation somehow ng side ng Grindsky kung sakaling gusto nilang mag-sneaky assassinate kung sino yung makita nila sa mapa.
At isa pang maganda dun, Yaso, is that yung setup na ginagawa ng FLA, bago nila gawin yon, they cleared the bot lane immediately. Yung ating mga, yung wave ng minions natin in the bot lane, kinlear nila. And then after ng transition, papuntang Scuttle Crab, tapos punta sa mid lane, and then tinuha na naman nila yung Scuttle Crab. Talagang nag-benefit para dito kay Doming kasi right now, level 5 na siya. Kahit na nag-level 5 na rin si Xiaomi dito, they still got the 2 Scuttle Crab na kailangan nila for more gold. Na Doming, same scenario kanina, ganun ulit ginawa niya.
Yeah, ganun nga ulit yung ginawa ni Domeng. Pero Tonte, mukhang natuto na si Tonte. Tamo, nararamdaman niya eh. Bakit ang tapang ni Arisen? Bakit nandito pa din siya? Pero kasi, may manggagaling din sa likod. So, hindi lang kayo yung may jungle dito. Magkakasabayan. Tondo na yata to. Unang pumasok dito itong si Domeng. Sabay nasipan nila dito si Tonte. Tonte pa din. Ang unang mayayatap. And mamba out na nga agad doon si Chinese dahil baka sumunod na din siya kay Tonte.
The thing is, mas naunang nakapwesto rito si Domeng and that is why they have the early lead in that team fight. Especially, ang sakit ng damage niya na pwede kagad ibigay ni Ryzen dito, lalo na puno yung rage niya doon, 50. Pag nag-ruthless predator siya doon, triple yung damage doon. So yun talaga yung nangyari sa ating top 8, kaya mas masakit na nabigay kagad nila ditong damage para kay Tonte. Hindi na umabot yung kanyang decimate at yun, nagkaroon sila kagad ng first blood dito.
Yeah, first blood secured agad ng FLA at mukhang nagre-ready na ng medyo early yung FLA. Kita mo, dinedenay na, tinatanggalan na nila ng mata yung Grindsky na pinaglalagay doon somewhere around the dragon natin which is mag-i-spawn in less than 20 seconds. Infernal Drake yan, Babidoo, and look at Domeng trying to get lang of course yung kanyang mga buffs dito. We'll see kung makakanaka ba dito si Chinese and medyo dominating yung wards nga ba dito na side ng FLA? No, hindi nila makukuha kasi yung Scuttler na vision para sa side ng FLA.
Muntik na yun ha. Kung medyo na, hindi na-smite yun ni Chianis, baka pakuha pa niya yun sa Sonic Wave niya. Kasi I think Pax yung Sonic Wave niya dito. The usual for our Lee Sin mains dito. No? Eto na, sinisimulan na ngayon. Ang unang dragon.
Speaking of smite, no, cooldown yung smite ni Chinese. So, hindi na talaga nila i-go yung dragon. Hindi na nila i-contest yung dragon dito. Instead, kukunin na lang nila yung Rift Herald. Mas may chance pa nga naman sila nakuha yung Rift Herald. Pero andun na nga yung MIB ni Danny. May smite. Abot lang. Sakto lang. Yung smite. Napunta pa rin yan sa side ng Grindsky. Pero the box will be there. Nakulong dito. Itong si Arisen at mukhang babagsak na nga siya doon. And munti ka na namang madali yung isa sa kanila. I think that's Tonte, no, na nanakbo. And Chinese, napabagsak nila si Chinese doon but still na-secure naman niya yung Rift Herald natin. Pero sabi ko sa inyo, this is FLA. It's not just one objective. Magdadalawa pa nga pero nice defense ang ginawa dito ng side ng Grindsky. Nagsa-sidestep ito si Rapi. Bawal yung lapitan, men. Hindi namin kayo bibigyan ng isa pang kill. Grabe yung walks in, walks out doon.
Kakaiba yung juke plays na ginagawa dito ng Fennel Adversity. No? At first, we saw na pumasok si Rafe. It's a mistake on his part kasi na-realize siya na marami palang tropa dito. Itong si Tonte. Pero immediately, when he backed away, nag-flash kagad dito si Danny kasi alam niya na siya yung potentially na ihuhook pagka-battle dance sa kanya nitong si Rafe. And after nun, nag-flash na sila, pumasok sa loob. Itong si Tactical, without realizing na nag-up na ulit yung battle dance ni Rafe. So, tamang wax in, wax out lang yung nangyari doon. And ang dami nilang na-burn, nasama na spell.
Ang dami nilang na-burn doon. And getting nothing para sa side din ng Grindsky. Pero FLA, muntikan pa nga mamatay itong si Rafi. Medyo tahimik nga lang ba tayo? Hindi. May nag-aabang na naman kay Elsa at kay Lando. At mamahuhuli nila dito. Here comes yung And yung ano yung charm ni Rafi,
Oo,
huli.
na-quickness.
Nahuli agad si Bo. Nagulat sila doon, par.
Quickness, Mega Inferno Bomb, nag-connect ng maayos. Sobrang setup talaga na ginawa na naman ng Fennel Adversity dito. I think,
Yep.
since lamang sila sa vision, liyukot na control, the wards control dito. Parang konti na yung pagitan ng mga wards na nakalagay sa ating jungle camp sa top lane side ng Grindsky. Teka lang, uy, malang tactical.
Bakit ang lalim mo, tactical? Bakit ganun? Nai-pushback niya naman dito. Ito si Rafi, as of now, pero di ba na siya dito? May MID pa tayo, buti na lang cooldown. Pero nandun pa yung tatak, munti ka ng matatahan. Etong si tactical, pero wait, there's more. Dominus, andyan yan. Mukhang may namatahan yung mga middle lane. Tower dive nang ginawa dito ng side ng FLA. Nagulat kayo, no? Galing sa likod, pero mapapabagsak nila dito yung torre. Giving more access doon sa mga natitira sa may feed na naiwan, binagsakan ng espada. Etong natitira sa may middle lane, which is itong si Tonte din at si Chinese. Yatarp.
Yeah, Tarp indeed. So, Bambi making the trades in the bot lane dito. No? Maganda yung ginawa niya doon. Parang the traditional Z right now. The Z plays yung kanyang split push. I would like to add lang pala.
Yeah.
What happened in the mid lane is that muntik nang makuha yung buhay tactical dito. And si Arisen, ayun, nakatakas nga siya. The shields was there as well. Ang daming spam ng shield eh. Even yung lantern dito ni Bo. And yung nangyari dito sa ating mid lane is that nagamit kagad si Arisen na kanyang Dominus para mapuno yung charge niya, no? Mag-stack yung charge niya
replay
ng rage. This is the replay. Once again, na makikita natin dito na tinry pa nila magkaroon ng trade pero masyadong malalim and the turret destroyed immediately nung dumating na yung members ng Grindsky.
Grabe, no? Dalawa silang nag-sacrifice para mabuhay dito si Danny, which is hindi worth it for the side ng Grindsky. Pero, grabe yun, ang lalim nun. Pero okay lang, napabagsak naman dalawa nila yung turret at the bottom lane. Pero naku po, Arise, TP, okay na. Kala ko maulit, maabutan niya pa si Bambi
Muntik na lumubog na yung sa shadow si Zed Para muntik pang maabot ni Arise kung nagkataon. No? Right now, 8-minute mark mga kaibigan. We could check the item later on. Mamaya pagdabas ulit yung ating item sa screen. Pero nakikita naman natin, sabi ko nga sa inyo, may lamang talaga dito yung Fennel Adversity at this point of the game. Just have to maintain kung ano yung advantage na meron sila. Pero magsasabay na mag-up yung referral natin and Dragon at mas nakapwesto na naman ang Grindsky sa referral instead of dun sa may Dragon.
Kaso, naku po, hindi niya na-lens itong si Arise pero nakita pa rin nila yan. Tonte, saan ka pupunta, Arise? Minus will be there, napakakunat nga with the stasis. Nakahabol pa ang tropa dito ng FLA. And parang boxing ring yung ginawa dito na the box. Pero silang nabugbog para sa side ng Grindsky. Dyan pala kayo nag-aaba. Sige, amin na to. Yatarp sila Pero yung Dragon din, mukhang transition.
Teka lang, tignan natin kung papatuloy nila makuha yung ating Dragon dito. Kasi papunta na dito. Itong si Arise to stop them from getting that Dragon.
Man, FLA, trabaho sa lahat ng lane. Kita mo? Dinaray nila na i-prevent itong referral na binadala ng Grindsky at the top lane. Tingnan mo, hindi nabasag yung tower. Kasi binomba ni Danny. Binomba ni Danny kanina And FLA, not only getting that referral, okay, pati yung tinrabaho dito ni Bambi kahit papano salamat sa leash. Sabi ng FLA, man, 2-7, 36k versus the 30k net worth ng side ng Grindsky. May laban pa to, only if ma-access nila dito si Danny. Pero medyo mahirap kasi talaga Brusco Bros, ang dami niyang bodyguard.
Yes, Danny knows as well how to position himself kung mapapansin mo sa mga certain situations. So, and look at this follow-up coming from from Rafi dito, no. Nanggaling siya sa mid lane. Nag-flash siya, nag-battle din siya, gumamit siya ng kanyang protobelt, pero top lane nasira yung torre. Teka lang, Yasu, bakbakan na naman yata.
Yeah, medyo nahuli na tayo doon sa batbakan pero ang gusto lang naman ng Grindsky doon is makapag-push ng torre. Pero Doming as well, mapupush niya yung torre dito ng Grindsky. So, all in all, walang naging advantage doon yung Grindsky.
Tapos na yata. Tapos na nga, no? Nagkaroon na ng labanan kanina. And after those trades na nangyari, still in favor of Fennel Adversity. Tignan natin. Uy! Another turret in the mid lane.
Man, that's a Ziggs. Hindi na tayo magtataka. Isang satchel lang. May low health na Torre. Wait. Okay, satchel out. Ay, wrong game.
Ay, iba.
Right, iba yun.
Satchel.
Here comes the fire. Iba pala yun. Si Raze pala yun, no? Pero anyway, FLA sila nga yung lamang na lamang sa lahat ng bagay. Sa kills, sa Dragon Take, sa mga objective, pagdating din sa network, ilang
Sperox,
item yung lamang nila doon, no? And hindi na tayo magtataka kung bakit nakaka-survive dito si Danny. Ang importante kasi for the GS is to funnel gold para dito kay Tactical. Pero si Tactical, dalawa pa lang yung item niya. Kung ikukumpara natin kay Danny, 7K lang yung network dito, yung pera dito ni Tactical. Kumpara dun sa 8K neto ni Danny, parang may kalahating item na lamang itong si Danny
Yes.
kumpara kay Tactical. Pero mukhang magkakaroon na naman tayo ng teamfight at the bottom lane. Mukhang pinapasarap na naman ng Fennel. Chine-check lang nila kung nasaan yung position ng Grindsky as of now.
Wow.
Bomba-bomba lang. Checking
pang
lang.
ano yun, pang-initiate nila, no? To get the early damage. Pero Chinese, delikado ang kanyang sitwasyon dito. Uy,
Men,
ginamit na.
nagpapabait si Danny.
Ginamit
Kita mo
na
yung ginagawa ni Danny. Si Danny lang nagpapakita.
Mm.
Pero sige, naging impatient na dito yung FLA. Sige, push na namin to. Ayaw magpa-bait din ng Grindsky. Ang ginawa ni Danny doon, parang kinumit niya yung bomb niya para makumpor dito yung Grindsky. Isipin ng Grindsky na, uy, wala nang ulti itong si Danny. Tapos si Danny lang yung nagpapakita sa mapa para kagatin ng Grindsky. Pero sabi ng Grindsky, alam na namin yan.
Mm.
Delicate yan.
Parang basang-basa nila talaga dito yung ginagawa ng FLA, no? And the problem is they can't respond immediately. And they can't actually respond accordingly sa mga situation na nangyari sa kanila kasi lamang na lamang talaga dito yung FLA.
Yeah.
They just can't go in. Alam nila na bait yun. Either they can't go in or they
Or
just decided not to go in. Kasi ang hirap na eh. Look at the items right now of si Danny. Naka-up na yung kanyang Archangel staff. So medyo meron na siyang safety nest or defensive item for his champion. And still, with the AP na meron siya dito, AP damage output from his champion, talagang mahihirapan dito ang Grindsky Esports.
Yeah, mahirapan ng Grindsky Esports dito. And, tingnan nyo yung mapa natin. Sa taas, yung mga mata na
Ayun
kinala
na.
dito ng FL. Naku po! May tao doon kanina! Saan napunta? Natunaw si Bambi!
Kinain ng
Natunaw
lupa.
si Bambi, par! Oo!
Hindi naman,
Shit,
hindi,
na-deathmark niya yata yung sarili niya, men.
hindi nakapag-shadow, hindi nakapag-flash. He even failed to use anything para mag-survive
Anything
doon.
at all.
Grabe yung crowd control. Chain CC na nagagaling dito sa FLA. They have the
Hindi ka
Baron.
nagigisingin.
Tignan natin. Will they risk this one? Kasi Dragon pa-up na rin eh. Baka mag-Dragon muna reset.
Dragon Reset. Tama. Dragon Reset. Even though nakikita nila yung ibang members ng side ng Grindsky sa loob mismo ng kanilang jungle, pero with the help of Oracle Lens, nasi-sweep naman nila kahit papano yung mga wards coming from FLA. Pero ito nga, Ocean Drake will be up. Hindi mo na sila magbabaron dito, pero I don't think na FLA magko-commit tuluyan on that Dragon, or pwede na si Doming, no? Para hindi paghinalaan ng Grindsky na nagda-Dragon talaga sila. Pero kaya na kasi ni Doming mag-isa to eh. So hindi siya masyadong suspicious. Grindsky, hindi sila nakaposition dito on that Drake. And kalalagay lang ngayon, kakikita lang ni Bambi. I don't think na may outsmite niya itong si Doming. Wala siyang smite para kay Bambi. Malayo si
Yes.
Chinese.
Tsaka, alam mo, Yasa, just now, I just realized, no? Looking at the items of FLA, lahat sila ay naka-warding totem. So kung di nila kailangan mag-Oracle Lens, they're fighting this game na maraming vision. So this is one good thing about Wildrift, no, is that everyone from your team has to know where to put, saan yung mga wards natin dapat ilagay. Hindi yung isa lang nakakaalam kung saan dapat ilagay yung mga wards para meron silang control ng vision dito. Since 5 yan, actually kakapalit lang ni Rafi ngayon ng kanyang Oracle Lens. Meron silang enough vision. Tignan mo, control na naman nila yung pag-prepare nila sa Baron.
Yeah, ang kagandahan nga sa FLA, kapag kukuha sila dito ng objective, talagang well-prepared sila pagdating sa mga totem. Nga, nabanggit mo. Pero another choke point na naman yan. I don't think na alam ng FLA. Alam nila actually. Kita mo yung mga bato ni Danny ng mga bombs. Naghihintay lang dito na may madudulas yung FLA. Binibait lang nila na nagbabaron sila. Pero napakagandang pala naman yung grand entrance coming from Rafi, and yung kulong, the box ni Bo. Mukhang naging boxing ring para sila ang bumagsak. Bambi as well will fall down. Doon sa may bandang likod habang hinahabol nila dito si Tactical. Hindi yata magandang tactic to na pauwi na siya sa side ng FLA. Hinahabol siya ng dalawa habang yung tatlo pushing at the middle lane. Tactical hindi na din mabubuhay, and that will be an ace para sa side ng Fennel Adversity. And I think this is done.
Isit pansit mga kaibigan. Naipit sa choke point ang Grindsky Esports.
Grabe naman yun, si Aryzen yung nagtatangke ng Nexus. Grabe yun.
Kinunatan na. Pinakunatan na talaga. Talagang makunat. Hindi lang sa kanyang champion, but Crocodile in real life, mga makukunat yan ang kanilang mga balat. Oo, matitigas talaga. And yeah, that's the game 2 para sa ating Series 3. Solid na naman ang ginawa dito ng Fennel Adversity. That last team fight, kung saan nahuli nila dito yung kanilang kalaban. Solid with regards to the grand entrance, as you mentioned kanina, talagang tatlo yung tinamaan at naipit sila doon. The follow-up is there
Yup.
and na-secure kaagad ni kaibigang Danny yung isang kill nila doon and they won the game. Finally, at talagang sumolid dito yung playstyle ulit ng Fennel Adversity. Sorry, Yosolus, mukhang
Too sorry eh.
Too sorry ka muna, Arp.
Too sorry, Zotolus. Zotolus na po nga pala yung pangalan ni
May
Otolus
Z sa
dito. Hindi na po siya si Otolus. Zotolus na. Kakatutrots one line nyo yan. Pero ito, kidding aside, no, Fennel Adversity still going strong and alam nila kung ano yung drafting pa lang, pansin mo, napaka mapag-adjust nila pagdating sa draft. Sige, magdudual assassin kayo. Ito yung sagot namin, Brusco Bros. I don't think na merong isang beses na napatay nila dito si Danny. Kasi grabe, yung mga wall na kailangan mong daanan yung wall Maria, wall Sina, o diba? Nagkatakon Titan na tayo dito. Pero ang dami mong kailangan basaging wall to access Danny. Wherein I don't think na napatay nila kahit isang beses si Danny despite having 2 assassin para sa side ng Grindsky Esports. And what's more, Grindsky kasi, yes, sinabi natin na kailangan nilang i-funnel somehow itong si Tactical. But, ang dami nilang kailangan mag-farm eh. Kailangan mag-farm ni Chinese, kailangan mag-farm neto ni Bambi somehow for the item, for the combo, but Tactical as well, which is hindi nangyari para sa side ng Grindsky.
Yes, and actually, kung mapapansin mo yung score ni Tactical, up until around 12 minutes yata, di ako nagkakamali, is 0-0-0 pa din. So talagang nag-focus siya sa pag-farm. Mahirap din talaga maghanap ng magandang opportunity to get the objective properly, no? Or magkaroon ng mga kills, especially Vayne is a late game champion talaga. So earlier to mid game, mahirap talaga na makapag-secure ng mga kill dito. How is he gonna be able to go for the right target kasi makukunat na yung mga kalaban since nakakapag-farm nga sila ng early, mas nahihirapan siya na makapag-dish out ng damage, and yung only point or yung only time na nagkaroon siya ng opportunity to be very much effective sa mga teamfight is huli na yung lahat para sa kanila.
Yeah, huli na ang lahat dahil hindi talaga funnel ang nangyari doon para sa side ng Grindsky. Wherein ang daming advantage din na nakuha pa talaga ng FLA. Alam nila, planado, it's all according to Keikaku ang FLA dito. Lahat ng kanilang objective, mini-make sure nila na ready ang lahat. Pagdating sa mga mata, sa mga warding totem, anak po sila ng Meralco, bawal ang madilim, and sila ang tumira kay Elsa at Lando dahil lagi silang nakatago sa damo, and mind you, lagi successful, almost all successful yung kanilang assault. But it's the highlights, parang GG.
Maliwanag ang buhay, sabi nga natin, no? Nahuli si Arisen doon, and I think that's a miscalculation on his part, and yung mga setup ulit. Gusto ko lang i-highlight dito, no, with Rafi setting up every team fight, like most of the team fight, no, yung kanyang battle dance dito, the quickness together with yung kanyang grand entrance, magugulat ka na lang na nandiyan na siya sa harap mo, and it's working really in favor of FLA. If I remember correctly, may isang point dito na ito, yung biglang humabol siya, tumalon siya dun kay Dominic, sabay tumalon sa kanyang tropa, and look at that trade, 3-4-1. Oh no, dalawa lang pala. But
dalawa lang.
That's still a win for them.
Yep. Ito yon kanina, si Bambi, nandun yun kanina eh. Biglang nawala. Alam mo, minsan nagtataka ako eh, kung hindi naman global yung ulti ni Rakan, yung mga skills dito ni Rakan, pero still, galing siya sa mid lane, biglang nasa top. Real quick, man.
Din yung
And this is the
Dragon's
last
Rage
team
to
fight
yun, no?
na lalong na tuluyang nagpapunit sa side ng Grindsky kasi napunit na talaga yung defense nila doon, nagkahiwalay-hiwalay na sila, nagkanya-kanyang takbo na din sila, even Tactical hindi na rin siya makasurvive. Kita mo yung struggle ni Tactical to at least take down what champion, which is hindi nangyari. Hindi niya man lang na-take down kahit low health na doon si Domeng, even itong si Renekton, nope.
Uy,
And
si Rafi!
Sino may sabing support is just a support? What you say, mate?
69% kill participation. Mukhang happy-happy na naman ng mga commenters natin dyan, mga viewers natin. But
nice number,
yeah,
indeed.
Yes, indeed. Hindi ko nakita, hindi natin makita yung damage ni Danny, pero for sure, mataas din yan, no? Kasi Ziggs and always on point yung mga Mega Inferno Bomb niya. But Rafi, siya ang player of the game natin. 9.0 KDA. And tignan mo naman, nakarabada bango.
Rabada bango, men. Support yan, pero rabada bango. Kaya pala, kapag pasok ni Rafi dito, na-charm agad yung mga members dito ng Grindsky at talagang wala nang gisingan. Lalo na si Bambi kanina at the top lane. May Bambi doon kanina, biglang poof, wala na. Ganon
Ah.
sila na in love kay Rafi, di ba? Global na po ngayon si Rakan. Napakabilis. Sa sobrang bilis mag-respond ni Rafi. Parang feeling ko global na yung mga skills ni Rakan kay Rafi eh.
Oo, ang bilis niya talaga mag-respond and to the point na yung mga pinanggagalingan niya is from the different lane to another lane kagad na para magugulat ka na lang niya. Teka lang, kakita ko lang dito sa baba, ba't nandito na siya kagad sa mid o na-stop na siya kagad? And it's just a matter of communication talaga, no? The strong, one of the strong points ng Fennel Adversity is how they communicate with each other. Na syempre kami to matagal na kaming kami-kami. Kumbaga, ito na yung bunga ng ating pinaghirapan talaga for Fennel Adversity and also the experience na nakuha nila from the Horizon Cup.
Oo nga, no? Experience, diff yung nangyari dito. Well, Grindsky, hindi din naman masama yung kanilang performance dito. They tried, lalo na dun din sa ating draft phase, they tried to counterpick yung side ng Fennel Adversity. Yun nga lang, the better pick pa din. Na better pick, the better setup, the better execution, nanggaling pa rin sa side ng Fennel Adversity. Mas maganda yung naging sagot ng Fennel Adversity. And yung mga baiting tactics ng side ng Fennel Adversity, the baiting tactics, the protect, the AD, the AP carry ng side ng Fennel Adversity, all well para sa side ng Fennel.
Yes, talagang AP carry supremacy pa din up until now. Parang expect a lot of AP carries na pipili sa ating bot lane moving forward. I'm really excited to see sa ating next series.
Yeah, speaking of next series, I think maingay na naman ang comment section natin dito. Gaya kahapon. Alam mo, mas mainit talaga yung comment section kapag sila naglalaro. Team Underground versus Cerebrum Esports last series. Pero mamaya pa yan, after ng break natin. Once again, ako nga pala, si Yasumi. Kasama ko dito si paring GG Spear. Huwag kayong aalis, may mainit na bakbakan pa mamaya. Diyan lang kayo.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge. The Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Welcome back to the WCS, guys. Fennel Adversity takes Series 3, and we really have to applaud these guys. Our favorite underdogs once again pulling through. I really have to applaud them with how comfortable they've gotten with their playstyle. And Autolus, I think I'm okay. Whew.
Yeah.
Well, okay-ish. It's still like
I
1
blame the
point.
metaverse. Metaverse.
You believe
Yeah.
in
Playing
you believe
right
in the
now.
metaverse, man.
Yeah, I feel that the next time I shouldn't be trusting premonitions for predictions. I don't know. I think it's so Filipino for us to do it. Like if we see a sign, even for lottery, right? We ask
Yeah.
for birthdays for us to put in the lottery numbers. And yeah, man. All right, this is a good reminder that I shouldn't do it, and I won't do it anymore. Okay.
Maybe the metaverse said, okay, here's your sign. Only one of these is correct.
No, yeah. We were talking about that too.
That's it. But of course, congratulations to Fennel Adversity. No matter what sign, Boss Pal might have gotten, it's really just a testament to how this team has really improved. And Autolus, we have to give it our boy Danny. My goodness, this guy and the way the team just plays around him is just incredible.
Oh yeah, I missed his quirky again. When the first time we saw Danny during the Visayas group stages of summer season, it was his quirky that was very formidable, highlight-esque, I should say. And this is a welcome back moment for Danny's quirky. If anything, I didn't expect that Grindsky will let go of the early game 2 games in a row. And although this was actually a very good steal, Tactical was overeager. This happens to the best of us. You know this, Crazy Apple. If we get the Elder Dragon, tempers, emotions could flare up and you will just flash in for the kill. Well, let me just remind everyone that if you are so behind, even if you get the steal, it's not going to be plus 1,000 stats or an execute immediately for your team. I feel there was a chance for them to at least be for Grindsky Esports to at least close the gap during game number 1, but that overeagerness, that small mistake that they have to clean in order for them to no longer be inconsistent, right? And that's the thing. For game number 2, here, Crazy Apple, I feel that the draft is a fair bit questionable. Picking up Vayne, and this is an all AD composition, and you actually have a Garen that's so tanky on the other side. I don't know how to solve this problem, and it just showed all throughout the game that basically Tactical had no room to play.
Yeah, and Tactical really had no room to play there because usually when you have a Vayne, you try to have either an Enchanter or even a lot more tanks or Juggernauts in front just to allow the Vayne to do the front to back. But the thing is, they went for 2 assassins in their composition. They could have tried to go for maybe a 1-3-1 tactic where the Kha'Zix and the Zed could initiate the split push. But the thing is, early game, as you mentioned, 2 games in a row, it was FLA all the way when it comes to the early game. Unfortunately, even though we did predict Grindsky to win the series, they weren't able to adapt to the style of Fennel Adversity, and just goes to show Fennel Adversity
right?
again. Yeah, the streak continues for Fennel Adversity being again the biggest adversity for Grindsky.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I love that. But on the side of Grindsky Esports, we do know them as a team that can be very strong. But like during this series, like for I guess for both game 1 and game 2, Crazy Apple, I'll throw this question to you. At what point do you think they could have turned it around, and what would the ideal scenario for them what would that have looked like?
Sorry, is this for game 1 or game 2?
This is
Or
for
for the whole
both.
series?
Yeah.
For both. I think their best chance was really in game 1. They were behind early game, but the thing was they had that miracle steal on the Elder Dragon buff. Elder Mountain Drake to be exact. And I think they were just too aggressive. The positioning from Qeon, he was in their jungle. Even though you did get the Elder Drake, it doesn't mean that you're already at par against Fennel Adversity.
Like Onlu said,
At that point, they had too much of a lead. I feel like if they got game 1, Fennel Adversity would have thought, hey, maybe we could change. Maybe we need to change things up. But the thing was, even in draft for game 2, it looked almost the same with a bit of changes. But I don't think the changes were enough. It wasn't as thought of yet for the side of Grindsky. I think they would still have a couple. They still have a couple of weeks to change things up. It is a double round robin, and we'll see how Grindsky can grow from this series.
Yeah.
Game number 1 again, the Elder Dragon tactical flashing in. I feel that had he not flashed in, there is a threat for Fennel Adversity to not start the Baron, and having the permanent buff over to your side. Again, I'm not saying that Grindsky Esports would have that auto win in them after that steal of the Mountain Dragon, but the chance will be there, right? They could have easily closed the gap from that point moving forward. But and on game number 2, Wildrift, I think it's going to be.
I agree.
That's easy.
Yeah, I feel like Grindsky Esports knew it too. There was in terms of the momentum and I guess the energy of the game, Grindsky Esports was a lot more conservative in game 2. Less of that risk taking, so to say. But on the side of Fennel Adversity, of course, job well done to them. And let's actually bring over our representative from Fennel Adversity, or again, it might be the whole team because they're all there together. Let's bring on over Danny from Fennel Adversity to our panel desk. Hello, guys. It's everybody. There we go.
Hello.
Hi, everybody. Congratulations to you guys once again. Job well done. And again, our favorite underdogs. All right, you guys. This question is for Danny. Of course, Danny, you are definitely known as one of the best ADCs in the league right now. Who do you think is your biggest competition?
Para po sa akin, lahat naman po siguro threat para sa akin. Sadyang ginagawa ko lang po yung best ko. Saka, nirespeto ko po sila pero di po ako natatakot sa kanila.
I'm sorry, I'm just laughing at he's like, hey, show your face over here. Now, this one is a bit of a fun question for the whole team. Now, I think Fennel Adversity, apart from being, the most improved team, you have also been called the most foggy, or have won the most foggy award. I wanna ask how you guys feel about this. How you guys feel about this, particularly for, I think somebody nominated. May nag-nominate na si Rafi and si Calm, I think, yung mga hard carries dito sa most foggy award.
Gusto ko na mga pogi po kasi mga kasama ko eh. Rafi po talaga. Si Cal pinag-aagawan pa eh.
Oh!
Wala pa, hindi naman pa namin inaano ko yung sa amin. Wala nang pogi-pogi, basta magaling maglaro. Sila.
Well, so it's just a bonus. Bonus na lang yan. Bonus na buff for Fennel Adversity. To lose.
Okay, so I want to replay a scenario from yesterday in where you were like 10, 18, or 15-0 ahead in kills against Cerebrum Esports. I noticed that Rafi went for Warmug's armor on the Lulu, and a Guardian Angel was placed or was built for the Garen. Did you have like a mini game as to, okay, kung sino mamatay, pangit meron na kayong ganon?
Actually po yung sa kahapon po, nagagano na talaga po kami ng item sa mga Lulu or sa Garen po. Tapos kahapon po, parang since ang linis po ng laro namin, parang gusto pa po namin mas linisin. Kaya po, lahat po disiplinado.
So it was an intentional buy. So the Warmug's armor on my Lulu. I think I have to change my item path if that's the case. Congratulations, by the way, Fennel Varsity. Crazy.
Thank you po.
Yeah, my question for you, Danny, is in game 1, before the game ended, you were already at a quadra kill. You were about to get the penta. What are you feeling? Nanakaw ba sa'yo yung unang penta mo pa sa season na to?
Actually po nung kanina po, yung sa Penta po, yung mga kasama ko nagsasabi na Penta. Kaso po sabi ko, tapusin na natin. Okay lang yun. Pero kung maabot naman po sana yun, okay po sana. Mas maganda po.
Galing. Yeah, galing. The eyes on the
Wow.
prize, going for the win
Yeah.
right there. Yeah, thank you so much for that answer, Danny.
Yeah, the discipline before the glory. Gotta love it. All right, you guys, let me hear your shout outs or maybe your messages for all of the fans of Fennel Adversity.
Shoutout po pala sa management po namin sa Fennel. Kay Sir Ando po, kay Sir Max, kay Sir Reggie, kay Coach Lination, kay JLC, kay Corinne, and kay sa manager po namin. And sa lola ko po sa Iloilo, sa mga ate ko, mga tita ko po, saka po sa mga kakampi ko po ng Pogi po, kay Carlax sa kay Miguel, kay Domino, saka kay Alay po. Ayan po. Salamat po sa mga support na po sa amin. Thank you po.
All right, thank you so much, Danny, and the rest of Fennel Adversity, and congratulations once again on your win.
Thank you po.
Right, there you have it, guys.
Love you. Shout out from Fennel Adversity.
Bye, guys.
Love you.
Love you guys. Love you.
Look at that. Fennel Adversity really, putting it out there for all of the fans. They know their strengths.
Fan service. I tell you.
Yeah.
Yep. Gotta be so proud of them. And of course, on our panel predictions over here, we have like this like really low budget Tita Mika prod over here. We have Infinity and Crazy Apple. I just put Infinity and Beyond over there just because in the lead, but there is a chance that this fourth series might be able to maybe tie things up or something, but I think like Otto and I should already get ready for what is to come. The original dare, of course, was to read out the last text message that we sent, but we're trying to adapt to pandemic times, I guess, because mostly people now just use the text message to answer deliveries or anything, so it might be a little bit boring. Autolus has suggested an alternative for this, which is basically
I regret that. Okay.
No!
Oh, don't take that. Joke.
We have an alternative, but we might fix it up. We might be sending a random message to a person. We're still deciding that, but we'll get it for you. And we'll have to do with sending a message somewhere, of course. But that will depend on this series. And I know that this, our final series of the day seems to be a little one-sided. Now, of course, though, there is a little bit of history here as we head into our final series of the day. Team Underground versus Cerebrum Esports. Now, Autolus, you mentioned that there's something interesting here. It looks like Team Underground is the clear favorite and, definitely the next big powerhouse here at the WCS. But there is a big but here, isn't there?
Yeah, the big but is during the
Big but,
qualifying
yep.
round, the Swiss format did see multiple teams go at it for 7 rounds, and there was a round wherein Cerebrum, Wildrift, and then AXS met each other. There was a very interesting development because Cerebrum was actually able to take a game off Team Underground. Now, is that a sign? Okay, we're going back to the premonition.
Here we go again.
Is that a sign that maybe Cerebrum Wildrift is like Dark Horse, the Achilles heel of Team Underground? We will see.
Interesting. Crazy Apple, what do you think? Is history going to repeat itself here on the WCSH?
The thing is, we've seen Cerebrum yesterday, Cerebrum Esports, and as much as we were hyping them up, especially with Evilis, I'm thinking that it's gonna be the more improved Team Underground compared from the qualifiers from before. Team Underground yesterday also showed us that they are really in the top in the conversation as the best team right now in the WCS. And I don't know, I still think as you said in the intro, between these two teams, it feels a bit one-sided, but there could always be a surprise for
Magic.
anyone. Yeah, magic in this series.
Yeah.
I think that magic will start in the mid lane. Pego, I just would like to highlight this person. His time with Jamie's Esports, I was a big fan of his fizz. So if there's wait a minute. Okay, so my Rengar is actually just going crazy right now.
Oh, your
Pego
Rengar.
is-
Your
yeah,
Yumi.
Pe-
The meow
Pego
meow.
is just-
The meow
Oh my
meow.
God. Pego is the fizz player to watch out for. The meta really fits him well right now, and I just can't wait for him to be in action against Mitsura.
Yeah, Crazy Apple, do you have anything to add to that? Especially since, Fizz is a pick that we haven't exactly seen, I guess in recent time, but this definitely is one of Pego's specialties.
Yeah, and we didn't see him play any of these like big time assassins. Like the Fizz from yesterday, he did use the Garen and the Irelia. But the thing is, if you do have a pick that also the other guy is really proficient at, like Mitsura, their tendency is they know how to deal with the
Yeah.
matchup, and maybe Mitsura has pocket picks on his side. Like we've seen yesterday how Mitsura just 1v1 Tatsuri in that game one from yesterday with the Fizz and Set matchup. So it's gonna be hard. I feel like this is gonna be a kind of litmus test for Cerebrum Esports. Yes, they were able to take one game off of at that time AXS, now Team Underground. But the thing is, it's kind of really it's really hard to tell. I feel like we might need to look at maybe a different lane. Mid lane would be something that we're very also looking at, but I just think that maybe the bot lane from Cerebrum might show us something. Maybe how and Floor might just surprise us today.
I love how that confuses just a bit. Floor?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it's Floor. I'm sorry. My French is bad.
I think One Piece is the best reference for this. Nico Robin, Fleur. No
Fleur.
idea.
Maybe?
Crazy
I'm
Apple?
sorry, I haven't watched One
One
Piece. I'm sorry, man.
Okay, all right. You're missing out. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I do agree. One Piece is definitely something that, has been recommended to me for so many times, but as friends will know, I'm a little poor on the anime side. I don't know. I'll get into that a little bit later, but of course, Cerebrum here, yeah, sure, they might be a little inexperienced as a team, but they do have experienced players on the roster. So the big question for this is, is the experience of somebody like Evilis going to be enough against Team Underground? Now, these players, this roster, Team Underground, it's like they never left, I guess, the professional scene. It's like they never took a break. It's like they came from an international match, Autolus, just last week.
And it's kind of expected. Again, there's a hype revolving around this set of guys. And the question yesterday was the hype. Were they overhyped or were they legit? And I feel that the series yesterday, we already got the answer, right? They are legit. They're a contender here for WCSPH. And Mitsura in the mid lane, again, I did mention that him being the innovator, being able to just be the first person to pick Darius, to pick Garen in the mid lane. And now he's showing another side of his champion pool. He now has an assassin that's so deadly to a point that he got a solo kill against Tatsuri. That's actually a very, very incredible feat. And I don't think it's going to happen again. Like, I know Tatsuri is not going to just sleep on it calmly. But Mitsuri again, with Larawan, with Orthros, even with the addition of Dawn and Sayonara, I feel that they are so solid right now, and they're clear favorites in this tournament.
Yeah, I'd also like to add, there's one thing that I always look at the team, especially when the team has a lot of these like superstar level players, really, really good carries. And what I've observed from at least the games that we've seen yesterday for Team Underground, I feel like there's Sayonara, Mitsura, Larawan, and Orthos who look like these very flashy players, right? But Don has been on this Garen, has been on this tank, and he's just been absorbing all the pressure coming from the other team. And I feel like that's a bit of an underrated thing when it comes to teams like these where they have a lot of carries on their team. I think that the balance with Don just absorbing all the pressure while letting Mitsura and Orthos just make plays around the map is something that Team Underground already has in the bag, has this innate chemistry that I'm just looking forward to seeing what other things they can do across the tournament, as well as Larawan and Orthos having this long history already playing together. Their chemistry just really shown yesterday, and especially with the Yumi picks coming from Orthos.
Yeah, speaking of which, I wanted to ask you guys if you think, you know, the Meow Meow connection from yesterday will make an appearance once again. I know teams are on the lookout now for the Yumi, especially on Arthuros. But do you think that we're gonna see it in this series? What do you think, Autolus?
You have to take it out of the equation. It's so hard to play something that you are not accustomed in playing against. And I know that these teams, they have favorite screen partners, and I doubt it that they have a screen partner that really favors Yumi over everyone else. So if you are not used to playing against this set of strategy, I guess it's fair to just ban it out and play normal Wildrift.
I love how I say normal Wildrift before the Meow Meow connection ever became a thing, right? Just a few weeks ago. Now, over of course on our solo player highlight, we have to highlight Mitsura over here, who is just basically one of the best mid laners that we have in the league right now. And Crazy Apple, you know, you did highlight how Dawn was, you know, the stable sort of hand for the team, and Mitsura, along with Larawan and Orthos, you know, they're more for the flashy plays. But given that our league right now is such a mid lane sort of like superstar, you know, there's sort of like mid lane meta coming out and everything. Mitsura, he's really making his mark, you know, in the Wildrift scene. And I guess, you know, this is gonna be really exciting if we think of this going over on the road to Worlds, and you know, just seeing Mitsura's place over here in the, you know, in the rest of the Wildrift esports scene alongside these international mid laners.
Yeah, and right now Mitsura is really showing himself that he's still continuing his legacy in sort of way from being in the Icon series from last year, and now still being the top mid laner. It looks like he is the top mid laner right now in the WCS, and it's gonna show. Let's see what other champions he has in his pool. Yes, he is very, very good at this assassins, but the thing is, when the league is like this, there's a lot of weeks, a lot of months that we're gonna go through. What are the new meta changes? Will there be any balance changes to take away the strength of assassins in the current moment? Will we go back to control mages? Will we go back to more AD centric metas? We're not sure yet, but that will prove how good this guy is. But right now, from week one, I think Mitsura is gonna be the best mid laner here in the WCS.
Yeah, wow, that is pretty incredible indeed. Especially since we have, like, on the other side, we do have Exosen, we do have Tatsuri as well. But as of course, judging from yesterday's match, Mitsura definitely making his mark here. I think another interesting matchup that we should keep our eyes on as well is, of course, Sayonara versus Zaupi here. And Autolus, you know, we chatted with Sayonara yesterday. Oh, he's such a humble, you know, very humble guy. And you know, at the same time, that jungle performance was definitely one of the best that we've seen so far, you know, throughout, you know, I think, like, at least for me, the entire year of Wildrift Esports.
It's kind of a cheat code though, because you have a cat that really buffs you up
Meow.
to the second level, right? The
Meow,
thing
meow.
here is, what I'm really amazed about Sayonara is his background. He is also from Iloilo, so we know that, yeah, just earlier today, Fennel University did shout out Iloilo. Danny is from Iloilo, and if I'm not mistaken, even Dame is actually from Iloilo. So what do they eat in that region?
Lot of
To the
bachoy.
point that they could produce a lot of quality Wildrift players and League of Legends players. And this matchup against Zaupi yesterday, I feel that Cerebrum, they were nervous. I guess that's to say the least, right? On game number one, they were not able to make even one play, make even one kill. And Zaupi, has to level up. Xiaomi is a former jungler for DR Esports, so the experience is definitely there. He played with Rocks, he played with Adaf, so you could say that the fundamentals should be there. Against Sayonara though, I feel that Sayonara, again, with or without Orthros backing him up, can stand on his own.
Yeah, I think so as well. Definitely one of the strongest jungle performances that we've seen so far. And now we're gonna head on over into our predictions. I think we're pretty much in agreement here. Let me just double check. Crazy Apple? Crazy Apple?
Yes. Yes. Just yes. Yes. I whatever you guys are going for, I think we are all in the same vein right now.
Okay, so I think
Okay.
we're all basically going for Team Underground at this
Underground,
point.
yes.
Yes.
Should we
The question
take it?
is the record.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, if I'm Team Underground, me and Infinity are safe. So it's just gonna be between you two.
Oh yeah.
on
So you
the
don't want to
tiebreak.
vote? Okay.
The score
You're
is
the
though.
umpire.
I think I can just say that I think it's gonna be Team Underground 2-0.
Okay,
Yeah.
Mika.
On my end too. I think we're all in agreement here again. Otelus? Check it.
All right. So, yeah, it's 2-0. It's hard to predict otherwise because of how solid Team Underground is. I feel that Team Underground has read the meta to a point that ahead of the competition. Remember, Yumi has just been released, and it's not just Yumi that is or that should be considered in the current meta. We also have to consider the amount of nerfs that has been attached onto the core members of patch 3.0. Set is one of them. Set has been targeted a lot by the nerfs in 3.0a. You also saw Jace and Morgana being targeted by those nerfs. So for me, if you are ahead in reading the meta right now, I feel that you will just steamroll everyone, and Team Underground already has a read on the meta right now to a point that I don't understand how they draft. I will be honest with you guys. The way they draft yesterday, I was having a hard time. The other teams, I could follow them closely, religiously, but the way Team Underground drafts, it's so out of this world to a point that even Chewy did say earlier this morning or earlier this afternoon, they were surprised by the drafting of Team Underground.
Yeah, and you know what? Not a lot can, of course, Otelus definitely has a big brain over here, and so if he's befuddled by the draft, I guess pretty much everybody is, including pro players alike. We might not be seeing the Yumi right now because Cerebrum, if they are if they are smart, of course we'll ban that, but it's gonna be you and me, Otelus, over in our little challenge, so we'll get that ready over there.
Okay, we'll get that ready.
We'll
later.
get that-
We'll talk it.
Yeah,
we'll
yeah,
talk
yeah,
about
yeah,
it.
We'll-
Okay.
We'll talk it out behind the scenes and get that ready for you in our post show. But of course, Team Underground is looking like we were pretty confident over here, especially with what we saw yesterday. Now, of course, this is our final series of the day. We're gonna see though if Cerebrum can pull out those big brain plays, especially since their namesake is the biggest part of the brain, which I just had to Google, by the way. Final series of the day: Team Underground versus Cerebrum Esports. Casters, over to you guys.
Wala nang intro, bakbakan na agad. Let's go. Joke lang. Pero
Ayan
ako
na.
yung magiging shoutcaster nyo. Nga pala si Yaso Miao. Kasama ko dito si paring Osiris. And down to the last series tayo. Ngayong araw, second day ng WCS PH and Team Underground versus Cerebrum Esports. Paring Osiris. Sino ang manok mo dito?
Siyempre, doon tayo sa Underground. Alam naman na natin na ito na yung siguro isa na sa pinaka-obvious na match na mapapanood natin. Hindi dahil sa minamaliit kong Cerebrum guys ha. Alam ko rin ang kalibre ng mga tropa natin dyan. Pero tandaan nyo, ang nagpatumba sa first day sa Team Secret ay ang Team Underground. So doon pa lang, kumbaga, if check tayo ng historical data, talagang palaban itong Underground at ito na
Mga
yung oras na magdire-diretso sila.
Galing 1948, ganun, historical
Oo.
data. Kukunin pa ni Osiris yan. Alam nyo kasi, Stone Age pa lang. Naglalaro na rin
Si
yung mga
Sphere, lalo
Otits
si
na.
Sphere.
Oo, si Sphere. Otits.
Oo, mga tito.
Pero, kidding aside, no, Cerebrum, maganda naman yung performance nila. It's just that meron lang talagang mga better teams than them. Maybe yung sinabi nga na, I think, from panel yesterday, yung mga rookie mistakes din, yung mga
Yes.
medyo kinakabahan, ganon. Hopefully, ma-overcome nila yan. And
Yep.
alam naman natin, hindi naman sila makakatuntong dito without the skills nga na hinahanap natin to be worthy na makatuntong sa ating regular season. But it's just that hindi natin ma-deny. Men, Team Underground, alam naman natin kung ano yung dati nilang team dati.
Oo.
And kahapon, natutuwa ako kasi hindi ako halos nakapanood ng laban, pero alam ko may Mingming connection. Ang pinapanood ko yung laban sa chat. Napakainit ng laban sa chat, men.
Sa chat, grabe.
Oo, it's very, very hot. It's very, very hot. Pero ito, just to
Very
be clear lang.
Ayan, very hot kagad yung ban.
Yup.
Sige, tuloy mo,
Very hot,
tuloy
no?
mo.
Brand agad, no?
Tuloy mo,
Pero
tuloy
ito,
mo, hindi sa
hindi
ano.
naman sa masyadong hindi sa pagiging bias, pero Team Underground, ever since bago pa sila maging Underground, they are not overrated. Kumbaga, nawala lang sila sa scene, Nawala sila sa scene
Oo,
because,
pahinga lang.
reasons.
Pahinga lang.
Pero,
Oo.
ngayon nagbabalik sila. I don't know kung bakit nasu-surprise yung mga tao na bakit ganito ang lakas nila agad or sinasabi nila na overrated. No, they are not overrated. It's just that nagpahinga lang sila
Oo,
and then muling
tama,
nagbabalik. And ang ganda ng performance agad nila, men. Talagang bayad na bayad.
Oo.
Bayad na bayad talaga. And yeah, Team Underground, sisimulan agad nila yan with a ban on the hot pepperoo, on that brand and
Hot
Zed. And
pepperoo.
kasama pa nga dito si Jay. Sabang sa Cerebrum, ayaw nila ng Garen and Camille. Parang Osiris, ano masasabi mo dito?
Alam mo naman yan, understandable, Madam Yaso. Nakita natin si Don sa kanyang Garen na talagang nang mamama at yun na nga, talagang
Mama na si Garen,
tatanggalin.
mama pa si Don.
Oo, grabe, di ba? Manong na, guard pa, di ba? So, Manong guard. So, dalawa.
Manong guard.
Kayang gawin dito ni paring Garen. And, syempre,
Yep.
hindi mo mawala yung Yumi na sabi nga ni, nagparamdam na kanina eh. Kumbaga, panel pa lang, may pusa na eh. Di ba?
Oo,
Kaya
may
paring
pusa na.
Otto, nagagalit. So,
Galit siya eh.
Ano yun, warning shot na yun na, ban yung Yumi, medyo galit yung Yumi. So, ayun na nga, di ba? Naban ka agad. Yung syempre, wala ring Jace para dito sa kabilang side at
Yup.
tinanggal ang Underground. Pero set. So, eto hindi natin masabi kung saan pwesto to. Dahil si Mitsura, isa siya sa mga gumagamit ng mga Renekton mid lane, Darius mid lane. So there's a possibility na set. And si Orthros,
Mid.
na napaka-talented, there's a possibility din, di ba, nasimulan natin tong araw na to ng set support. So may posibilidad din na mag-set support si Orthros or talaga bang andun pa rin siya? Kasi simula nung nakaalis nga sila doon sa former team nila, na yung Nahima. Ayan, Nahima. Ang team Nahima. Ayan. Para
Nahima.
Nahima. Para
Nahima.
Oo, Nahima. Puro conservative support. Soraka, Jana.
Yeah.
So, okay yung Yumi. Pero paano kung set? Di ba? Para mabago. Hindi rin naman kasi siya, di pa natin
Gulat
siya nakikita
sila,
ng potential na mag-trash. Pero yun nga, mapupunta yan sa kamay ni Fleur at syempre si Riven, habang sa kabilang side naman, meron na tayong Galio and the Ziggs. AP carrying muli.
Yeah, alam mo, itong unang first 3 picks ng side ng Underground, ito yung laging nakikita din natin halos sa ban. Knowing na nakalabas tong tatlong to, certainly may plano at may plano talaga dito yung UDG. Hindi yan ibaban ng ibang teams kung walang rason. And alam naman natin, Ziggs, literal na explosive yan with the bombs. And in terms of backup, napakabilis bumack up ng isang Galio, grand entrance lang, like, you call bro, I'm here. It's like the Superman of Esports yan, si Galio. Kapag kailangan mo ng tulong, nandito na ako. And nandito na nga din, itong si Don, RKO nga po pala ng tower yan. Kapag wala siyang malapitan na champion, tapos malapit yung tower po, yung ibabalibag niya sa'yo. Oo, kung ayaw mo magpapagpag, papagpagan ka ng tower niyan, men.
Malakas to, Madam Yasu. Ito si Don. Alam mo kung bakit? Di ba nang babato to ng tao? Di ba si Rendon? binato ng tao. So, ito na yung oras niya para siya naman yung mambato ng tao. Itong si Rendon. Ayan.
Rendon. So, magiging ano siya
Oo.
doon? Zedon. Kasi
Oo.
hindi Rendon eh, no? O,
Hindi
di ba?
naman, set
Feeling ko
down lang.
tapusin na
Pero
natin to
sinortcut
eh.
lang, sinortcut lang para hindi halatang si Rendon yan. Pero,
Oo.
mambabalibag nga ang kuya mo, di ba? And, second banning phase tayo. Medyo kakaiba to ha. Cerebrum tinanggal ang Singe.
Yeah, tinanggal ang Singe against UDG or probably protecting lang yung kanilang possible lineup for the side of
Oo,
Cerebrum.
siguro.
Pwede silang pumik dito ng mga champion na mga malilikot. Pero open nga pala. Etong si Morgana, alam nyo kasi, kahapon pa namin sinasabi to, pagka naroot kayo ni Morgana, mag-status muna kayo sa Facebook.
Oo.
Malay nyo, makahanap kayo ng bebe buff, di ba?
Oo,
Baka lang naman, di ba? Pero feeling ko, matagal yun, mas matagal yun. Oh my God, this is Ash. Ash is one of, eto underrated to, na ADC. Ash, maganda yung mga kills neto ni Ash.
Ano pa
I don't know kung Ash ba talaga
ano?
to. Pero, what's more, ibigay mo sa UDG, hindi na siya nakaka-surpresa. Kasi
Kumbaga,
UD, parang ano eh, Ash, sa UDG? Okay, UDG yan eh.
Oo, underrated sa underground. Okay na yan. Hindi under sa under, di ba? Kumbaga, meron din tayong long range initiation na manggagaling sa Enchanted Crystal Arrow. So, alam mo yung mararamdaman talaga natin yung intensity ng paglapag ng stun, Mega Inferno Bomb, tas tatalon na lang yung Kha'Zix para makuha yung kill. Tas moonwalk palabas.
Moonwalk palabas, no? Sabay hihi, ganun.
Oo, yun na talaga, di ba? Mana smooth criminal dahil ang dali set up na magiging kills nila dito. Dalawang global at saka once na naka-client trace itong Ash natin, siguradong ahabol yung pala niya. Pero, Fizz, kilala natin to si Paygo sa kanyang Fizz nung nakaraang season. And mukhang oras na para talagang ipakita ng Cerebrum ang kanilang malupitang galawan. And kung tatandaan natin guys, na ang nakascore sa qualifiers against dito sa Team Underground sa banner pa ng AXS noon, Cerebrum yung nakaisa sa kanila. So talaga may potential
may history
talaga
na.
itong Cerebrum.
May history na. So, hindi malabo na ma-pull off ulit nila yan. No? And naglabas na nga sila agad dito ng alas na alam natin, Pego, Fizz Lord yan, and sa kanya na nga yung mapupunta yung Fizz dito. Pero si Cerebrum, hindi sila nag-stick sa traditional wherein alam mo kanina na pag-usapan namin ni parang GG Spear, nakakamiss yung mga ADC, yung mga traditional na mga lineup natin. Pero ito, inain sa atin ng underground. Na-miss nyo ba? O, eto na. Diba? Mapagbigay. Sana all.
Paano ko support to? Paano kung support Ash, tapos APC, tapos ilalagay natin sa mid lane si Galio, tapos si Don sa set. Diba?
Well, naka-set na sila di ba?
Parang maganda yun. Kasi tsaka pag tinamaan ng Enchanted Crystal Arrow, ang pwedeng kasunod is a Justice Punch plus the Taunt. So, ang daming possibility at, hindi, babalik nga tayo sa traditional. Ayan.
Traditional. Nakapwesto na sila eh. Naka-claim na. Naka-mine na ng kanilang mga champs dito ang side ng underground. So, as expected, early, hindi pa naman magkakaroon ng masyadong gulo unless na lang talaga may mag-invade dito. But I don't think in the current situation ng Cerebrum dito, hindi sila mag-i-invade. Since mas mabilis, kung invade lang ang usapan, mas mabilis mag-invade ang isang Kha'Zix, which is hindi naman gagawin dito ni Sayonara at mukhang kinukuha niya na nga lang yung sarili niyang buff or baka pa after niyan, baka dumaan siya doon sa may jungle ng Cerebrum. Pero nga si Pego.
Bakit parang baliktad yata, no? I mean, meron naman sa range, pero dapat kung assassin ka, ikaw yung medyo lumalamang. Pero mga level 3 pa yan eh. Playful Trickster, si Stone Trident, syempre, at minapaulan na siya ng bomba dito.
Medyo kumakatchery si Pego dito. Delikado yon sa kay Pego. So, pwede siyang rotatean agad ng isang Kha'Zix, the jungler of side the UDG. Alam naman natin, ang kapangyarihan ng isang Kha'Zix kahit medyo early, makalmot ka ng isang tipaklong.
Uy, grabe
lalo na kung low health na. Pero grabe yung top lane talaga, men. Sapakan kung sapakan, alam nyo, you don't bring a fight into a peace fight. You don't bring a knife sa peace fight. Kaso may taga si Ivalis eh.
Wala, lugi. No?
Good pa.
Suntukan lang talaga eh. Literal na fist fight, pero sa mid lane, fizz fight eh.
Fizz fight, Fizzigs.
Oo, di ba? Kailangan
Parehas na
nilang
mga
i-consider
bulili.
yun. Oo, and yun nga, no, tamang chill lang din naman yung mga junglers natin. Wala pang aggressive ganks, pero mo kasi Xiaomi ang unang bisita kay Don kasi hindi tumama yung apprehend.
Apprehend.
3 man?
Yeah,
Sure ba to? Sure ba to?
Sure ba? Sure ba?
Akala
Hindi.
ko sure ba eh. Hindi na, hindi. Danes, bro. Danes. Danes ba?
Dehins, bro. Dehins. Chillber, bro. Pero ito Ortros. Medyo, medyo maangas-angas si Ortros doon. Sample lang, Lord. Sample lang.
Sample lang.
Pero
Easy
napakawin
lang.
sila doon ng ng dashes nila. Pero ito Evalis, balik ka dito. Ganto daw kasi humatak,
Uy,
Lord.
grabe
Pero ito,
naman yun.
tinaga. Pero grabe naman yun. Peace fight nga lang. Peace fight lang, bro. Bro,
Ba't
pero
may
ito si
tagang
Sayonara.
nagaganap? O, tingnan
Nakaabang.
natin si Sayonara.
Nakaabang. Mukhang sabi ni Sayonara, Don, wag kang patakamin mo.
Oo.
Di ba magpa-chewables ka? Ako nang bahala. Kaso
Pero
hindi
wala.
nagpauto si Evalis.
Chill
Alam ko na
lang.
yan, sabi ni Evalis.
Binuli lang kita, pero buti na lang hindi niya ino-hold niya ngayon yung wave. So bali si Evalis somehow gusto niya sanang abangan pa pero napansin niya na parang pinipris yata ni paring doon. Ay hindi na naman. Kinancel na naman niya Recall, Madam Yasu. Ano ba talaga?
Oo,
Evalis?
pero ito
Tuloy
sa
na.
may bottom lane, na-taunt yung dalawa, pero nandito pa rin naman ito si
Okay na.
Ortros. Sasali na rin ito si Sayonara,
Ay,
pero unang
napaaga.
nag-Sayonara, ang isa sa kanila sa side ng UDG. That will be itong si Ortros. Medyo malayo pa kasi ito si Sayonara, and Lara, he doesn't have enough damage. Nakuli pa nga, napakape. Pagbalik niya, yung
Grabe
up na
yun.
2 kills agad ang Cerebrum dito, men.
Naku po, parang alanganin yung pick natin na Asha. Parang hindi pa, wala pa dun
Alangkanin, no?
Oh, pero
Halos pa nga.
naiintindihan naman natin yan. Ang Ash din naman medyo item dependent bukod sa pagiging immobile.
Oo.
Grabe naman to si Mitsura bumoto
Ganun
ng
naman
bomba.
talaga mga
Akala mo
ADC,
quick
men.
cast. Oo. Ano muna,
Si
antay
Mitsura.
lang. Around mid-game to late game pa yung mga natin, mga ADC.
Yeah. Alam mo si Mitsura parang nag-earth eh.
Oo, bato
Bato
lang
lang
ng
ng
bato
bato, di ba? Grabe, earth ba to? Hindi niya naman sinabi.
Uy, muntik na.
Uy.
Bakit
Kalma
naman
lang,
gusto
kalma
ka?
lang.
Easy ka lang.
Easy ka lang, man. Pero up na dito yung Dragon. Mukhang minamatahan na nga dito ng UDG. Itong Infernal Drake to Cerebrum, kailangan nila mag-decide. Papasok ba tayo or hindi tayo papasok? Dahil yung kanilang jungler nandito na rin joining the fight in the Dragon Pit. Pero nagmama-out muna
ito
yung
na.
side ng UDG. Walang vision yung
Andito na si Don.
yung UDG
Uy,
sa
na.
loob mismo. Pero may enchanted arrow naman with the MIB. Nanakaw pa nga yung Dragon ng side ng UDG. Pero napatay naman dito itong si Larawan. Pero hindi pa tapos kasi si Ortros. I think may panton pa. May Sanchez mapapabalik
Uy,
dito.
naku
Itong
po.
si Pego. Duguan
Ang
dito si
sakit.
Don. Pero the micro, the sidestep, they are still alive. Pero ikot-ikot lang parang Zara G. Sabay lipad papalayo ang side ng UDG dahil duguan na sila doon. Mga Brusco yung medyo natira sa side ng Cerebrum. Pero still, nanalo ang UDG doon. Nakuha nila yung Dragon. And I think that's just an exchange on the kill.
Oo, grabe. Ang sakit ng damage si Mitsura. Ang tagal niyang buhay doon. Despite na mayroong assassin, despite na mayroong panghuli, itong Cerebrum, nagawa ni Mitsura yung trabaho niya na maglagay ng napakaraming damage. At ayan na nga, guys, napakagandang replay. And nahati sa dalawa. Yung laban na yun, nakita mo naman si Ortros sa sinubukan niya talagang protektahan si Mitsura dito. And Mitsura, pinukus niya yung mga nasa left side. Pero syempre si Don, ilan lang yung pwede niyang hindayin. Nag-face breaker siya pero wala na siyang haymaker para mag-produce ng another shield. So kinulang na siya doon, Don went down. Pero ito na, objective fight again.
Crystal arrow sa mukha ni Fleur yun Medyo nasaknan dito si Fleur, sabay balik doon sa may likod. Kaso nga lang, nanakaw na naman ang UDG. Yung Big Herald naman this time, pero si how are you? Not too good, Mr. Start. How is dead? How does that happen? Nauubos dito yung Cerebrum. 4 ang bumagsak. Mukhang paluluhod din na dito si Pego at niluto na nga ang isda. Maaga pa sa early na team ace for the side of UDG, Osiris.
At ito na nga, makakuha pa sila ng tore. Sabi ng UDG, I love you 4,000. Dahil nga, naka 4K sila sa advantage against Cerebrum. At ito na, yung sinasabi nating momentum, the timings, the power spike. At kita mo naman dito ngayon si Lara 1 na naka-essence river. So meron na siyang infinite mana para siguradong mayat maya yung kanyang skills at making sure na mapabagal, maging utility type talaga na ADC to.
And ang ganda din kasi ng skill ng third neto ng isang Ash checking. Pero ito dito muna tayo. Stasis. Wow! Alam, of course. Hindi siya papakagat sa isda. Sharky sa may baba. Pero kasi, dapat kasi hindi malakas yung isda na yan. Nasa lupa, men. Wala naman sa
Oo.
tubig. Saan ka ba nakakita ng shark sa lupa?
Tsaka baka hindi pa nakakabunot ng angry lamb kaya hindi pa ganun na nagagalit. Wala pa, hindi pa siya hindi pa zap hot yung damage niya. Pero yun nga
Hindi
no,
pa
ang
zap hot.
nakakatakot dito kay Larawan kasi na bilang Ash ang teka muna.
Uy,
Uy,
yeah,
oo,
nagkahatakan.
sige, haharutan.
Nagkahatakan
Oo.
lang. Hawakan lang ng tenga, men. Hawakan mo
Oo.
nga tenga, oh.
Hawakan mo nga
Nanlalamig
tenga,
na yung
oh.
tenga ng isa, oh. Sige nga, oh.
Si Don Black Cleaver habang si paring Ivalis wala pa. So pabuo
Wala
pa lang
pa,
yung
men.
kanyang gamit and yun nga going back no itong kay Larawan ang maganda kasi dito sa isang Ash pag meron na siyang Essence River mayat maya na lang yung Rangers focus niya. Pero teka muna sayonara uy naamoy ng Oracle Lens. Kitang kita.
Nakaramdam. Kitang-kita nga. And yung Spider Sense, not only the Oracle Lens and the Spider Sense, nag-work doon para kay Sayonara. Pero ito mamatahan na lang ng Cerebrum yung top lane dito ng UDG. And mind you, ang ganda ng mga placing ng wards dito na Cerebrum Esports sa loob mismo ng jungle ng UDG. Pero ginib na lang ng UDG. If that's what they want, okay, that's what we give. Pero pa-up na rin kasi yung Drake, another Drake and another Herald. Mamaya, konting kembot na lang yan. 18 seconds on that Drake, mag-up na. And mukhang pupwestuhan na agad ng UDG. Malamang, magpe-prepare na sila dyan, placing wards, just like that, para sa side ng UDG.
Ayun, at ito na nga, makikita na rin natin, 7 seconds bago lumabas ang susunod na Cloud Drake. UDG, ka nga ni Madam Yaso dito, talagang sila ang siyang nangunguna. Pero mukhang hahayaan nila, mukhang hindi yun yung gusto nila i-prioritize or they just gained vision.
Nakita.
Para dito. Oh, kita. Nako, the wards. And then the hawk shot para makakuha ng information. Even Scryers, talagang every information gained, binamaximize ng UDG. Pero ginamitan ng Otlum. Minulto muna dito. Ito na yung totoong ghosting na ginawa ng Cerebrum.
Ghosting, men. Ito lang yung ghosting na ikaw yung hahabulin, hindi ikaw yung tatakbo papalayo. Pero kitang-kita kasi dyan, Mr. Obvious, men, Pego, nilamok. In the words of paring GG, hindi siya nakapag-check kung warded ba doon or hindi. Nalamok si Pego. And with the absence ng jungler sa side ng Cerebrum, this is a free dragon para sa side ng Underground.
Oo, okay sana yun, no? Madam Yaso, kung ma-assassinate niya yung jungler doon sa ganong positioning, igop sana siya doon. Kaso wala medyo mas nauna, mas sabi nga, napag-usapan natin in before, the vision play ng UDG ngayon is kitang-kita nila lahat.
Anak ng Meralco yan, men.
Yun
Anak
naman
ng
pala
Meralco. Oo. Pero kidding
Di ba
aside,
kanilang
up na yung
buhay?
Herald dito. Up na yung Herald and I think Cerebrum kailangan na din nila pumesto dito. Malayo pa si Pego, men. Up na yung Herald, andito na agad si Sayonara. I don't think na makakaabot dito si Pego. Nakaposition na yung kanyang mga kasangga dito and I don't think na may co-contest pa nila na nandito. Itong si Zaupi and yung Herald. Nakuha na nga dito ng UDG pero wait, there's more kasi napatay pa rin nila dito. Itong si Fleur, nananakba. Itong si Zaupi, Papi, takbo. Hanggat may lupa, wag lilingon sa likod. But yun nga, buhay pa nga dito si Zaupi. Medyo duguan na itong si How are you? I'm still good, Mr. Stark. Mr. Stark. Somehow, no? Pero yung mga tore dito ng Cerebrum, nako po. Not good, Mr. Stark.
Oo, and knowing na merong Ziggs dito, yung sa chill damage will be enough. Uy, teka lang, bakit ako nag-stasis?
Man, nag-stasis kasi may Chum the Waters. Wala nang pakialam sa nararamdaman ng Chum the Waters dito ang side ng UDG. Andun yung the box pero parang kinulong lang nila yung sarili nila. Remember, you are not trapped here. Oo, remember, you're trapped here with me, with us. Pero si Sayonara, patuloy na nga nag-Sayonara. Masyado silang nagtagal sa UDG. Naku po, pare ko, greed is not good sometimes. Malalim na yun
Nakuha na nila yung gusto nila na-damage na nila yung tower. Pwede na silang kumuha ng reset at mag-focus sa outer tower sa Baron lane. Pero wala, alam mo naman, bugso ng damdamin, Madam Yasu. Ang lang, kaya na natin Parang ano na yan, Larawan against the world na 1v5 Kaso wala,
pero
hindi kinaya.
Pego
Assassin
kasi,
pa rin yung mga yan.
even though nadadodge nila yung Chum the Waters neto ni Pego with the stasis, na disregard nila, I think, yung mga splash damage pa ng isang Fizz, lalo na't may item na dito, si Pego, kaya niya nang splash or combo 1 hit or maybe 2 hits ng kalaban dito, lalo na kapag squishy, just like Mitsura or even Larawan. Sayonara, kapag hindi niya na-timingan yan, pwede din siyang ma-splash. Yatar, pita mo naman yan, Rabadons, and yung orb na yan kay Pego. I think buhay na si Pego, patay na yung kalaban niya pagka nahuli niya ng off guard. And Cerebrum, may laban pa sila dito kasi yung death na yon, yung ace na yon coming from the UDG, pwede nilang gawing stepping stone yun para sa side ng Cerebrum.
Oo, at ito na, makikita mo naman yung pagbawi ng Cerebrum. One tower sa mid lane and sinerespeto na nila ngayon si Pego, Rabadons, and then Infinity Orb. So alam mo yun, mas nakakatakot na. Ramdam mo na yung pagiging assassin pero the pressure is on para sa second tower dito sa bottom lane.
Yeah, muntikan na ma-death sentence etong si pare nyo, Mitsura, pero hahabol pa rin dito. Nandito na si Xiaomi. Sino ang mahambalos ng kanyang blades? Pero here comes the MIB. Ton sa dalawa, pero medyo na-box yata. Walang nakulong kasi nakalabas din dito etong si Ortor. Sabang sa likod, si Xiaomi tumatrabaho. Chum the Waters, pero na-stasis yan. Mitsura still alive, pero not for long. He's already dead. Kaso nga lang si Pego nakipag 1v1. Kay Sayonara na isolate siya doon. Sabay stasis, labanan ng patigasan. Sinong mas matigas? Pero
ayun, grabe.
Cerebrum mananalo on the team fight. Binato, binalagbag, pinagpag. Pero si Don na lang natitira, ang kapal ng kanyang armor. Pero dalawa against isa, hindi na mabubuhay. Etong si Fleur. Team Ace na naman. Pangalawang beses na yan.
Ayun na, pangalawang beses na yan. Nice one nga, di ba? And akala ko sabihin mo, kapal ng apog eh. Pero yun nga, no, kapal ng armor. Ang tagal eh. Ang tagal
diba?
nilang napatumba talaga eh. And yun nga,
hindi ko alam
iba,
kung ano yung apog, men eh.
Oo, kahit ako eh. Alam ko lang, face yata, parang ganun yata eh. Pero depende na yan kung anong gusto
Hindi
nyo
ba sa loob ng
gamitan
tiyan yun?
Ay, ganun ba? Medyo, sabi sa'yo,
Hindi
kahit
ko
ako, di ko
alam
alam eh.
Huwag na natin ano
Pero
yan,
grabe,
pag-usapan yan,
basta
men.
ang armor dito sa game na to, ang siya
Armor.
makapal, pero mukhang kakapalan din talaga dito ni Ortros ang kanyang pagiging bato. Frontline, kumukuha ng Vision, Ocean Drake ang target ng dalawang kupunan natin.
Yeah, Ocean Drake, pero nakaset up yung wards for the side ng Cerebrum. And cleaning lang yung wards ng Cerebrum dito sa loob mismo ng kanilang jungle. Ayaw nilang malamok kanina, parang si Pego kanina nalamok siya eh. Pero this time, napakabilis pa, mas mabilis pa sa fast. Men, sayonara lang, sapat mo ah. Oo, pero MIB para sa lahat ng side ng Cerebrum and the back. Mahuhuli naman nila dito itong si How. Naku po, unting-unti. Naku po, third time. Third time is the charm. Kaso ace again for the side of UDG.
Grabe naman to si Sayonara. After 1 kill, exit na kagad. And dire-diretso na. 14 minutes, Madam Yatsu. This is it.
Is this the fastest game?
As UDG will finish the game.
Oo nga, men.
Hindi ko alam
14
kung ito yung
minutes.
fastest, pero ito nga yata.
Yeah, this may be the fastest game dito sa ating WCS. Well,
Yung
second day
ngiti
pa lang
ni
naman.
Mitsura eh,
Grabe naman yung ngiti nun. China oil.
Ngiting-ngiti.
Diba? Ngiting-ngiti, man. Ganun talaga kapag ka nananalo. But still, that's just the first game for Team Underground versus Cerebrum Esports. May palag pa rin naman doon yung side ng Cerebrum Esports. Yun nga lang, hindi nila nakip yung nakuha nilang advantage kanina upon wiping out yung Team Underground. Nung na-team ace nila yung Team Underground, hindi sila nakapag-def ng maayos. I guess, mas lamang talaga kasi yung Underground at that point na eh. In terms of farm, in terms of network and kill as well, yung mga objectives, masyadong, sabihin natin, 3 steps ahead yung Underground doon. So, mga ilang-ilang ace pa yung kakailanganin sana ng Cerebrum para totaling makabawi. And ang kaganda kasi sa ginawa dito ng Team Underground, man, alam na may fees. So, anong sagot sa fees? Stasis. Halos hindi. Men, I think walang napatay ng Chum the Waters itong si Peace. Kasi every Chum the Waters na ginagawa niya, always countered by Stasis. Nakakapatay siya, yes, pero yung sa splash niya yung other skills, pero not the Chum the Waters.
Oo, hindi nakakatakot yung Chum the Waters as an assassin dahil nga bukod dun sa lineup nila, wala naman sila gaanong kailangan paggamitan ng stasis. Kaya yung stasis nagiging stay fish kasi wala eh, pagka patalo ng Chums the Water, wala na, hindi siya makakapag-urchin strike, hindi siya makakapag-playful trickster ng harapan kasi entirely na-nullify na. By just one item, you are already relegating away one champion. And yun nga yung problema natin na nangyari doon sa assassin ni Pego kasi siya lang yung nakakatakot. And once na ma-dodge mo yung Chumps the Water, what's next?
Oo.
Diba? Kahit naman yung ating Darius doon, si Ivalice, hindi siya naging threatening sa kabilang side sa UDG para entirely matakot doon sa kalaban para ma-force out ka, mag-stasis agad.
Yeah, though very very light no para kay Ivalice dito. Medyo na pumapatay din naman itong si Ivalice pero kasi masyado na silang under farm I think kasi even Ivalice men parang pinuputyo-putyo na lang din ng side ng underground doon. Hindi na nila sinasanto at least yung kakunatan ng isang Darius. Alam naman natin na nagla-lifesteal kahit papaano ang isang Darius no. Pero ito nga pala ang ating replay, kumbaga highlights for that first game ng Underground versus ng Cerebrum Esports.
Ayan, so kita mo naman no, kung gaano nagsama-sama talaga itong UDG, kung paano nila maximize yung kanilang Ash na pick dito. Hindi na iwan mag-isa kahit immobile. And si Otros with that Galio, sinisigurado niya na walang makakalapit dito kay Larawan. Nakita mo yung flash na yun sabay Winds of War sa paglapag mismo nung lantern. Alam na ni Otros yung gagawin. Sobrang ahead at ito na nga yung Clown Fiesta na nakita natin, Madam Yasu.
Yep. Ito yung kanina na na-ace ng side ng Cerebrum, yung side ng Underground. Pero that's it kasi para sa side ng Underground, ng Cerebrum hindi nila. Actually, lagpas na pala no, ito pala yun. Ito pala yun. Yung ace. Kasi nakabalik na si Pego no? Nakapag-heal na siya, nakabalik na siya. Doon naubos din naman doon yung side ng Cerebrum. Ito, more likely on the team fight, hiwa-hiwalay yung side ng Cerebrum kung mapapansin mo. And yung lineup kasi ng side ng Underground, kaya nilang rumesponde agad sa isa't isa. And sila lagi yung inaabangan dito ng side ng Underground.
Ito na yung armor na nakakatakot, no? 2v2 pero void spike
makapal
lang.
Na armor.
Makapal na armor. And overall talagang pinakita ng team ng Underground kung paano nga ba maglaro sa momentum. And ipinakita talaga nila na itong Cerebrum medyo malayo pa ang lalakbayin. Although nakita tayo shining moments ng Cerebrum, but they still need to work on para doon sa ibang games nila. So may chance pa naman makabawi pero malayo pa. Player of the game, Sayonara.
Sayonara with a 14k damage, 55% kill participation. No? Ito yung El Clasico, men. Talagang assassin kung assassin yung kanyang mga items dito. Partida, 3 pa lang yung nabubuo. 3 buong item. Yet, napakasakit na dito ni Sayonara. Talagang literal na Sayonara yung ginagawa niya. Sayonara pala towards the enemy, no? Kasi burado agad sa mapa. And kanina nga, nabanggit ko na gihiwalay-hiwalay dito yung Cerebrum. Giving chances lalo kay Sayonara na ma-isolate yung isa dahil watak-watak dito yung Cerebrum. More kills for the side of Team Underground. And sabi ko nga, Team Underground, yung kanilang composition, kayang rumisponde agad sa isa't isa.
And yung nagulat sila sa sobrang bilis ng Dragon. So entirely talaga nakakatakot yung isang Kha'Zix in terms of isolation. And nakakatawa pa doon, tinamaan siya ng Chumps the Water. Pero alam mo, ginawa ni Sayonara, in-evolve niya yung wings niya. Tinayuan niya yung Chumps the Water. And nagulat na lang ako na, lumabas yung pakpak. Akala ko, nag-lag siya or something. Yung pala, pinindot niya yung evolve. So ayun na nga, no. Overall talaga, maganda ang pinakita ng magkabilang team. Just that, syempre, Underground is Underground.
Yeah, indeed. Pero umpisa pa lang yan ng ating last series. First game pa lang yan ng ating last series. Meron pa tayong second game. Pero bago tayo mag-head on the second game, magkakaroon muna tayo ng quickie break lang naman. Saglit lang to, promise. Kami again ang naging shoutcaster nyo. Ako si Yasumi, ako kasama ko dito. Si paring Osiris. Huwag kayong masyadong hot dyan. Magbabalik kami. Dyan lang kayo.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Tapos na ang break at nagbabalik ulit kami. Yasumi nga po pala, kasama ko dito si paring Osiris for the second game ng Team Underground versus Cerebrum Esports. And yung first game natin, medyo quick lang, no? Kahit sa chat sinasabi, play slowly lang, play slowly, sabi ng mga supporters ng UDG. Pero kasi ang bilis ng mga pangyayari, paring Osay.
Oo, dapat talaga bilisan ng UDG no? Para naman makapag-rank games na agad sila. So okay lang naman yun. Oo, malay mo, may lakad pala. Kaya, syempre, pangalawang panalo nila sa linggong to, pwede pa sila magsanggip after, di ba? So, kung ako sa inyo...
Dinner.
Oo, kung sino man naman nanalo dito sa game na to, bilisan nyo na para naman sulit ang weekend, di ba? And syempre, susulit yun kung dire-diretso ang balagbagan kasama ang ating mga viewers. So, ayan, no, napakaganda ng ating Game 1. Although, ano kaya mangyayari sa Game 2? Parang naglabas ng Ash kanina. Ano kaya ang kakaibang lalabas dito sa Underground?
Timo.
Oy,
Timo. Parang hindi naman sa masyadong pag-hype, no? Parang ang feeling ko lang kasi Underground, they are the team na parang kayang i-pull off most of the champions na hindi napipik, na mga naiiwan sa baul ng mga champions, yet kaya nilang i-work in their favor. Pero I don't think so na magtitimo sila dito. But yun nga, no? Team Underground, solid pa rin talaga eh. Parang hindi sila nagkaroon ng ng sayang moments ever since nung summer season pa natin. Up until now, men, ganun pa din sila. Though medyo naiba yung kanilang gameplay dito. Yung mga kuyog strat nila hindi na ganun kadalas, but still andun pa rin sila paminsan-minsan, and mas calculated yung galawan nila, except for that ace na nangyari kanina na masyado silang napalalim.
Ayun na nga, no? So, ito talaga yung pagsubok din ng Cerebrum, no? Kung gusto talaga nilang maipasok yung sarili nila further into this competition, kailangan nilang banggain yung mga Titans. Kailangan nilang magpaka-ackerman kung gusto man nilang mapatumba itong underground dahil nga nag-i-start na ang rambling eh. Parang ito na yung ikalawang araw na nananalo yung mga big names or big titans. Even Team Secret na nakabalik na rin sila. So, nagsisimula na ulit ang paghahari ng mga best teams dito sa Pilipinas.
Oo nga, feeling ko kasi yung Cerebrum hindi pa nabubulungan ni Eren Yeagerman eh. Kaya siguro kasi sabi mo Titans, 'di ba? Yung mga Titans natin as of now, Team Underground, Team Secret, even Fennel Adversity, they are currently yung mga nasa top sa ngayon sa seed natin if I'm not mistaken. And yun nga no, dahil sa bulong kasi ni Eren yun. So hindi pa siguro nabuburungan ni Eren ang Cerebrum Esports. Pero kidding aside no, tama naman yung sinabi mo, kailangan kumbaga mag-step up talaga ng Cerebrum. Sabihin natin, one of the hardest team to face on talaga itong Team Underground. Might be considered as the top one as of now dito sa WCS. And hindi pa nga sila natatalo. Might be too sorry again. Ito para sa side ng Team Underground. Cerebrum, I hope na next week or tomorrow pala. Tomorrow, may bawi na sila at least makakuha sila ng win for tomorrow. Make this training arc for them.
Ito kumbaga trial by fire ika nga, di ba? So, hindi ka naman, kumbaga nasabi din ni Madam Yasu na laban ng mga hashira di ba? So, kailangan mo muna mag-training. Kahit naman si Tanjiro, hindi naman siya hashira kaagad, di ba? So, kailangan mo munang dumaan sa matinding water breathing style, mga ganun. Breathing.
Kailangan mo mag-water breathing. But water breathing naman sila kanina, hindi nga lang masyadong hindi nga lang masyadong effective, no? Pero alam mo kasi si Tanjiro, hindi lang water breathing yung ginagamit niya. Meron din siyang sun breathing, hindi fire. Sun breathing. Kaso alam mo naman si Peace. Oo, kaso naging Donna. Ay, spoiler.
Grabe naman.
Yeah, shoutout sa mga nanonood dyan ng Demon Slayer na napunta kami kanina sa Attack on Titan. Huwag na kayo magtaka kung pumasok si Eren sa Demon Slayer. Malay mo kasi yung nagpagawa na itong tournament na to si Eren talaga. Binulungan yung Riot, no? Sabi mag-ano kayo, WCS kayo. Magawa kayo ng tournament ng Binulungan ni Eren. Tatakay.
Yung mga wala yung tatakay na yun. Pero yun na nga, no? So, drafting na tayo dito. Madam Yasu, no? Nahahalata ng mga viewers natin na isa tayo mga weebs.
Weebs.
At ito na nga, Garen, Yubi, Camille. Same rin naman, napaka-standard. Habang dito sa underground, dahil alam nila na magiging blue side ng Cerebrum, ayaw nilang ibigay itong set. So, sila na ang nag-ban. Set, Chase, and then, brand pa rin. So, iniiwasan nila yung brand ni Pego.
Yeah, so respect ban pala kay Pego yun, no? And though, Cerebrum, talagang trash pa rin sila. Same with you, Underground, we still have Galio. Ang iba lang siguro, wala si Seth dito. Pwede pa rin nilang kunin. Kha'Zix or maybe a different ADC.
Sena.
Sena, man. Sena, what can you say about Sena?
Well, si Larawan yan Wala na tayong itatanong dyan kung anong gagamitin.
Kailangan pa bang questionin?
Sena Galio, yung kalalabasan ng natin, ng Dragon Lane, not unless si Mitsura, gamitin to. So, meron tayong Lux AP carry.
APC.
Is this gonna be Zed? Or any
Zed
AD
Kha'Zix
mid lane?
open pa.
Hindi
pa. Securing pa rin
Ziggs
yung
kaya.
Ziggs. Well,
It should be
banning
Ziggs kung
phase
gusto nila
next.
mag-Mitsura. Kasi mababan na siya
Maybe.
next turn Wala na siyang
Malamang.
energy. So, next turn.
Next turn. Magkano ngayon? Manager!
Ziggs. Labas mo na.
Baka naman.
Ziggs. Baka naman.
Labas
Para
na.
naman explosive. Ay, hindi.
Hindi,
May Renekton pa rin.
Renekton. Nilabas
Sa
si
bagay,
Lolong.
Hindi na kailangan ilabas yung Ziggs kasi nailabas na yung AP na itong Cerebrum So, nasa sa kanila na yun kung ibaban ba nila or magdo-dual AP sila, which is not most likely dahil nga innate ang magic resist ni paring Galio, no? So, di na dapat kayo makakapag-double niyan. Pero yun nga, Z ang tinanggal ng underground dahil nga alam na
And
kumbaga
Olaf.
alam na meron ng AP carry. So saan pa ba manggagaling yung AD damage maliban syempre dito kay paring Darius, no?
Yep, mid at jungler na lang yung kailangan
Ay,
dito
Olaf.
ng Cerebrum. And the same din sa underground, mid at jungler, no? Ang kailangan ng bawat isa. Binana nga nila dito yung Olaf and the Z, denying that against Cerebrum. Pero iba-ban
May
din ng
Morgana pa
Cerebrum
rin,
dito is etong si Corky. Yes, tama ka dun. Up pa yung Morgana, up pa si Ziggs, gaya nga ng sabi mo kanina.
Ay,
And,
Akali.
Akali. Akali mid? Or, no, sabi mo kanina, Mitsura, nagmi-mid lane Renekton to, so this might be an
Oo,
Akali Baron lane, no? Possible.
Pwede nga, siguro pwede rin iakali na ni Mitsura kasi may opening na nakuha na nila and si Don.
Mm.
Ang makakabuli lang din naman dito si Darius is syempre si Renekton. May hirapan
Sa
kasi kung
bagay.
si Akali man ang magbabaron pero ito na nga,
Oh.
Kha'Zix sila naman ang gagamit ngayon, no? So Zapi sa kanyang Kha'Zix.
Zaubi sa
Ay,
Kha'Zix. Parang nakita ko na to if I could remember correctly kahapon, si Zaupi yung nag-clear ng jungle ng kalaban nila.
Oo,
Pagbalik
yung
ni, I think
invade,
sila
no?
Domeng yung kalaban nun, oo. Pagdating ni Domeng, asa na yung mga minions ko, no? Kinain lahat neto ni Zaupi. Pero we will see, no? Not Orthros, pero UDG, we have a Fiora pick. So yung jungler nila is Fiora? Jungle? Anong tingin mo dito sa Fiora Jungle? Kasi nung kahapon na Fiora Jungle, hindi masyado naging maganda. Pero since it's UDG, what do you think?
So far kasi maganda ang mga performance ni Sayonara kaya naniniwala ako na itong Sayo Fiora is magiging okay, kumbaga technically okay para sa kanila. Ang worries ko lang dito, nung nakita kasi natin yung Fiora Jungle, ano ba yung katapat niya? Ang nakatapat ng isang Fiora Jungle kahapon ay isang Kha'Zix din. So in terms of securing objective or stealing, parang mahihirapan kung lunge lang yung gagamitin dito ni paring Sayonara. And then syempre may taste their fear and isolation potential itong
Oo.
Kha'Zix. Pero knowing underground, mukhang nasa tempo naman sila ngayon and kung ma-maximize man nila tong Fiora, this will add another haymaker sa mukha nilang Cerebrum dahil nga meron ka na Fiora, meron ka pang Akali, so entirely yung buong lineup mo can push more damage para dun sa mid game to late game.
Tapos may follow-up ka pa, no, if ever. Kasi ang nakikita ko dito, UDG, baka hindi sila yung papasok, basically. Kasi they have Kha'Zix sa side ng Cerebrum. Sila yung maghahanap dito ng kills, more likely, for the side ng Cerebrum. Pero we'll see na nga lang. Ito na tayo sa may Rift, which is 3 agad sa may bottom lane. Sayang.
Grabe.
Walang nahuli. Nagulat ako doon sa light binding, men. Walang preno. Raga-ragasa, pero just so happen, walang nahuli, no?
Diretso snare kasi pwedeng patungan ng death sentence yun pag nagkataon pero wala silang natagpuan na tumatambay dun sa malamok na area habang itong si Don makikipaglaban nga muli dito kay Darius ni Ivalice.
Yeah, pareho sila dito ang ikot-ikutan pero ito si Pego mukhang siya ay hindi naman mag-i-invade. Sinayang lang niya yung Scryers sa middle lane dito and same with Zaupi, hindi din naman siya mag-i-invade kagaya ng ginawa niya kahapon. I don't think na makakapag-invade naman siya at this point. Pero ito, grabe, 1v1 with a great one, men, no? Speaking of Rengoku, Donut na usok dito sa may middle lane. Medyo nasasaktan dito si Pego, pero meanwhile at the bottom lane, first blood na naman. Etong si Larawan, actually Larawan this time, siya naman yung na first blood. Kanina si Orthros ngayon siya.
Ayun na nga, no? Ang problema itong si Larawan, early advantage, pinakawalan niya kaagad. Nabawi na ni Tresh, si Senna sa loob ng lantern.
Oo nga, no? Nabawi na. Kasi nakuha agad. Nakalabas ka ba? Balik! Bawal lumabas. Lockdown pa, lockdown. Wala, hindi ka pa vaccinated. Ay, nako, magpa-fully vaccinated
so, wag ka masyadong
na kayo.
lumabas. Siguro pagpasok niyo sa lantern, no, hinarang pa siya, may vaccination card po kayo. So, ayun.
Bawal po.
Bawal po basta ng doon. Pero ito na
Alam ko kasi pagka wala kang vaccination card, pagka nasa public ka, bawal yun
Oo, bawal
Pwede ka
talaga
talagang
yun.
madampot daw, daw. Pero, yun nga, no. Yun ang
Di.
nangyari sa bottom lane, par.
Oo, nadampot itong si Senna. Baka kasi
Nadampot.
naiwan nga niya. Oo. Pero ito na, tingnan natin kung makakabawi nga ba dito sila Lara at Orthros. Habang ang wave, talagang gigil na ang Cerebrum. Hindi nila pinapalampas. So, konting slow lang, konting kuha lang ng soul. At
Yup.
maiipit siya dito.
Yep, that one.
Ay,
Pero
no.
okay lang. Tara dito. Balik ka dito. Tiwala lang. Sabi ni How. Diba? How did I
safe
do that?
naman.
With the
Ay, grabe
power of
naman.
friendship, of course.
Oo. The power of lantern. Whenever I see
Oo.
girls and boys.
Jose
Lanterns
Marichan.
on.
February na
Lanterns
nag-Jose
on the
Marichan.
street Lantern.
Oo.
Oo.
Lanterns
Kaya
on the lane.
meron. Oo, lanterns on the lane. And uy, wala pa tayo nakikitang items dito. Shin pa lang sa dalawang tropa natin
Yep.
dito sa underground. Habang ang mga katropa natin sa kabila is Lost Chapter at saka si Rated Dirk at itong Phage. So wala pang big items. 3 minutes pa lang tayo pero nalalapit na ang paglapag ng Rift Herald at saka ng Mountain Drake. So mag-expect na tayo ng mga big rotations na manggagaling dito sa dalawang teams natin. Or they're going to take it slow dahil nga alam naman natin, sinabi ng mga viewers natin, isihan nyo lang So baka iisihan nila.
Diba?
Teka
Slowly
muna.
but surely. Pero ito kasi
Uy.
middle lane. Ako walang slow dito.
Uy, nice.
Men, balugbugan. Sapakan kung sapakan.
Uy, isa pa.
Ayos ba yun?
Grabe,
Pero
nag-aabang
bottom
si
lane natin,
Zappy.
medyo nag-iinitan na. Pinipressure ng Cerebrum yung bottom lane ng side ng underground. Alam naman natin na si Senna kailangan niya ng stack. And underground, nakakuha naman si Lara 1 kahit pa paano ng stack at the bottom lane. Pero keeping the pressure lang din talaga at the bottom lane. Pero Cerebrum, they're gonna reset. Same with UDG kasi 8 seconds na lang. May dragon na tayo. Meron na rin tayong Rip Herald. Pwedeng gawin ng UDG dito is exchange na lang ng objective kung sakaling magma-mountain drake dito, no? Yung side ng Cerebrum. Kasi doon nakapwesto etong si parin yung Xiaomi. Andito din naman si Ibelis sa top lane, though I don't think na maika-counter kuha niya yung side ng UDG pagdating dito sa Rift Herald.
Oo, and ito na, sinisimulan na nga ng UDG habang nagsusolo dito ng Dragon, pero napakasakit.
Yup! Bang! Coming from Lara 1. Sabay nagtago sa may bandang likod, pero ang unang tsatsалangit doon ay itong si Fleur, which is the Trish. Nakuha na nga dito ni Xiaomi yung Dragon, pero kinukulit kasi siya ni Mitsura. Ginamitan na siya ng perfect execution, pero hindi niya pa na-execute perfectly. But with the help of friendship, I guess, ng side ng UDG, hindi naman nila maliligtas yung isa na yon, but still, patay na yung Herald dito. Nakuha din naman ng Cerebrum
Si
Esports yung
Sayonara.
kanilang gusto. Yeah, pero si Sayonara coming from behind.
So may
May ipit dito si
trespassing,
Ibelis,
no?
men.
Oh, teka, weak
Oo.
spot, kitang-kita.
Teka.
Uhulihin,
Oo nga,
Okay lang,
Medyo
okay lang.
hesitant
Delicate
Kalahati buhay
nakita
ni Don.
sa wardings, may blue, Madam Yasu, meron dalawang trespassing.
Oo.
Yung Dragon Lane, dumadayo na rin sa Baron Lane, kaya kailangan muna umatras. Pero konting plating lang naman na nakuha nila doon. And tower, dumedelikado na, hindi sa Baron Lane, pero ito na ang backup.
Yep, si Don medyo duguan, hindi pa siya nag-back kanina, pero with the flash out, bumabuhay pa din siya, pero the stun sa mukha,
Ayun lang.
taga doon sa may crocodile, at isa pang taga, baka sakaling mabuhay, kaso napatay din dito. Etong si Ivalis, 1-for-1 exchange lang at the top lane, pero hindi na, teka lang, nasa tundo yata tayo, may nag-aabang sa may damuhan.
dami
Eto ba ang target
nagkakaabangan.
nila si Elsa at si Lando, nandito na din si Lara 1, nagagaling sa may likuran. Si Fleur, natatakan dito ng grand challenge ni Sayonara, pero hindi naman siya magbabaybay as of now. Buhay pa rin naman dito, natitira sa si Cerebrum at the top lane, sabay mamba out muna yung UDG.
Teka muna. Masyado mainit yung mga players natin. Kanina, isa
Lahat.
lang, naging dalawa, naging tatlo. And kahit
Dami.
nag-recall na, hinahabol pa rin nila ang isa't isa. So tignan natin ngayon dito kung magagawan ba ng Cerebrum na kunin ang susunod na objective dahil nakikita natin sa ating mapa Ocean Drake ang susunod, which is nakuha na nila yung Mountain Drake. This time rotations after rotations.
Hindi nila alam yan. Naku po, the taunt on one and the bird dito sa isa. Pero buhay pa, hindi na nga. Namatay na agad itong si Xiaomi Papi. Nananakbo dito si How. Pero how are you gonna leave? Kung pinatay ka na din dito ni Sayonara, isang hampas ng kanyang palakol or ng kanyang espada dito. Kasama pa nga dito itong si Ivalis na naiwan na din yung palakol sa lupa, men. 3 ang napabagsak sa side ng Cerebrum.
Nako, mahihirapan sila dito dahil nga kinukuha na ng underground ang kanilang teritoryo. At hindi na nila magawang depensahan yung base, yung tore dito ni Ivalice.
Yup.
And kita mo naman, no, sinimulan ka agad ni Ortros mula doon sa shadows na galaw ni
Yup.
Senna. Sinurprise sila and at this point talagang naipanalo na nila yung laban. Sayonara, nakuha niya yung priority target. Hindi na rin niya pinansin doon si Fleur kasi support lang naman eh. Mas gugustuhin nating itumba yung mga key targets and at
Totoo.
that point, na panalo na kagad ng underground.
Eto
They
na naman,
have the upper hand advantage.
Here we go again. Kala ko papasukan nila sana eh. Bottom lane. Napapaano tayo eh. Here we go again. Kaso nga lang
Ayun na,
magkakasalubong sila
oo.
dito sa loob ng jungle
Ito
mismo
na
ng
ulit.
Cerebrum. Pero medyo walang kasama doon si Ortros. Hindi alam ng Cerebrum yun. Kasi wala silang
Here we
information
go
eh.
again.
Here we go again nga ba? Nakakaramdam. My spider sense
Tsak!
is
Eto na.
tingling para sa side ng UDG. PP out. Pare,
Ay,
may
in
EP tayo
danger.
dito. Naku
Oh,
po,
ayun na,
here we go
Chuckles, I'm
again.
in danger.
Pumasok, nag-flash in, nagtago
5.
with the miss, pero with the Benga, 5 ang pumasok, nilinis nila dito si Larawan na may kasama pang habol. Neto ni Ortros with the hero's entrance, hindi niya nasagip
Sa
ito si
backup.
Larawan, pero hahabol, pero
Ah, wala.
light binding para hindi na makahabol pa itong si Ortros or makapagtonta sa kanila dahil 5 sila, 2 ang duguan, lalaban pa
Oops.
din. Medyo
Uy,
may
cancel na
overextend
TP.
yung side ng UDG. Partida 3
Ay,
lang sila
wala.
nandito sa baba sa UDG pero nagpe-pressure. Etong si Kuya yung Mitsura at the top lane.
Medyo hindi ko lubos maiisip yun na napakahirap ilarawan na 5
Ang lalim.
miyembro ng Cerebrum ang umabol kay Larawan para lang sa 1 kill na parang hindi inaral. Kasi, di ba parang isipin mo, nag-i-split push na dun si Mitsure na parang there's a huge
Yeah.
opening and 5 na sila. Umatras na yung UDG, umatras na rin doon si Mitsura sa top lane, sa Baron lane. Pwedeng-pwede na sana nilang i-pressure yung bottom lane tower. Pero siyempre, kailangan nila mag-reset para dito sa Ocean Drake. 'Di ba? Para
Yep.
ma-ready nila yung sarili nila. And that's also the reason no na hindi na tinuloy ni Mitsura yung split push kasi nga mas priority nila yung objective, mas gusto nila mag-reset, papalitan nila yung pwestuhan
Oh.
ng death sentence.
Naku po, speaking of Mitsura na hatak dito with the final spark, dito tama doon. Yung ulti dito ni Senna tumama na din for the armor. Buhay na buhay si Mitsura dito. Si Pego mukhang malinang nadayo na. Tarima sa may bandang side ng UDG. -1 at isa. Pero nananakbo. Grand challenge will be committed dito ng side ng UDG. Pero nang hahabol sige the protection ng turret dito para
ayun
sa side ng Cerebrum. Pero 4 silang.
Na-embrace.
Medyo natulala doon sa may iisang pwesto. Still, yung
Focus sa goal,
objectives
focus sa goal.
natin andito pa din. Focus sa goal nga ba. Buhay pa dito yung 4 nga. Nasa side ng Cerebrum pero lalaban pa rin sila. Here comes the Black Mist coming from Larawan.
Uy,
Pero
ayun
sila yung
lang.
napugo doon na taga sa mukha dito ni Ivalice. Itong si Larawan once again. Pero I think Fiora will be joining the team fight. Sayonara. Sino ang kanilang ibabaybay dito? Contesting for that Ocean
okay,
Drake.
okay.
Pushing them back a little bit para sa side ng UDG. Pero here comes the Heroes and Trans. Umabo naman na kuha pa. Nice one. Nice one nga ba para sa side ng UDG yan. Kasi iniisa-isa na nila yung side ng Cerebrum. Pero makunat pa rin sila. Ang nananakbo
Uy,
dito
grabe,
actually is yung side ng UDG. Natagapan nila dito sa mukha. Etong si Ivalice. Ivalice is down. Pero habol pa rin dito si Pego. Visura with the sidestep. Hindi mag-work out because mapapatay pa din dito si Visura. 2 for 1. 2 for 2 exchange.
Grabe naman yun. Napakatagal nilang kinuha itong Ocean Drake at UDG with the proper timing. Nakita mo sa flank naka-ready doon si Mitsura.
Oo.
And at the same time, inaabangan na ni Sayonara kung paano nga ba niya papasukin itong Dragon Pit sa kamay ng Cerebrum. And nung pumasok
Naku po.
siya,
Naku po, Narut.
teka muna.
Naku po, Narut. Doning Shadow sinalomen. Niyakap yung Doning Shadow. Ito, The Box. Hindi niya nakulong. Yung 2 na nahuli niya sa The Box. Pero makakatak pa rin naman dito so far. Etong si Fleur. Pero bawas na kasi sila ng 2. This is again a free herald for the side ng UDG. And habang yung 3 magpupush pa. Here comes a ton para dito sa isa. Sa side ng Cerebrum. Pero followed out by the root pero hindi naman nila papasukan. Greed is not good, pare ko. Dahan-dahan lang.
Oo, grabe. Grabe yung yung pagbuhat ng Dawning Shadow na yun para siguradong
Oo.
protektodo talaga. Eh, nakala mo, Don Zilweta, yung naging galawan nila doon dahil nga, napakabilis lang din ng mga pangyayari na underground na naman na nakakuha ng upper hand doon sa Rift Herald. And mas nakakatakot pa ngayon dahil itong si Mitsura nakaraba doon na. Habang ibang miyembro naman, meron na ring Ruin King. So in terms of 1v1 with the Great One, kayang-kaya ng sumabay ng underground. At teka muna, parang si Zaupi dito, tsaka si Fleur mayroong plano.
May plano, kaso nga lang wala silang vision eh. Naku po, yung plano nila
teka,
parang
face
naging
check ba
aeroplano.
to? Uy,
Face
teka
check.
lang.
Ooh, no
Patikim
death
lang.
sentence
Uy,
sa may mukha.
may
Pero
ipis
nandito
sa
na si
gilid.
Sayonara sabay dash out, papalayo. Hindi nila na-execute ng maayos. Men, may manlilikod na sa kanila. Andyan na si Orters Tenen, tsaka sila naman sa may bandang likod
teka muna,
Tenen.
easy ka lang,
Pero
easy ka lang,
44
boy.
at the top lane, easy ka lang boy. Pero na-root yung tatlo. Paano magiging easy yan? Donning Shadows, tatlo din yung tinamaan. Stacy sa
Uy,
mula na. Pero kinukuyog nila dito sa may tower na bagsak na. Dugo na dito si Saupi and may be saying bye-bye as well. Pero si Pego, medyo pumapalo-palo pa dito. Buhay pa din naman yung remaining sa side ng Cerebrum. Pero 2 down na naman sa kanila, pare koy.
Nako, si Zaupi, nahuli siya doon. Hindi siya nakapag-peace out. Kaya nahirapan talaga siya ng tuluyan. Habang itong si Mitsura is split push all the way. Habang ito na inaantay natin na split push pressure ng isang Akali. Kanina, kasama niya si Ivalice. Kaso yun nga, kailangan umalis para back-upan yung bakbakan doon sa Baron Lane. So ngayon,
sa totoo lang.
nakuha na yung second tower. Nag-clear na lang siya dito. So medyo hindi naging
Yan na.
okay yung pag-back out ni Ivalice.
How? Umalis ka dyan. Munti ka lang din maabutan si How. Kinabahan ako doon
Oo
para
nga,
kay
kahit
How.
ako
Wala
na-
silang information eh.
Magiging how-how siya
Nakakatakot
nang wala
kasi.
sa oras.
Oo, nakakatakot
Uy.
pag nakita mo yung black.
Uy, grabe naman, galit.
Boy, matakot ka pero ang punat ni Sayonara dito in fairness. Hindi masyado
kas-
masakit dito si Pego. Hindi naman nila din kasama doon si Zaupi. So barely nilang nadami dyan itong si Sayonara, men.
Kasi itong si Sayonara dumayo sa maling jungle. Dahil
Oo,
nga gawa siya sa Nara. Kasi nga, Sayonara. Matibay. Hindi naman siya Sayo
Matibay.
Akasha, di ba? Oh.
Oo, sa bagay. Nara.
Matibay.
Pambansang ano yan eh. Puno yan,
Pambansang
men.
puno ng Pilipinas. So,
Nako po. Ito na
sa'yo,
nga
madam.
mukhang may iwan dito. May matutonda isa sabay flash away para kay Pego. Napakagandang use
grabe,
ng
shuriken
blast
naman
cone yun. Grabe yun. Grabe yung blast cone yun, men. Calculated. Parang may katabing calculator sa ano.
aabot yung Rasen Shuriken ni Mitsura kahit nag-blast cone
Hindi,
pero
hindi.
mukhang may
Pero
ba-blast
ito,
dito.
aabot yung ton. Dito sa may bandang likod, walang gisingan. Hindi, nagising pa naman dito. Etong si Fleur, pero boom, binarel. Hindi masyadong tinamaan. At yung 4 ng side ng Cerebrum. Pero okay lang, tatamaan naman sila ng ibang
si
side
Lara,
ng side ng
grabe.
underground. That's gonna be the final spark. Pero wala silang pakialam sa nararamdaman ng final spark na yan. Dahil duguan na lahat ng side ng miyembro ng Cerebrum at inuubos na naman sila dito ng UDG with another ace and double kill. Yung revenge ni Lara, dito pa lang nangyari, pare.
Uy, grabe
men,
naman talaga ito
another
na yun.
15-minute game.
Grabe, 14 nga lang. Kung nagkataon, meron pa silang 10 seconds. Uuntog,
Boom.
aabot kaya. At
3,
mapapatay na nila kung kanina.
5.
Jose Marichan ngayon, Happy New Year! Sumabog
Happy
ang
New
Nexus
Year!
ng Cerebrum Underground with the win. Oh, may heart pa.
Ang dami namang heart niya, no?
Gusto pa ni Ortros, like kaso wala. Talagang
Wala,
talaga tayo dito. Kuwang-kuwa ng underground ang panalo.
Yep. Man, wala pa rin kupas ang galawan ng underground. Medyo bawas man sila sa mga dati nilang members, wala yung ibang mga ka-teammates nila, pero still, napaka-aulid, Lods. Napaka-aulid pa rin
Oo.
nila up until now. Team
Aulid.
Underground, another 2-0.
Typo,
Another day, another 2-0. Aulid, Lods yan, man.
Ulit. Grabe naman yun. Ibang level talaga
Iba.
yung pinapakita ng underground dito. So dire-diretso ang panalo nila and nasa kanila ang momentum dito sa tournament na to and possibly na makita pa natin sila na magpakitang gilas bukas. So ayun, grabe. Talagang napaka-methodical, dinaan nila sa tamang proseso. Yes, napatay ka nung una. And alam mo naman, kaya ka may one sa pangalan eh. Kasi
First blood?
una lang. Oo, first blood. Pero siya ang nananatiling ikauna ng mga ADC. Kung paano niya pinakita yung lakas niya sa isang sena na sa tournament naman na to, na nakita natin ang isang Senna sa kamay lang ni Demon Kite. And siya bilang Demon, they kind of share the same the same champion pool. Pero dahil nga iniwan na niya yung pagiging Demon dati, siya na si Lara 1. Pinapakita niya talaga na siya yung number 1 threat dito sa kamay ng Underground. Pero everyone still really did their part. Simula kay Otros, syempre Mitsura with the assassin plays. Grabe yung huli sa kanya doon, di ba? Stacy's perfect execution over the wall. Tas sabay shuriken flip, mas malayo yung narating. Kahit hinabol siya ni Pego, hindi umabot. Nag-perfect execution siya. Kinuha niya honey fruit para makabalik sa team fight. So, iba-iba talaga, no? Underground is the real deal ngayon dito sa tournament na to.
Yeah, parang Underground dito, almost all of their movements are calculated perfectly. Nakita mong, parang ang bilis nilang mag-alt tab, sabay open calculator. Okay pa, dito yan. Mga pa yan, cosine, sine, to the pi, and power. Okay, ito yung perfect na pwesto, di ba?
Mga ganun. Pati yung Ash kanina geometry
magbibilang. Ilang distansya yan? Ano, Ben? Mga 104.
Ako ganyan lang ako, yung ganyan lang sa akin eh. Sa'yo yung ganun.
Hindi ko din gets yun kahit ganun eh.
Wala, ganun sa'yo, ganun.
Ganun sa akin, ganun. Wala, ito. Pero kidding aside, man, yes, solid pa rin talaga ang Team Underground. Si Cerebrum, nag-perform sila ng by far, maganda naman yung performance nila. May mga time na nahuhuli nila pabalik. May mga time na maganda yung mga initiation nila dito. Pero most of the time kasi, after that initiation, sila yung napapunish pabalik. Yes, malakas dito si Ivalice kung mapapansin nyo. Kung magkakaroon tayo ng SBP dito, definitely mapupunta siya kay Ivalice. Pero kasi, ang medyo naging full shirt dito, si Zhao P, man. Even though nagtatry siya na manlikod, no successful execution coming from Zhao P. And even though nag-a-attempt sila ng assassination gaya ng magtatago sa damo, they failed to do so kasi they lack the vision, they lack the manpower, and in result, sila yung na-find out dito ng UDG, oy may nagtatago dito sa damo natin, nasa sandwich sila ng mga miyembro ng UDG.
Ayun na nga, di ba? So, tama eh. Sinabi mo, si Zhao P.
Ito yung kinukwento mo kanino.
Ayan no, di ba? Nakita mo, nakabalik siya ng ganun-ganun lang at na-punish pa for overextending itong si Pego. Don't get me wrong, naganda yung intentions nito ni Pego, pero ito, teka lang. Ayun no, yung repose, 4 yung na-dodge niyang skill dahil sinubukan siyang i-burst. That high-level thinking nito ni Sayonara, talagang nagawa niyang
mag-open ng calculator.
Eto na, nakuha niya rin mabuhay. Yung pagiging Nara niya lumabas doon sa game na yun. And ito na talaga eh. Wala na eh. Mahihirapan na makabalik ang Cerebrum sa ganong klaseng advantage na meron ang Underground. At syempre, napag-usapan na din natin, gusto kong bumalik dun sa point mo, Zhao P on that Kha'Zix, sinusubukan niya. Kaso, masyadong maingat. And kudos din kay Fleur. Silang dalawa, gumagawa sila ng death brush, isolation, death sentence, you have the flay. Kumbaga, kumpleto rekado sila para makapang 4 versus 1, o yung 2 versus 1, and then the backup will be there para 4 versus 1. Kaso, ang nangyayari, kung gaano ka proactive ang Cerebrum, kung gaano nagkakaroon ng big IQ, doon naman bumabawi din ang Team Underground na okay, by time kayo dyan, susubukan naming bumack up. And dahil nga doon sa napaka-accessible, napakabilis ng galaw nitong Underground, nababackupan nila and to the point na naibabalik pa nila yung sorpresa. And kita mo naman ang ating player of the game.
Orthros, indeed. 84% kill participation. Kasi pinag-uusapan natin, men, backup. Speaking of backup, the very embodiment ng backup dito, walang iba kundi ang isang Galio. And nilagay pa sa kamay dito ni Orthros na lagi siyang present on the team fight, giving them armor. Armor plus armor pala sila, no? Armor from that hero's entrance, then armor pa para galing sa Dawning Shadow nga, neto ni Senna. So talagang patagalan ang team fight na nangyayari between Cerebrum and Team Underground. And yun nga, Cerebrum kanina, they only had the chance to kill someone sa side ng Team Underground kapag kasama nila tong si Ivalice, which is somewhere sa top lane. Hindi nila nakasama. And I think yun na din yung halos almost last team fight ng side ng Cerebrum.
Ang gusto ko lang din point out dito, Madam Yasu, no? it's a day for support.
It's
Diba?
a day for support. Yeah, totoo.
Di ba, nakita natin kanina, Brox proving na talagang deserve niya yung spots dun sa Team Secret. And then, nakita natin ngayon si Ortros. Kanina,
Yup.
nakita natin si Rafe, naging MVP din. So talaga, iba talaga ang mga kalibre ng mga support ngayon dito, Madam Yaso.
Yeah, alam mo, gusto natin paulanan pa ng mga phrases and ng good job ang lahat ng kalahok dito sa ating WCS. Pero I think marami pa masasabi yung panel namin. Kami ulit ang naging shoutcaster nyo. Ako nga pala si Yasumi, kasama ko dito si Osiris. And on behalf of paring Gigi, dyan lang kayo dahil may interview pa mamaya. Huwag kayong aalis.
On the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Welcome back to the WCS where Team Underground continues the win streak, still looking like one of the strongest contenders for that championship. Autolus, you know that I love Galio. This was such a treat for me. Come on. Orthros on the Galio. This was
Back to
such a
back,
treat
right?
to watch. Exactly. As we jump into our series highlights, you can just watch this. I can just watch Arthurs on the Galio all day. But Autolus, what are your thoughts on this? Team Underground, is it all the way for them? All the way to that finish line?
You know what? I was actually talking to the community members and I was opening the idea of them going flawless for the season. I know it's very premature for me to discuss this because it's just the first week. But the vibe I'm getting from them is just that, right? That they feel so prepared, they feel so flashy, to a point that even those normal skills, you would feel it in your gut. Just the punches from the Galio of Orthros really made it smart. And Dawn on the first game was just impeccable. Sayonara was so steady. And I think Sayonara has found his comfort in this set of guys that I feel that he's being unlocked on a purpose. He now has a mission. And Orthros, again, being the stable captain of this team, is definitely on the help.
Yeah, I also want to add in the first game, I was talking in the panel earlier how Don is this guy who's just absorbing pressure, but I felt like in game one, Team Underground overall was playing more fast and loose compared to how they were playing yesterday, and there were moments that I felt like Cerebrum was really creeping behind them, but Don, if you can see right here in the replay, he got that double kill, and after that, he's gonna make more plays for the team, and he's just this rock that's just held together the lines for Team Underground to be able to take that first win. And again, in game two, they were still able to change it up a bit with their drafts. They went for this more late game composition with that Fiora jungle and that Senna, along as Nika mentioned, that Galio support. And I just love seeing how flexible this team is.
Yeah, and a crazy apple. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like on the side of Cerebrum Esports, you see some plays. They were able to make some plays, but it seems like it was like a bit too rehearsed in the sense that these are things that should be second nature, I guess, to like more experienced teams. And as a result, it was just way too expensive on the side of Cerebrum.
Right. You could say rehearse. It's easy to read. It's very easy to read for these teams because these are like plays that you usually see. It's very step 1, 2, 3, and the thing is when you're very easily read, they'll just capitalize on that and play around your tendencies, play around what you're gonna do next, and that's how I felt. Yeah, as you mentioned, how Team Underground really took advantage of that.
Yeah. The dancer in me came out, so and I was like, it was like too rehearsed, too choreographed and everything. 1, 2, 3.
I think if we have a 1, 2, 3 for Cerebrum, we have 1, 2, 1, 2 for
that's right.
Again.
The jabs in there, of course.
Yeah, because the boss, right, said.
Yeah.
Justice Punch.
Or the Justice Punch, yeah. A lot of punches over there, of course, for Team Underground. And we can welcome them over to our panel desk right now because we have the team once again. I'm eager to ask. I think we're talking to Orthros this time, so let's welcome him over to our panel desk. Congratulations to Team Underground. Congratulations, guys. Hello, Orthros.
Hello.
Hello. Congratulations, Orthros. This first question is for you because I am such a big fan of Galio. I love Galio. I'm basically almost a one-trick Galio right now. I have to say, how do you do it? Those taunts were amazing. Just the chain of skills was amazing. What's your mentality when you play the champion? Is it just go, go, go?
Yes, ano po kasi parang pag gumagamit ako ng champion parang ako po mismo. And gusto ko talaga bugbugan eh. And sarap po marami yung bugbugan. parang
Yun eh.
I love it.
Parang enjoy ko po. Yung marami akong natutunan, parang ramdam ko yung sarili kong nandun sa sitwasyon na yun. Kaya po, ayun, natutunan ko yung marami kasi pinaktis ko din po talaga. Nag-enjoy po ako ng todo sa ganun.
Well, we saw them yesterday, diba? We're like Yumi in real life.
Yeah.
And so it's like method acting. It's really method acting for Team Underground. So you can just imagine Orthros there, he's really zooming in at the Tonsha and everything. Anyway, how are you guys celebrating Team Underground? How are you guys celebrating this win tonight?
Ano po, actually po, wala kami tubig. Bibili po kami tubig.
Oh my gosh! Wala na silang tubig, they don't have water. Somebody send these guys some water, please.
Cubao. Send to Cubao. Okay, water to Cubao. Alright, let's go. Apple first before me.
Okay. For me, I guess ang question ko kay Orthos is that ang dami mong pinapakitang champions. You have this champion ocean, it seems like. Could you say confidently that you can play every champion in the game right now, and maybe every support champion we might be seeing sometime in the competition?
Yeah, actually po, dahil po sa team, masasabi ko pong confident ako kasi yung playstyle ko po nag-fit sa kanila eh. And ano po, dahil din po sa kanila, mas na-explore ko yung mga bago kong strength. Actually po, nung una, hindi po ganun eh. Pero dahil sa team ko, na-explore ko po na kaya ko pala. And ayun po, sila din po yung nagtuturo sa akin ng maraming bagay. Kaya thankful din po ako sa kanila.
That's good. That's great. Their team is the one enabling you to be able to be very creative with your picks, and in essence, it becomes a very creative environment for you in the team. Yeah, that's really good to hear. Autolus, how about you?
I have two questions, brother. All right, so the first one is, yesterday we saw you play Yumi twice, and we were joking around in the community watch party, is that when playing Yumi, madami kang downtime eh, diba? So we were joking around, maybe ang ginagawa dito ni Orthros is just looking around the map and doing the shot calls or timing the summoner spells, or drafting for the next game. So ano ba talaga yung ginagawa mo as a Yumi kapag ka-idle?
Actually po, iniisip ko na kung yung next nakakainin ng mga pusa. Ayun po,
Of course.
Pa din po sa game as much as possible sa communication ko, kung dead air, magsasalita po ako. Yun po yung biggest benefit pag nag-Qeon. Ayun po.
Alright, so kumbaga, you maximize the downtime and still be efficient with it. Second question is, we saw it banned against you twice. Do you expect to still be able to use the champion moving forward, or will you plan as if, hindi ko na magpipick si Yumi?
Ano po, kahit ano po actually po, prepared po naman ako sa kahit ano and kahit di ko po magamit, alam ko po na yung team ko saka ako is kayang saluhin yung isa't isa. Ayun po.
With Yumi or without Yumi, we can do it. All right, I love the answer. Mika.
It's you and me and all of the people for Orthros. Orthros.
I love it.
So many puns possible. Orthros, do you have any shout outs that you'd like to give? Maybe a message to all of the fans.
Ayun po, thank you po sa mga sumusuporta. Thank you. Salamat din po sa Cerebrum sa sobrang sayang laro. And shout out po kay Mama, kay Papa, kay Ate, kay Riley, kay Mika, kay Sarina, kay Ate Aubrey, kay Vanso, kay Sir Shinbo, kay Ate Phoebe. Yung double deck po namin na kulang ng tornilyo. Si Tita Romel, si Tita Chen, Percy, Glenn, Chan, Ariel, Jovit, Paul, Bryle, Clark Chan, Espren Chami, Celia, Kuya Jed, Tita Presi, Rhea, Juliet, and Jay po. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Orthros. Oh, go ahead.
The double deck. Okay, the double deck.
Yung double deck.
What do you call that? Tornillo?
The nails.
Screw!
Yeah, it's missing a screw.
Not nail.
Not nail. Oh, God.
Oh God. Hopefully that's still safe.
Yeah. Go ahead. We're not done with the shoutouts.
Shoutout po sa family ko, kila Sir Shinbu, kila Ate Phoebe, sa Teletigers, sa XLR8, kila Jiwen at Mark. Yun po. Thank you.
Thanks, rookies.
Thank you guys so much. Congratulations once again to Team Underground, and I hope you guys get some water and all of the support that you need for your double deck. I'm sure maayos naman yan. You guys will get it definitely after this win and many more to come. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Such fun guys to interview, I swear.
Yeah.
Such fun guys to interview, of course.
Well spoken. He's been a very well spoken guy ever since we interviewed him from last year, Mika. I feel that Orthros really is born to be interviewed, and that's the only reason why he keeps winning. Right?
Yeah, and entertaining too. I love that the focus is also on the cats because of course a very strong statement from Team Underground coming back, making that comeback, making that Yumi their trademark, and it looks like now of course Orthos as one of their star players, we're seeing the very familiar stats, the very familiar support, amazing KDA that we saw of course from the earlier C Icon series, and it is nice indeed to have that back. I mean, like, of course as a support player too, like, I love it. I am so entertained. And of course that about wraps it up for today, but before we go, of course we owe you something. Otolus and myself come in last. We decided because we couldn't think up of any compromise that we will adhere to the original, which is to send the last text message that we sent. And actually, if I might go first, mine came in during the first series. Series.
Okay. Question: receive or send?
Sent.
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 Okay,
Sent. I think like we'd get a lot of things that we can't say if it was received, I guess. But mine was the last text message sent, and it was actually during the first series because I did get a delivery. So I said, okay po, paiwan na lang po sa lobby pagdating niyo.
So standard. Okay.
Very standard. I mean, Otolus might have something similar.
I'm trying to cover down because again, the things here are mga marites, si Bingo Plus, ay may pa-jackpot, things like that.
Yeah, the usual spam.
Yeah, there's also, we have a job opening. I don't know.
Yeah, I remember that.
For example, their applicant, you are selected as part full-time staff. Now you can work from home and earn 8,000 peso daily. Let's go. Okay. So there is this message I sent, and this was February 15. Right? So that's how rare I use SMS. I sent, hi, this is Otolus. Nag-fail yung last email ko papunta sa inyo. Meron ba kayong Messenger Viber where we could communicate? I was talking to members of PLM community. I did a charity cast for them, and for some reason their emails were bouncing back. So that's about it. That's the consequence. And I just couldn't believe, Mika, that we lost. We have to get back on track tomorrow against Punch.
Yeah, definitely.
Think Infinity.
I don't know. We have to fix this as we proceed, of course, with this panel consequences. We're gonna fix this up and make sure that Infinity cannot escape. I feel like we'd all be entertained if Infinity takes part in all of these consequences.
Yes.
Those were our results as the panel. Of course, let's take a look at our match results for the day. And I have to say there are two teams here that look very, very dominant indeed. Of course, with Fennel Adversity and Team Underground continuing their win streaks respectively. But we also saw the comeback of Team Secret and Oasis Gaming finally cementing that win. I mean, Otolus, I think the revelation and where things went really, really sour for us in our predictions was, of course, RRQ versus Team Secret.
Yes. Aside from the metaverse cursing me, I don't know what happened there.
Yeah.
This is quite a surprise. I expected RRQ to at least get one game against Team Secret, but Team Secret was so solid, not just micro-wise, but also macro-wise. It reminded me how they controlled everyone during the Horizon Cup, that the only challenge that they got was from the Chinese teams. So Team Secret, welcome back, and it's a pleasure to watch them again back in form.
Yes, indeed. And as we check out the standings, our leaderboard next, Crazy Apple, I do believe it's Fennel Adversity and Team Underground here looking very, very clean so far. And I think we were asked at the top of the Oculus, at least asked us at the very very top of the WCS, which our top 4 teams are. Is this changing for you? Do you think?
I think with what we've seen earlier with Team Secret, as mentioned, as we were talking about yesterday, Team Secret felt like they really had a hard time against Team Underground. But with what they've shown earlier against RRQ, I really think they have what it takes to be in that top 4, top 3, top 2 conversation at the moment. Oasis Gaming, RRQ, Grindsky, along Team Secret. These 4 teams, they are tied for a reason after day 2 just because of how close they are. But Fennel Adversity and Team Underground has shown how much control they currently have and their understanding of the game. So I honestly think there might just be small differences here, maybe one or maybe a win or 2 difference, but overall I think it's just gonna be a bump 1 or 2 up for all of these teams.
I think what Fennel Adversity and Team Underground showed in the past 2 days is that they have their own identity. They have their own way of playing Wildrift. And I expect this to continue to be the trend. I looked at the schedule for tomorrow. I don't think Fennel Adversity will be facing Team Underground very soon. So, yeah, it could be that after this week, we have 2 undefeated teams.
Yeah, and let's take a look at that schedule for tomorrow. I think it's going to be very interesting. I do believe that Grindsky Esports and Team Underground will be facing off. I know these are 2 teams that are very, much connected with each other. On the big question mark, though, is of course Cerebrum Esports and Sunsparks. Will they get that W? Check out who they're facing tomorrow. It's a tall order indeed, Crazy Apple.
Yeah, it's a big yikes for
Yeah.
me. Apple.
Go ahead. No, sorry, go ahead, Oculus.
No, that's my reaction. It's a big yikes for me. Cerebrum, Sunsparks, tough.
I also think it's gonna be tough. I think the most chance here that we might see something different, maybe Sunsparks getting at least a game off of RRQ. RRQ, yes, they are a pretty good team, but they have shown to make mistakes. And Sunsparks is this team who is very unrelenting. They keep trying to make plays, even though sometimes it doesn't work as well in the long term. But the thing is, RRQ has made some crucial mistakes. I do remember Exosen TPing into the Dragon Pit for game 1 of their first series. And if that happens again, Sunsparks would probably capitalize and at least take a game off of that series.
Yeah, and I know that we have our own mini game here in the panel. I think tomorrow's first series will be the make or break for everyone in the panel because tomorrow is Fennel Adversity, the hottest team, one of the hottest teams that we have in WCSPH, and they will be facing against Oasis Gaming, which they faced during the CBL Grand Finals. That was a clean 3-0 for Oasis Gaming. So will history repeat itself, or did the off time help Fennel Adversity solve the problem that they had back then?
I smell another Oculus history lesson for us, but stay tuned tomorrow, of course, on all of the official channels, facebook.com/ppglgg, on YouTube as well, same thing, twitch.tv/ppgl, tiktok.com @helloppgl. Once again, this event is made possible by PPGL, the largest multi-esports league in the country, together with Riot Games.
And we would also like to acknowledge our official mobile partner, Xiaomi. The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to experience powerful and responsive gaming. Less waiting time with a 33 watts pro fast charging enabled by the all-new double MT technology and a 6nm Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information about the Redmi Note 11 at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page.
And of course, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusements Board.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. That is it for day 2 of the WCSPH. We've got more for you guys tomorrow, of course, for the end of the first week of the WCS. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy, and we will see you in the ring.